देश में विद्यार्थियों द्वारा की जाने वाले आत्महत्याएं के उत्तर में शुद्धिकरण के बारे में वक्तव्य देता हूं। नमस्कार।
Honorable members, I have to inform honorable members that the Business Advisory Committee, in its meeting held today on the 20th September 2023, has allotted time for government legislative business as follows: consideration and passing of the Post Office Bill 2023, time allotted 2 hours. Consideration and passing of the Constitution 128th Amendment Bill 2023, after it is considered and passed by Lok Sabha, time allotted 7.5 hours. Honorable members, I may inform you that the chamber, lobby and galleries referred to in the rules of procedure and conduct of business in the Council of States Rajya Sabha shall mean, honorable members may take note of it, shall mean the chamber, lobby and galleries of the Parliament House of India as notified on 18th September 2023. Honorable members may further note the lobby has extended or elongated areas that are to be used as sitting lounges by the honorable members. Accordingly, the said areas shall also be included in the definition of lobby for the purpose of the rules. Honorable members, I have received one notice under Rule 176 for short duration discussion. The same is from Sri A.A. Rahim, CPIM. The notice is under my active consideration. Honorable members, it gives me immense pride that we are going to have a discussion on the achievements of Bharat in space exploration to commemorate the glorious accomplishments of our space scientists. From the inception of our space program, we have consistently pushed the boundaries of space exploration and our achievements in this domain. These have catapulted the nation onto the global center stage. From Chandrayaan missions to the moon, Mars orbital mission, Mangalyaan, and Aditya L1 solar exploration, India has shown to the world that the sky is not the limit, it is just the beginning. Over the span of nearly 6 decades, India's space program has seen the country evolve from a nation relying on foreign launch vehicles to becoming fully self-reliant with its indigenous launch capabilities. Notably, India has not only developed the capacity to launch its own satellites, but has also extended its services to launch satellites for other countries. Honorable members, from January 2018 to November 2022, the ISRO achieved a significant milestone by successfully launching a total of 177 foreign satellites from a diverse array of countries. So far, we have launched 424 foreign satellites, of which more than 90%, 389, were launched in the last 9 years. we have launched satellites of USA 231, UK 86, and Singapore 20. They are the top 3 beneficiaries of India's international cooperation in this sector. Having diligently attended to our country's development needs through our space endeavors and enhancing communication infrastructure to enabling remote sensing and weather forecasting, it is only but natural that we now decisively turn our focus towards the uncharted realms of planetary exploration and deep space missions. With the latest successful Chandrayaan-3 mission, India's space agency, ISRO, has etched its name in the annals of space exploration. India is only the 4th country in history to have soft-landed a spacecraft on the moon, and the first to have done so in the moon's south polar region. Exhibiting tremendous tenacity and turning failures into stepping stones for future success, ISRO took away the right lessons from preceding Chandrayaan-2 mission. Honorable members, as Governor of State of West Bengal, I was in the Science City, Kolkata, on 7 December 2019, past midnight, with a group of young boys and girls. The landing was not soft. I had then remarked that Chandrayaan-2 was a major success, though was not 100%. The lessons we had learned from this mission helped us to see ultimate success in Chandrayaan-3. With this achievement, India is now a member of the Artemis Accords, the US-led multilateral initiative to place humans on the moon by 2025, and subsequently advance human space exploration throughout our solar system's broader vicinity. Honorable members, our achievements reach beyond the lunar surface. India's Mars orbiter mission, unofficially known as Mangalyaan, showcased our ability to reach the red planet on our maiden attempt. The Mangalyaan spacecraft successfully entered Mars orbit on September 23, 2014, making ISRO only the first Asian and the 4th country in the world to do so, and it achieved this feat with unparalleled cost effectiveness. Just as we were celebrating the achievements of Chandrayaan-3 mission, ISRO unveiled yet another ambitious endeavor, the Aditya L1 mission. Launched just last week, this mission seeks to gain a deeper understanding of the Sun from a unique vantage point approximately 1.5 million kilometers away from the Earth that allows for continuous and uninterrupted study of the Sun. With this mission, India is poised to join an exclusive group of countries dedicated to the study of our nearest star, the Sun. Following its successful missions to explore the Sun and the Moon, ISRO has an array of exciting future endeavors. I am delighted to know that it is now setting its sights on the second most scorching planet in our solar system, Venus. Chandrayaan-1, ISRO's upcoming spacecraft, will likely be launched by end of December 2024. Our scientists and engineers have meticulously crafted Chandrayaan-1 to withstand the extreme conditions of Venus and to operate under the most challenging circumstances. With 3 more launches on the horizon, spanning this year and the next, ISRO is positioned advanced Earth monitoring, demonstrate advanced capabilities for precision proximity operations in space, and explore some of the most enigmatic objects in the universe. Having said that, honorable members, I believe ISRO's journey into space exploration has been nothing short of extraordinary. Its achievements in reaching uncharted territories in space garnered international attention. What truly sets ISRO apart, however, is its ability to achieve these remarkable feats at a fraction of the cost when compared to some of the applications, honorable members. As we look forward to Bharat's unstoppable journey to greatness, I now...
It's indeed a matter of great pride for the entire nation and for all of us in this august house that you have permitted this subject to be taken up as the very first subject in the new precincts, and truly something which makes every single Indian, 140 crore Indians, proud of their scientists, proud of their countries in the world. And then, as you very rightly pointed out, Chairman Sir, the fact that we were the first country in the world to land on the south pole of the moon is by itself giving us a completely new and elevated pleasure. Honorable Chairman Sir, ISRO, the Indian Space Research Organization, has truly, by scripting this glorious chapter to India's space journey and proving for India, really made the entire nation very, very proud and scripted this new space journey. Honorable Chairman Sir, the successful landing of Chandrayaan-3 is a trailblazing event which happened over years of consistent focus on the subject, a lot of research, a lot of effort, a lot of successes, a lot of failures. And this has been one area in which India has progressed from step to step. Every time, even we have taken adversity that the mission faced in its stride, learned from our failures, made failure the stepping stone to success, and finally, the historic achievement of the landing is a matter of great pride for every Indian. In fact, 3 lunar missions in 15 years, it almost feels as if the moon is beckoning India, as if the moon is awaiting India, and more particularly so when we see the images coming out from there, when we see the messages that ISRO comes out, I think each successive success is strengthening our resolve to capture the space. Honorable Deputy Chairman, Sir, today we stand before the world unlocking new avenues of scientific discovery with a new confidence, the self-confidence of an Atmanirbhar Bharat, the self-confidence of a country which produces the highest number of STEM graduates in the world, the self-confidence of a country which today stands before the world with one of the lowest cost missions and one of the most effective and speedy successes that any other country could have achieved. I remember that picture where in the Chandrayaan-2 mission, where after having almost come so close to the surface of the moon, for a small technical reason we were not successful, a lot of naysayers had started trying to run down the Indian mission, run down ISRO, run down our scientists. And for all those naysayers, for all those people who have this negativity about India, जो नकारात्मक सोच के लोग हैं, उन सब के लिए उस दिन सबक था, जैसे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने गले लगाया उस समय के इसरो के चेयरमैन को, उनको उनकी क्षमता के ऊपर उनको बधाई देते हुए आगे के लिए, आगे की चुनौतियों के लिए उनको तैयार किया, उनको उनका आत्मविश्वास बढ़ाया, उनको प्रोत्साहित किया। मैं समझता हूँ वो जो चित्र है वो देश के 140 करोड़ लोगों के जहन में, उनके दिल में, उनके मन में बस गया है। और उस दिन के उस प्रोत्साहन को, उस दिन के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के वाक्यों को जैसे उन्होंने पूरे जी जान से अपने जीवन का एक अंश बना लिया और अपने जीवन का मिशन पर आते हुए जिस प्रकार से आगे चले, इतने कम समय में उसके बाद चंद्रयान-3 का सक्सेस, G20 के थोड़े ही दिन पहले, मैं समझता हूं पूरे देश के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है। मुझे ध्यान है कि जयपुर में हमारी G20 की ट्रेड एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट मिनिस्टर्स की, वाणिज्य और निवेश के मंत्रियों की बैठक चल रही थी। बैठक 24 और 25 अगस्त को होनी थी। उसी की पूर्व संध्या पे 23 अगस्त को ये हमने सभी ने मिलके एक साथ जब मून लैंडिंग देखी चंद्रयान-3 की, जो गौरव हम सबको महसूस हुआ, जिस प्रकार से पूरा देश गौरवान्वित हो रहा था उस दिन, मैं समझ विदेश से आए हुए मंत्रियों के ऊपर भी इतना गहरा था कि लगभग विश्व के सभी बड़ी ताकतों के नेता, सभी बड़े देशों के वाणिज्य और उद्योग से संबंधित, निवेश से संबंधित मंत्रियों ने अपने अपने भाषण में, हमारी मीटिंग में, हर एक ने एक स्वर में भारत की तारीफ की, भारत की उपलब्धता को बहुत ही विशेष बताया, बहुत ही साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी के लिए, हमारी साइंटिफिक अचीवमेंट के लिए भारत की सराहना की और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को बधाई दी। उस मौके पे G20 की मीटिंग में दुनिया भर के नेताओं ने कि अब भारत, इंडिया इज ट्रूली अराइव्ड एट द वर्ल्ड स्टेज, अब भारत विश्व पटल पे अपनी छाप छोड़ रहा है और ये मैसेज आज भारत से बढ़ के पूरे विश्व में गया कि भारत अब बड़ी बड़ी चुनौतियों को सफलतापूर्वक भी पूरा कायम कर सकता है, सफलता प्राप्त कर सकता है। और मैं समझता हूं कि पहले हम सुनते थे यूएस, यूएसएसआर, चाइना, ऐसे देशों ने हजारों लाख करोड़ रुपए खर्च के ये एक एक मिशंस किए थे। भारत एक ऐसा देश है जिसने बहुत कम खर्चे पर, बहुत कम लागत, दोनों मिशन लाइफ हुए, लैंडर और रोवर के, इसका जो सराहना हमने अलग अलग पत्रकारों में देखी, उसके 3 प्रमुख जो उद्देश्य थे, द 3 मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऑफ चंद्रयान-3, वो तीनों इतनी सफलतापूर्वक, इतने प्रिसिशन से, एग्जैक्ट 6:04 पे जो लैंडिंग हुई, वो तीनों जो हमारे लक्ष्य थे, एक था कि सेफ एंड सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग हो मून सरफेस के ऊपर, दूसरा था कि हम डेमोन्स्ट्रेट कर सके, दिखा सके रोवर ऑपरेशंस, जो मून पे रोवर बाहर निकला और उसने जो ऑपरेशंस करी, और ऑन साइट एक्सपेरिमेंट्स जो लूनर सरफेस पे करने थे, ये तीनों पे 100% सफलता प्राप्त करना, ये हम सबका सौभाग्य है। और मैं अपने पूरे सदन के मेंबर्स की तरफ से, आपके माध्यम से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, जो टीम स्पेस और साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की केंद्र में और राज्यों में इस विषय के ऊपर चिंता करती है, और जो पूरा इस मेक इन इंडिया सफल नहीं हो रहा है, मेक इन इंडिया में क्या हो रहा है, क्या नई चीज करी, पीछे भी हाल में भी कुछ दिनों पहले एक नेता का बयान में पढ़ रहा था, जो एक प्रकार से बड़े ओछे शब्दों में, बहुत छोटे स्तर पर मेक इन इंडिया के मजाक उड़ाने की कोशिश हो रही थी। मैं समझता हूं हमारे इस मिशन ने, चंद्रयान-3 ने और इसरो की कामयाबी ने एक पूरी तरीके से सिद्ध कर दिया कि भारत में बना हुआ सामान, भारत में बने हुए पुर्जे, भारत में जो इस पूरे मिशन में कंपोनेंट्स लगे, इक्विपमेंट लगा, इसने इस देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाया। और आज पूरा विश्व भारत की तरफ देखता है, जब वो देखते हैं कि हमें मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैपेबिलिटीज चाहिए, हमें टैलेंट चाहिए, हमें स्किल्स चाहिए, तो उनको एक देश जो नजर आता है, विश्वसनीय देश, एक विश्वसनीय साझेदारी में भाग लेने वाला पार्टनर, तो वो भारत है। और भारत के ऊपर आज विश्व की भी निगाहें टिकी हुई है, विश्व का विश्वास बना हुआ है। माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, अगर हम डिजाइन कैपेबिलिटीज देखें तो जो डिजाइन कैपेबिलिटीज डेवलप हुई हैं चंद्रयान 3 के दौरान, उससे हमें आगे चल के बहुत लाभ होगा। और हमने अलग अलग तरीके से देखा है कि स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का लाभ भारत की विकास यात्रा में सिर्फ स्पेस नहीं लेकिन हमारी लोकल डेवलपमेंट में भी बहुत बड़ी तरीके से लाभ देता है। जैसे कि माननीय सदस्य जानते हैं, आप भी भली भांति आपने देखा है, पीएम गति शक्ति, ये क्या है? ये एक प्रकार से स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए भारत के आधारभूत सुविधाएं, भारत के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को और मजबूती देना और गति देना और प्रगति को तेज करना, उसका एक साधन है। पीएम गति शक्ति में स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी इस्तेमाल करके अलग अलग लेयर्स ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, अलग अलग लेयर्स ऑफ डेटा जो तैयार किया गया, जो स्पेस से मैपिंग की गई, और इसका काम माननीय उप सभापति जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी जब मुख्यमंत्री थे, गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे, आज से 12-14 साल पहले उनके मन में एक कल्पना आई थी कि स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का मैक्सिमम इस्तेमाल भारत में कैसे किया जाए, भारत कैसे लाभ ले सकता है स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का। तब उन्होंने बाइजैक नामक एक संस्था गांधीनगर में एस्टैब्लिश करी और बाइजैक के माध्यम से ये शुरुआत करी कि कैसे भारत के आगे के भविष्य के विकास यात्रा में आधुनिक सुविधाएं और सफलतापूर्वक हम भारत को एक इंटरनेशनल सेंटर फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ट्रेड एंड बिजनेस बना सकें। लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को नौकरियां देने के लिए जो हम काम कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करने का जीता जागता उदाहरण अगर कुछ है तो पीएम गति शक्ति है। ये स्पेस का रिसर्च, हमसे सोच है देश की कि कैसे स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी और हमारे स्पेस मिशंस भारत को आगे लेके जाने में काम करेंगे। ये जो नया करने में गगनयान, चंद्रयान के बाद आने वाला जो गगनयान मिशन है, जो लगभग 2024 में अनुमानित प्लान है, उसको भी हम कैसे सफल बनाएंगे, उसके लिए हम सब ने इसरो को शुभकामनाएं देनी है। हम सब मिलके एक संदेशा दें कि आगे आने वाले गगनयान के लिए भी इसरो सफल हो, पूरी तरीके से सफल हो। हमारी माता बहनें, हमारे इसरो के साइंटिस्ट जो पूरी लगन के साथ इसमें लगे हुए हैं, उनको हम यहाँ से एक शुभ संदेश दें कि उनका गगनयान मिशन भी सफल हो। हमने ऑलरेडी देखा आदित्य मिशन, जो आदित्य L1 जो सूरज के और भारत के बीच में, जो अर्थ और सन के बीच में, यहाँ से लगभग 15 लाख किलोमीटर दूरी पे जाके स्टेशन होगा, जो लैग्रैंज पॉइंट है, वहाँ से स्टडी करेगा सूर्य की किरणों की ताकत, सूर्य की ताकत को। तो उस पॉइंट तक सफलतापूर्वक पहुँचे, वो रास्ते में है, उसका लॉन्च सक्सेसफुली हो चुका है और वो पहला डेडिकेटेड स्पेसक्राफ्ट मिशन है जो सूर्य को स्टडी करने के लिए यहाँ से भेजा गया है। इसी के साथ साथ एक डेडिकेटेड पोलरीमेट्री मिशन एक्सपोसैट, जो एक्सरे के माध्यम से पोलरोमीटर सैटेलाइट के रूप में बाहर काम करेगा। इस तरीके से हमारी जो नए नए आगे की योजनाएं हैं, उसके लिए हम एक स्वर में एक बड़ा अच्छा संदेश और शुभकामनाएं भेजें। तो एक तरफ बधाई चंद्रयान 3 के सफलता के लिए, दूसरी तरफ शुभेच्छा आगे के बड़े बड़े लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने के लिए। ये जब एक स्वर में पूरा सदन ये मैसेज भेजेगा, तो मैं समझता हूं कि सभी जो इस मिशन के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, चाहे वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का प्रोत्साहन हो, चाहे हमारे अफसरगण हो, चाहे इसरो के साइंटिस्ट हो, हर एक व्यक्ति जो अलग अलग इन मिशंस में अपने अपने पुर्जे, अपने अपने कंपोनेंट्स, इक्विपमेंट्स बना के योगदान दे रहे, और एक प्रकार से 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का उत्साहवर्धन का करने का काम आज पहले ही सिटिंग में, कल पहली सिटिंग थी, आज पहले ही डिस्कशन में हम ये जो संदेश देने जा रहे हैं, ये भी बड़ा शुभ संदेश है। कल यहाँ पे महिलाओं को आरक्षण देने का काम भी मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सर्वसम्मति से जब ये करेगा, पारित करेगा, तो दो शुभ संदेश, एक तरफ यहाँ का हमारा प्रवेश, आज का ये चंद्रयान-3 का बधाई का और शुभकामनाएं, जो आगे जो भारत के आगे आने वाले दिनों में अमृत काल में विकसित भारत बनाने की जो हम कदम उठाने जा रहे हैं, मैं समझ पार्लियामेंट, लोकसभा में और असेंबलीज में दोनों में जो हम कदम उठाने जा रहे हैं, ये तीनों ये शुभ संदेश एक प्रकार से एक नई सुबह लेके इस सेशन को भी यादगार बनाएगा। ये नई सुबह देश की अमृत काल की यात्रा में भी हम सब के लिए ऐतिहासिक क्षण बनेगी और हम सब इसके साक्षी हैं, हम सब इसमें भाग ले रहे हैं। ये हम सबका बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है। आपने मुझे इस चर्चा को शुरू करने के लिए मौका दिया, इसके लिए मैं आपका आभारी हूँ। बहुत बहुत
धन्यवाद माननीय पीयूष गोयल जी। माननीय श्री जयराम रमेश जी।
Thank you, sir. Sir, I rise to speak on a discussion that is entitled India's Glorious Space Journey Marked by Successful Soft Landing of Chandrayaan-3. Sir, listening to the Leader of the House, it appeared as if this glorious space journey started only in 2014. Yes. And that the Sutradhar of this space journey is the Prime Minister. I want to take this occasion, sir, to revisit this glorious space journey, not to make political debating points, but to pay tribute to a remarkable generation of Indian scientists and technologists who could have worked anywhere in the world, but chose to come back to India in the 1950s and 1960s. Sir, I have before me a government order issued on the 22nd of February 1962. This is the 22nd of February 1962, an office order issued by the Government of India, which reads that the Union Government has set up the Indian National Committee for Space Research. The committee is set up on the recommendations of the Scientific Advisory Committee to the Cabinet will advise the government on the promotion of research in and exploration of space and its utilization of peaceful purposes. India's glorious space journey began on the 22nd of February 1962, which was marked by the establishment of the Indian National Committee on Space Research. There were two people who were responsible for getting this INCOSPAR set up. Both were the great scientists of India. One was Homi Bhabha, who was then the chairman of the Scientific Advisory to the Committee to the Cabinet, and the second was Vikram Sarabhai, a great name, a man who had a vision for Indian space, and I expected the Honorable Leader of the House at least to make a passing mention of Vikram Sarabhai. Sir, I'm not yielding.
Please.
Sir, it was 2 weeks before INCOSPAR was set up that the Prime Minister of India, the then Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, went to Ahmedabad to visit the physical research laboratory that was created by Vikram Sarabhai way back in 1947. Sir, this is a photograph I have of Pandit Nehru with Vikram Sarabhai and E.V. Chitnis in the old Parliament House. You could have seen this photograph, but in this new Parliament House, we need a telescope to see each other. I don't have a telescope, sir, but you can take me for my word. This is a photograph of the Prime Minister of India with Vikram Sarabhai and Professor E.V. Chitnis, who is 97 years old and is still alive. He is one of the key figures in this space journey. And in fact, Professor Chitnis's greatest contribution to our space program was the recruitment of a young engineer from the Madras Institute of Technology named APJ Abdul Kalam. Sir, after the establishment of INCOSPAR on the 22nd of February 1962. The second milestone in this glorious space journey was on the 21st of November 1963, when India launched its sounder rocket from Thumba, near Trivandrum. This was called TERLS, the Thumba Equatorial Research Launching Station. This was the first sounding rocket launched way back on the 21st of November 1963. And this was made possible because of Vikram Sarabhai, because of H.G.K. Murthy, because of Abdul Kalam, because of E.V. Chitnis, and a large number of scientists and technologists. So ISRO was created on the 15th of August 1969. This was when Vikram Sarabhai created the Indian Space Research Organization to give a developmental boost to the Indian space program. So the Indian space program is the only program in the world that has not come out of the military sector. It has been a civilian program all through. The Indian space program is the only program to have a developmental thrust, the use of space for remote sensing, the use of space for rural development, the use of space for communication, for weather forecasting. This is being the hallmark of India's space program going back to the creation of ISRO on the 15th of August 1969. So, on the 25th of December 1971, unfortunately Vikram Sarabhai passed away very suddenly at the young age of 52. He died of a heart attack in Kovalam Beach near Trivandrum. The Indian space program was then faced with a huge crisis. It had lost its Karta Data. It had lost its Nirmata. It had lost its visionary, Vikram Sarabhai, who had lived and dreamt of India as a space power. It was then that the then Prime Minister of India, Indira Gandhi, took what I consider to be the most important step that has made India the space power that we are all proud of today. So she wrote a letter to an Indian scientist who was then taking a sabbatical at the famous California Institute of Technology in Pasadena in California. The name of this scientist is Satish Dhawan, and it is in his honor that our launch center in Sriharikota is called the Satish Dhawan Launch Center. So, Indira Gandhi wrote a letter on the 7th of January 1972, and I wish to quote a few lines from this letter. This is the Prime Minister of India writing, "Dear Dr. Dhawan, Vikram's sudden and tragic death has deprived our entire space research program of leadership. You are aware of the heavy investment we have made in it. The 10-year profile of the development of space shows the extent of our commitment. We cannot afford to allow the entire organization to crumble. I should like you to accept the stewardship of our space program, which I am proposing to separate from the Atomic Energy Commission. Till 1972, space and atomic energy were together. But it is in 1972 that space gets separated from the Atomic Energy Commission. It will be for you to structure this new organization. Please let me know urgently when I may expect you to return and what arrangements you would like us to make for the interim period. I hope you will respond to an emergency situation in a sensitive area of national importance." This is a letter written by the Prime Minister of India to a scientist taking a sabbatical in California, who was then the director of the Indian Institute of Science, Satish Dhawan. Sir, Satish Dhawan immediately accepted the offer of the Prime Minister. He put some conditions that he would like ISRO to be headquartered in Bangalore. He would not like to be posted in New Delhi. that he would like to continue as the director of the Indian Institute of Science, and he would like full Minister of India accepted and acceded to all these conditions. So when he came back to India, when he took over as chairman of ISRO, her secretary, Mr. P.N. Haksar, sent Mrs. Gandhi a note. And I was fortunate enough to get a copy of this note in the archives. And Mr. Haksar wrote on the 25th of May 1972 to the Prime Minister, Dr. Satish Dhawan is an extremely sensitive human being. Hitherto, he has led a relatively cloistered life, devoting himself to the pursuit of his own scientific specialty in the field of aerodynamics. I know he has many doubts and hesitations in accepting the responsibility of heading our space organization. And if he were to opt out of it, we literally have no one at present as the second best choice. It is therefore of vital importance that our Prime Minister should express in her own way her appreciation of the high sense of duty which has led Dr. Dhawan to respond to the PM's call to him. It is equally necessary to say that Dr. Dhawan will continue to receive her personal support in sorting out any problems he may run up against any administrative and other fields, and that Dr. Dhawan should not hesitate in coming to the Prime Minister, and that he will always have direct access. So it is from this day onwards that Prime Ministers of India have held direct control of the Department of Space. It is from this day onwards that the Chairman of ISRO, the Chairman of the Space Commission, the Secretary Department of Space, three roles combined in one individual, have only reported to the Prime Minister and nobody else. So the glorious space journey that the Leader of the House wants us to believe started in 2014. The first milestone was on the 22nd of February 1962. The glorious journey that the Leader of the House wants us to believe started in 2014, had its second milestone on the 15th of August 1969 with the creation of ISRO. The glorious journey that the Leader of the House wants us to believe begins in 2014, had its third milestone in 1972, July, when Satish Dhawan became the chairman of ISRO. Sir, the success of Chandrayaan-3 is based on the competencies, the capabilities, the capacities that have been created over a 60-year period. We launched satellites, but we first launched satellites on Soviet rockets. We did not have a satellite launch vehicle. In July of 1979, our first SLV launch failed. Dr. Kalam was in tears. So Dr. Satish Dhawan said, I am your leader. I will take responsibility for the failure. You sit at the back. That is leadership. In August of 1980, the SLV-3 succeeded. Dr. Dhawan said to Kalam, Kalam, you take credit for this. I will sit at the back. This is leadership. Leadership is not taking credit when things are going good and run away when the things are going bad. Leadership is when you have the courage to take the responsibility for things that are going wrong as much as you take credit when things are going right. So this is the milestones of a successful journey, sir. There have been many scientists, and I want to recall, I have mentioned Homi Bhabha, I have mentioned Vikram Sarabhai, I have mentioned Abdul Kalam. There's a great scientist of India who is forgotten today. He is the only scientist who has worked and contributed for a nuclear program as well as for our space program. And if you go to the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center in Thiruvananthapuram, you will see a statue of him in the space organization headquarters. His name is Brahma Prakash. He's probably one of the greatest metallurgists that India has produced. And he made a huge difference to our space program and to our atomic energy program. We have had a succession of chairmen. We had Satish Dhawan, U.R. Rao, Madhavan Nair, Kasturi Rangan, Radhakrishnan, Shivan, and now, of course, we have Somnath. Each of them have made contributions because the political leadership has given them the freedom to make those contributions. Sir, I also want to say that India's space program has always had a developmental orientation. It has always been space for development, space for communication, space for rural development, space for weather forecasting, space for identifying sources of water. Indian scientists and technologists have never seen India's space program as a symbol of Indian nationalism. It has always been seen in a developmental perspective. It has always been seen as an instrument of fulfilling developmental aspirations. And that's why we had INSAT, the Indian National Communications Satellite. And it is because of INSAT that we improved our weather forecasting. We located sources of water. We created new maps. We created platforms like Bhuvan. So while it is natural for all of us to take pride, I would like to urge all of us to please look at our space program fundamentally as an instrument of development and not as an instrument of muscular nationalism. This has been the hallmark of India's space program for the last 60 years. And let it be in that spirit with which it was founded by our scientists and technologists. So, I am entirely in agreement with the Prime Minister when he said yesterday that the Chandrayaan-3 achievement creates a new excitement for science. But sir, what is the point creating an excitement of science when you're removing Darwin's theory of evolution from textbooks? What is the importance of creating excitement of science when you reject Newton, you reject Einstein, you think all knowledge was available to India 2000 years ago? Sir, that is not a scientific temper. Scientific temper is the spirit of inquiry, is a spirit of questioning. We have had glorious tradition. We have had glorious tradition in mathematics. We have had a glorious tradition in metallurgy. We have a glorious tradition in astronomy. But, sir, let us take pride in our past, but let us not think that all of modern science, all of modern technology was known to us 2000 years ago. We have to move with the times. That is the scientific temper. That is the scientific spirit. If you reject science, if you do not give your scientific institutions freedom, if you do not allow scientific endeavor to flourish in a spirit of professionalism, you can have all the Chandrayaans of the world, but it is not going to make a difference to the minds of the young. So we have to create a scientific spirit, the spirit of questioning, the spirit of inquiry, the spirit of doubt. That is the spirit of science, which I hope will be created by this excitement. So, along with Chandrayaan-3, let us not forget Chandrayaan-1. Chandrayaan-1 was launched in 2008. And I have no hesitation in saying that the first announcement of Chandrayaan was by Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee on the 15th of August in 2003. After 2003, you had Chandrayaan-1 in 2008, you had Chandrayaan-2 in 2019, and you have Chandrayaan-3 in 2023. What does it mean? It means if a Prime Minister refuses to acknowledge continuity in governance, if a Prime Minister believes that the world has started only when I became Prime Minister, if a Prime Minister believes that Indian science has become great, that the Indian space program has become great only when I became Prime Minister. Sir, I beg to differ. Let us take, along with Chandrayaan-1, Aditya L1, which was also a great success. We have not mentioned it in your resolution. But this Aditya L1, the solar laboratory, which was launched 1 week after Chandrayaan-3. So when did Aditya-1 start? Aditya-1 started in the year 2006. It took 17 years for Aditya-L1. Sir, sir, can I finish? Sir, it took 17 years to be conceived, to be planned, to be executed, and to be launched. The Honorable Leader of the House said, we are now making things in India. So we have always been making things in India. Larsen and Toubro, Walchand Nagar Industries. There are so many Indian companies I can think of which have been associated with the Indian space program going back to the 70s. To say that suddenly after 2014, we have started making things for our space program is a complete distortion of facts. In fact, the Indian space program has always been based on creative partnerships with the Indian private sector and Indian public sector. Our nuclear reactors are made in India. Our rockets are made in India. Our launchers are made in India. Our satellites are made in India. And they were being made in India before 2014. Sir, I don't know what your intention is, whether you want to pass a resolution at the end of the discussion. But if you do want to pass, sir, let me finish, sir. If you do want to pass, please acknowledge that the capabilities, competencies, and capacities that have resulted in Chandrayaan-3's success are the results of investments made over the last 60 years. These are based on contributions of successive prime ministers. These are based on contributions of a large number of Indian scientists, large number of Indian technologists, many of whom we don't even know of, many of whom we don't even acknowledge. But I think today is the day when we should salute our Indian scientific community, our Indian technological community. So, it is the Indian scientists and Indian technologists who gave India the Green Revolution in the 1970s. It is Indian scientists and Indian technologists who gave India the White Revolution in the 1970s. It is Indian scientists and Indian technologists which have created our missile development program, the Agnis and the Prithvis and the Nags. And it is Indian scientists and Indian technologists who have given our space program the profile in the world that it has today. And I want to say one thing about these scientists and engineers, sir. So all the newspaper headlines, all our talk is based on our elite institutions of learning. I happen to come from one of them. But I have no hesitation in saying that the contributions in the space program have come from men and women who are graduates of government engineering colleges, of lesser known engineering colleges. They are not from IITs, they're not from IIMs, but they are from colleges in Kollam, colleges in Trivandrum, colleges in Surat, colleges in Baroda, colleges in Pune, colleges in Bhopal,
in Rajasthan,
colleges in Indore, colleges in Jaipur. This is what colleges in Chennai. Sir, this is the strength of Indian science. The strength of Indian science doesn't come from 5 institutes or 10 institutes or 15 institutes. The strength of Indian science comes from a very large population of engineering institutions, which we have to nurture, which we have to upgrade, which we have to recognize and which we must give full freedom for them to operate. So, sir, I associate myself with the sentiments of the Leader of the House, who has not heard whatever I have said because he's been busy in conversation with the person next to him throughout. He has been busy in conversation throughout.
No. Take a
Sir.
Jairam, now you have made a reflection. Let him react. He has. And before that, Jairam was on right track. Jairam, you were on right track. But when I took the seat, you got little political.
What is this?
From science, you traveled to politics.
Sir, I had got up in between also. Unfortunately, Jairam thought, Honorable Chairman, sir.
You are a political life.
सर हमारा पुराना रिश्ता है सर, हमारा पुराना रिश्ता है और ये बड़े इन्होंने कुछ साल पहले आइंस्टाइन और न्यूटन को कंफ्यूज भी कर दिया था।
पुराना
उसको
रिश्ता,
याद नहीं दिलाऊंगा उनको।
पुराना रिश्ता,
पर आज उनसे भाषण सुनना पड़ा, प्रवचन सुनना पड़ा।
पुराना
हमारे
रिश्ता,
स्पेस प्रोग्राम का क्या उपलब्धियां हैं।
पुराना रिश्ता और पुराना घाव मीठा दर्द देता है।
Sir, I associate myself with the Leader of the House. We acknowledge, we salute, we applaud ISRO, the past members of ISRO family, the present members of ISRO family. We congratulate our Indian scientists. We congratulate our Indian technologists. I am sure that many more achievements are there in the years to come. But sir, I will only end by pleading that we need to give our scientific and technological institutions full freedom. We need to give our scientific and technological institutions full independence and professionalism. And we need to free our scientific and technological institutions of any political patronage and political interference and political. So let us on that thought, acknowledge the glorious space journey that we have had. And let us also acknowledge the milestones that we have gone through, even though the Prime Minister and the Leader of the House may choose to airbrush them away from history. They are a fact of life. They cannot be erased from history. They are very much part of our space journey. I thought that it is important for me to remind the House where we have come from, the journey that we have taken, the achievements that we have had, the people who have contributed, rather than fall victim to this new impression that has been created that this entire accomplishment of Chandrayaan-3 and Aditya L1 is the result of only one individual. Thank you, sir.
Sri Jawar, okay.
Got up as soon as Jairam initiated, and you're right, he started on the right track. I had got up, unfortunately, he did yield, only to say I fully agree with him and associate with him when he was talking about the journey. But now, since he has also taken it to a political level, I have only two comments to make, sir. Of course, the journey is extremely important. We have all assembled here. We are all going to speak about various aspects of the journey, and we have many other speakers who will be delving on who played what role, who provided what kind of funding support, who made this whole mission really get the kind of speed and scale that made it a success. But at the end of the day, I'm sure my honorable colleague and friend, Jairam, will also appreciate that people run many races. There are marathons run, there are sprints run, there are 100 meters, 200 meters, 42 kilometers, all sorts of races. But ultimately, one must also acknowledge that it's the grit and determination that makes the winner win. But on the other point where he made a personal comment on me, well, I'm sure everybody is human and everybody can make mistakes.
Honorable members.
I may not be as infallible as Mr. Jairam Ramesh. He's of course infallible.
Please.
He has never made any mistakes in life.
Right.
I have very openly and in public acknowledged I made a mistake at that point of time in the rush of speaking. But I have not made the kind of colossal mistakes that my friend Jairam Ramesh has done when it comes to killing the development journey of India. In so many ways, my friends from Andhra and Telangana are still suffering for the irrational way in which, as the architect of the split of Andhra Pradesh, he left both countries, both states in trouble. I have not politicized it. I have not spoken about his failures when it comes to environment. I have not spoken about how he became an impediment.
I'm on that. So when that member entered, the speaker got worried that that member will unsettle him. So immediately says, even my very good learned friend agrees with me, so that he doesn't say otherwise. And came the swift comment, fools never differ. That was the comment. No, I said you have to understand, sir. I said it with apologetic mode. That if these two have agreed, Mr. Jawar Sarkar, you'll take a time, sir.
Sir,
No, what did you say, sir? One second. One second.
Look at the rejoinder of the leader of the House
No.
after such a brilliant speech, bringing in Telangana division of Andhra Pradesh.
Honorable
Sir, that's
members.
actually shameful.
One second. No, it
He
is
took a punt
deleted.
at me, I took a
It is
punt at him.
deleted.
Where is the shamefulness? Where is
Please.
the shamefulness? I
Use
think
it,
between
it's
two
deleted.
friends, don't come in the way of that.
The comment is not on record. And honorable members, after a long time, we had a good debate. After a long time, the people were informed. Maybe there is a political put which will be there both sides and all sides. But after a long time, we are on track. And therefore, we must appreciate it. My comment, light comment was in that only. Let us play. No. I'll look into it. But all I'm saying is, after a long time, we have had some return to a situation where outside people will get some knowledge. They will get inspired. All sides. Want to say something, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. Well, one of the greatest artists, and I have admired her for a long time, Mr. Jawar Sarkar, and he brings on the table huge bureaucratic experience. Mr. Jawar Sarkar.
thank you, sir. As I can't see any clock, I hope my time starts now. Sir, the first point that I would like to make is across the House.
21 minutes.
We are Indians first, and as an Indian, we take immense pride in the Chandrayaan mission. We take immense pride in the scientific achievements of India, irrespective of what part of India we come from, what we represent. That is the first basic point that we have to remember. India is a continuum. India is eternal. And we cannot slice a part of India and say, this was my part and all the credit happened during this part. All the discredit happened during that part. We were all part of a continuum. When we talk of Chandrayaan, Mr. Jairam Ramesh has explained in great detail, the chair also has explained in great detail, the whole journey of Chandrayaan, and that it spans for 6 decades and more. Numerous individuals have contributed to it. Today is a time when we need to remember them. We need to celebrate the moment, but we also need to remember our history. We also need to celebrate history. So I'll begin with where Mr. Jairam Ramesh said, the great contribution of Pandit Nehru to the whole episode, to the whole journey. As Indians, no one can deny, I am not speaking parochially, no one can deny the immense contribution of the man who introduced scientific temper in India, the man who introduced all forms of scientific research, Vikram Sarabhai. We have come to a new house and there should be a new approach. Instead of only political leaders, we should celebrate the images, the statues of Vikram Sarabhai, of Abdul Kalam, of Homi Bhabha. These are the ones who took us to where we are. We have to admit that it is this, the great leadership, the great vision, the unending toil of Homi Bhabha, of Satish Dhawan, of Vikram Sarabhai, of Abdul Kalam, where we are today, where Abdul Kalam, where we are today. We also cannot acknowledge or disacknowledge or deny the role played by the Prime Ministers. The present Prime Minister must have surely contributed to this great journey, but that does not mean that earlier Prime Ministers who laid the path did not contribute and should not be forgotten. As an Indian, my heart leaps when I see our space launch vehicles propel these satellites of other countries and place them in space. We do a big favor to the rest of humanity, to other nations, and my heart leaps. But my heart is big. As an Indian, as a person who shares the timelessness of India, we should have a big heart. The big heart that not only takes space launch vehicles, take only satellites, but also propels ideas. Today, my heart leaps with joy for another reason. And the reason is that science is finally gaining over superstition. Science is finally gaining over superstition. We have to believe in both experimentation, in empiricism and evidence before we open our mouths. Before we open our mouths, we must think of the consequences of what we are saying. Experimentation, empiricism and evidence. How can someone say that Ganesha's head was placed by plastic surgery? We had his Chaturthi yesterday. We have to have, you have to have both faith in something and faith and a strong belief in rationality. Personally, I don't find any great conflict between a faith in something and rationality. Others may, I don't. As an Indian, I can move along with faith and I can also move along with rationality. But I would not ever like to see the date when faith, superstition and backwardness trample upon the fruits of science. We have the science minister who comes and says that we reject Darwin. We have another minister who comes and says we reject Einstein. For God's sake, if you reject science, you cannot celebrate science just because the timing was such. You cannot reap the benefits of a timing and then say. We had a science and technology minister who said we discovered the theories of Pythagoras before Pythagoras. For God's sake, you are a minister of the Republic, of Great Republic of India. You cannot make these statements. Please refrain, the leaders. I beseech of you, please restrain them from making irresponsible statements. A vice-chancellor of Andhra University talks about stem cell research. A chief minister talks of Mahabharata, talks of internet and space communication during the age of Mahabharata. Let us, from this lesson, from this moment, take an oath that before we make unscientific comments, we will restrain ourselves, we will stick to science, so that we have many more Chandrayans, we have many more Adityas, we have a superior make in India. Since people were talking about contribution, a very important point that we need to remember is that this contribution of Chandrayaan reveals that it is the smaller technological colleges of India that are in the that are not in the limelight. Non-IITs, if I may put it bluntly, it is the non-IITs that have landed India into such a glorious position. We are feeding on IITs, but many of the products of IITs are going abroad to serve the interest of world capitalism, to serve the interest of world capitalism, to serve the interest of world domination. Why are we doing it? We need to shift our emphasis to our smaller colleges that are produced. Bengal, incidentally, has sent 31. And about superstitions, I also come to two spoiler points. We have spoken about the greatness of ISRO, but we have not mentioned one word about the Devas. The Delhi High Court has pronounced a judgment which will make you shiver. They say there is poison in the seed. The entire thing is a poisoned effort. It doesn't matter to me which regime did it. No regimes get into such great detail. It doesn't matter. We should have closed this chapter. We should have punished them because we remain vulnerable to an international fraud of something like 30,000 crores. Why should we pay it? Just because some technocrat made a dirty deal. We talk of the Nambi effect, we celebrate. We can celebrate science, we can celebrate the effects of science, we can celebrate our victories, but do not, as the chair has said, bring politics into it. This brings me to a point where I say that if you want to really move forward with more Chandrayans, with more Adityas, with more progress in this domain, free science. Free science. You have made science subservient to the rules of the bureaucracy. You have created departments and ministries of science where you have placed scientists, but the rules remain the same. The rules remain the same. You have to have a separate set of rules. You have to go in for faith. You have to allow them to function, not shackle them with bureaucratic rules. My heart leaps when I hear that India has joined the 6 nations for the National Quantum Mission. This National Quantum Mission will take India forward. Whether X regime stays or Y regime comes or the Z regime goes, it doesn't matter. This permanent contribution to the quantum mission will take India forward. We should move higher. We already have moved high on the innovation index. In the world over, they look at us to see how much we have innovated, not how much we have talked. How many patents have we filed? This is hard fact. And we have actually gone up, but we need to go further up. This is where the focus should be. The tragic point about Indian science is that even the budget of ISRO has been cut by 8%. The tragic point of Indian science, the tragic part of Indian science is that we do not contribute enough to R&D, research and development. It's an international shame. I am saying, Minister Sirs, it's an international shame because when we make claims, we must substantiate claims. Our contribution of the GDP to research and development is 0.65%, out of which 4% is contributed. 4% is contributed by the state sector, that is the government sector, and only 0.2% is contributed by the corporate sector in India. It is this same corporate sector that you have allowed a 4 lakh crore remission. I am repeating, you have remitted 4 lakh crores by way of taxes from 2019. What have you got in return? Can you make them contribute 0.5% more? 0.5% more? When we talk, this is the remission of income tax, what we call the corporation tax. By way of favors, I am repeating the point, that 12.5 lakh crores, I am repeating, 12.5 lakh crores of the bank customers' money has been evaporated, has been extinguished, has been written off to favor big corporates. A big corporate who belongs to a political party, who was also a member of this house, has got away with 5,000 crores. 5,000 crores of remission yesterday. My submission, madam, my submission is not politics. My submission is that this is the type of money, that could get in to help the science sector with more funding. That is all. All I'm saying is don't talk of lack of resources. Say that we have resources, they have gone in the wrong directions, but now that we are conscious of our capabilities in science and technology, in industry, in Make in India, let us put more money in research and development. And where do we get the money from? I have mentioned already the 5,000 crores that has been remitted. Do not permit these things to go on. We have had a long discussion on the space mission. We have had an erudite discussion by Jairam Ramesh, by the Honorable Chair, by the Leader of the House. I thank all of you, but we should have found time not only for space and the moon, but also for Manipur. We have had no time at all to discuss Manipur. With these words, I thank you and I support the resolution in favor of congratulating Indian science as a whole for several generations.
Thank you. Sri Trachoi Sabha.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I am very proud to participate in this discussion of India's glorious space journey marked by successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3 on the moon, as a citizen of India and not of Bharat. Really, it's a proud moment. The whole world is celebrating. Chandrayaan-3 has landed in the moon very softly, and the lander and rover are doing their works very softly. But we landed in this new parliament building and only turmoil and turbulence are seen for the past 2 days. That is moon and this is parliament. Very happy moment that India is the first country to have landed in the south pole of the moon, which is being celebrated across the world, though it stands for among the other countries who have reached the moon. After this successful mission, India's space industry, exploration industry is being talked much about in a big and proud way across the world. And the Indian spacecrafts are being considered and seen as milestones of this sector. All this credit goes to the team of the ISRO. The relentless pursuit, the dedication, and their passion has made this country globally very famous. And I don't want to repeat what Mr. Jairam Ramesh told or Mr. Sarkar spoke here. Yes, the history is very long. And Vikram Sarabhai, who has to be recollected at this moment, started the ISRO journey from a church. The church gave its praying space for Vikram Sarabhai to launch his first rocket when he was searching for a suitable space. So for this, no caste, no religion, no anything, it is India. And India has traveled a long way, and now we are reaching to heights which is being appreciated. So very importantly, I want to make here something very emphatically. The mission director of this Chandrayaan-3, which is being very much celebrated, is Mr. Veera Muthuvel. He is from Viluppuram, Tamil Nadu, where our finance minister has also studied schooling. And he studied in a government school. He went to Coimbatore and did his engineering in Lakshmi Engineering. And then he came to Tiruchi, to my place, and did his NIT. And now he is considered to be a very shining example for all the aspiring scientists and engineers who are indulged in aerospace. And added to that is Chandrayaan-2. It is one Vanitha Muttaya. She is from Chennai. very ordinary, humble family. She also studied from a government school, studied in various engineering colleges in Tamil Nadu, and now she was the project director of Chandrayaan-2. And Chandrayaan-1, Milesami Annadurai, who is called as the Moon Man, he was the first one. 1969, Apollo landed in the moon with Armstrong, but they returned. But it was the mission of Milesami Annadurai which came with the result that there is water is available in the moon, and that is being held across the world. He is responsible for 60 satellites which have been successfully launched by the ISRO. He is also from a very humble family. He studied in a government school and have achieved. And now the Aditya #1, Aditya 1, going to explore the sun. The mission director is one, Nisha Shaji Sultana, from Sengote of Tamil Nadu, southern end of Tamil Nadu. She also is from a very humble family, and she studied in a government school and did her engineering. So what has been established by all these things means, to achieve something, a person need not study in a government school, a person need not go abroad to get their education. And all these students and all these engineers who have succeeded are from Tamil medium school. And their second language is only English. So to reach the space, Veera Muthuvel, the successful mission director of Viluppuram, started from Viluppuram and landed in the moon without Hindi and Sanskrit. So we are very proud to say, these scientists have not only taken the position of India globally, that India's ISRO space exploration is par excellence than the developed countries. So also they have established even persons from ordinary family who are expertised in their own mother tongue and having English as their link language can successfully achieve many things. So this is a very, very important thing we have learnt in this, and we have to compliment every one of the scientists. Sivan, who was the former chairman of ISRO from Kanyakumari, and now the chairman, Mr. Somnath, all have made us very proud. And this parliament, cutting across the political parties, as I said, as citizens of India and responsible members of parliament, and I from DMK party, Veera Muthuvel was immediately called and being appreciated by our Chief Minister, M.K. Stalin, after the mission was successful. So we, as members of parliament, with all responsibility and with proudness, let us compliment and congratulate the team of ISRO for having taken India globally to a very, very remarkable place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shri Sandeep Kumar Pathak.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद चेयरमैन सर। आज मैं पूरे देश को बधाई देना चाहता हूं इस बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण सफलता के लिए, और सबसे ज़्यादा उन वैज्ञानिकों को और उन लीडर्स को जिन्होंने इस पे कंट्रीब्यूट किया है। आपको ये बताना चाहूँगा कि स्पेस मिशन की शुरुआत स्वतंत्रता से बहुत पहले हो गई थी। कलकत्ता में प्रोफेसर मित्रा थे, C.V. रमन साहब थे, और आते आते स्वतंत्रता के बाद फिर विक्रम साराभाई और होमी भाभा, इन लोगों ने एक ऐसी लीडरशिप, साइंटिफिक लीडरशिप की नींव रखी जो आने वाले समय में आज इसरो का जो आज स्वरूप देखने को मिल रहा है, उसका एक प्रमुख कारण थे। 1960 में ही सबसे पहले इंडियन नेशनल कमेटी बनी थी, बाद में फिर उसका नाम इसरो किया गया था, जो जयराम जी ने बड़े डिटेल्ड में इसके बारे में बताया है, उस पर मैं नहीं जाऊंगा। लेकिन ये जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि इसरो सबसे पहले डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एटॉमिक एनर्जी के अंडर आती थी, और बाद में फिर उसको डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस में बनाकर अलग किया गया, और होमी भाभा को उसको सेक्रेटरी बनाया गया, और विक्रम साराभाई जो साइंटिस्ट थे उनको इसका प्रमुख बनाया गया इस इंस्टीट्यूट का। ये सबको जानना चाहिए कि 10 इंस्टीट्यूशन के बिल्ड होने के 10 साल के अंदर ही सबसे पहला सैटेलाइट इसरो ने लॉन्च कर दिया था, जो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। 20 साल होते होते जो सैटेलाइट लॉन्च व्हीकल होते हैं इंडिया ने वो तैयार कर लिया था और 20वें साल के पहले ही अपने खुद के व्हीकल से अपने सैटेलाइट लॉन्च करने शुरू कर दिए थे। GSLV, PSLV ऐसे लॉन्च व्हीकल हैं जिसमें देश के ही नहीं दूसरे देशों के भी जो सैटेलाइट है उसको अंतरिक्ष में स्थापित करने का काम कर रही है, विदेशों के उनके लिए भी। प्रश्न आज ये नहीं है, मूल प्रश्न को समझना पड़ेगा। मूल प्रश्न क्या है कि भारत ने स्पेस साइंस में इतना अच्छा कैसे कर लिया। आज कई सारे दूसरे संस्थाएं हैं, दूसरी संस्थाएं हैं, उन दूसरी संस्थाओं को क्या हुआ, वो कहां पीछे रह गए। इसरो ने ऐसा क्या, भारत ने ऐसा क्या किया स्पेस के क्षेत्र में जो इतना आगे कर लिया। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज होती है एक व्यक्ति, मैं भी साइंटिस्ट हूं, मैंने राजनीति में आने से पहले साइंस किया है, मैं अच्छी तरह से समझता हूं इस बात को। किसी एक साइंटिस्ट से ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण होता है संस्था, और उससे भी महत्वपूर्ण होता है उस संस्था को बनाने वाले लीडरशिप की। आज संभव है कि हम सबके राजनीतिक मूल्य और राजनीतिक रूप से एक दूसरे से मतभेद हो सकते हैं, लेकिन आज अगर पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू को याद नहीं किया गया तो वो बेमानी होगी। आपको मैं याद दिला दूं, आजादी के बाद हमारे देश की परिस्थिति ऐसी थी कि कई जगहों पर खाने के लिए पर्याप्त अन्न भी नहीं थे। जब देश में पर्याप्त अन्न भी नहीं था, उस समय कोई व्यक्ति कैसे यह सोच सकता है कि पैसा स्पेस साइंस में लगाना है। राजनीतिक रूप से उनको बहुत विरोध हुआ होगा निश्चित रूप से, लेकिन उन सारे विरोधों को अलग रखते हुए उन्होंने अपनी राजनीतिक दूरदृष्टता और स्पष्टता दिखाई। इसको कहते हैं लीडरशिप। उन्होंने ऐसी लीडरशिप, आज अगर आप देखें कि भारत में और पाकिस्तान का सबसे, जहां भारत है और जहां पाकिस्तान है, उसका मूल कारण क्या है कि भारत को आजादी के बाद पहले प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू मिले और पाकिस्तान को पहले प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में जिन्ना मिले। यही एक दो मूल कारण है कि पाकिस्तान आज कहां है और भारत आज कहां है। हमारे कई सारे मतभेद हो सकते हैं, जरूरी नहीं है कि हम हर चीज में सहमत हो, लेकिन साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में जो नेहरू जी ने जो काम किया उसको पूरे देश को, पूरा देश उसको मानती है, और उनकी लीडरशिप को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम सबको अनवरत रहना होगा। आपको फिर विजन क्या था जब ये इसरो को बनाए? विजन ये नहीं था कि छाती पीट पीट के दूसरों को अपनी ताकत का एहसास कराना है। विजन ये नहीं था कि अपने आप में ताकत एकत्रित करना है। विजन ये था कि साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी को जनमानस के हित में कैसे उपयोग किया जाएगा। यही एक उद्वेलित और अंडरलाइन रीजन था जिसके कारण नेहरू जी ने इस पर भरोसा दिखाया था। आज जितने भी आप देखते हैं, चाहे मौसम विभाग से संबंधित जानकारी हो, कम्युनिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी हो, और कई सारे क्षेत्रों में स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी ने जो कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया है, उसके कारण ही आज दूसरे साइंस के क्षेत्र में भी हम आगे बढ़ पाए हैं आज के। लेकिन यह भी देखना पड़ेगा कि क्या नेहरू जी अकेले कर पाते वो? क्या राजनीतिक परिस्थितियां अकेले अलाउ करती? संभव नहीं है। सरदार पटेल जी भी थे, उन्होंने देश में उस समय राजनीतिक स्थिरता लाई। अंबेडकर भी थे जिन्होंने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली इस देश को एक ऐसा महान कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन दिया। तो एक टीम वर्क होता है, किसी भी देश के विकास के लिए टीम वर्क सबसे महत्वपूर्ण होता है, जो आज मुझे लगता है गैर राजनीतिक दलों में भी और अपने खुद के राजनीतिक सभी दलों में भी इस तरीके की टीम वर्क का अभाव है। विजन बड़ा साफ था कि साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग देश के हित के लिए करना है। एक और महत्वपूर्ण चीज है, नींव का पत्थर अगर सीधा लगता है तो बाकी के पत्थर भी सीधे लगते जाते हैं और दीवार सीधी होती है। अगर नींव का पत्थर ही टेढ़ा लग जाए तो कोई कोशिश कितनी भी कर ले, दीवार फिर सीधी नहीं होती है। इसलिए हमारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स की, जिनमें नेहरू जी तो शामिल थे ही, उसके बाद इंदिरा गांधी जी ने भी बहुत कंट्रीब्यूट किया, फिर अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने भी जो कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया वो अभूतपूर्व था। आप सबको पता होगा कि चंद्रयान पहला जब चाइना ने अपनी एक स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी लॉन्च की, तब अटल बिहारी जी ने इसरो के साइंटिस्ट को यह कहा था कि भाई इसका कुछ करो, हमें भी कुछ इस पे अच्छा करना है। तब जाकर चंद्रयान प्रथम की परिकल्पना की गई। चंद्रयान प्रथम, चंद्रयान द्वितीय और फिर जाकर चंद्रयान तृतीय की उत्पत्ति हुई और उस पर सफलता मिली। कहने का यह मतलब है कि एक इस पूरे देश की कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप ने एकजुटता दिखाई और स्पष्टता दिखाई कि हमें इस दिशा में अग्रसर रहना है। यह भी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, कोई भी देश आप देख ले जो विकसित है, ऐसा क्या कारण है कि देश विकसित है और ऐसा क्या कारण है कि कुछ देश अविकसित है या विकासशील है? उसका प्रमुख कारण यही है कि जिन जिन देशों में राजनीति देश के मुद्दों पर नहीं खेली जाती है, वही देश आगे बढ़ता है। कोई भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी तो आते रहेंगे, आज एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, कल दूसरी आएगी, कल तीसरी आएगी, फिर कल चौथी आएगी। प्रश्न यह है कि देश से संबंधित मुद्दों पर राजनीति होनी चाहिए। जो भी देश आज विकसित है वो ऐसे मुद्दों पर राजनीति नहीं करते। जैसे मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि इस मुद्दे पर स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी में सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने आज तक भी, प्रधानमंत्री ने जो कहा, सभी ने अपनी एकजुटता दिखाई है। इसलिए अगर विकसित देश बनना है तो नारे देने से काम नहीं होगा, सिर्फ स्लोगनियरिंग करने से काम नहीं होगा। विकसित अगर बनना है तो उसके लिए उस तरीके की व्यवस्था बनानी पड़ेगी। हम जब भी बात करते हैं ऊपर ऊपर की बात करते हैं, हम ये कर देंगे, वो कर देंगे, फलाना ये हो जाएगा, वो हो जाएगा, लेकिन कैसे होगा? कैसे होगा? कैसे होगा? जब तक आप आधारभूत चीजों पर डेलिब्रेट नहीं करेंगे, व्यवस्था नहीं बनाएंगे, चीजें आगे नहीं बढ़ सकती है। दूसरा प्रश्न यह उठता है कि बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस है, डीआरडीओ है, आईआईटीज है, आईआईएम्स है, बहुत सारे रीजनल इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस हैं, बहुत सारे हमारे देश में मुझे लगता है सबसे ज्यादा सरकारी रिसर्च वाले इंस्टीट्यूशंस है। ऐसा क्या कारण हुआ कि इसरो विकसित हो गया और बाकी के इंस्टीट्यूट, भाई पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप तो उस समय भी थे, सबके लिए समान थे, फिर इसरो ही विकसित हुआ और बाकी के इंस्टीट्यूशन क्यों नहीं हुए? उसका एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कारण यह भी था कि साइंटिफिक लीडरशिप भी इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। इसरो के लिए, इसरो को जो लीडर मिले विक्रम साराभाई के रूप में और होमी भाभा के रूप में, उनके साइंटिफिक लीडरशिप ने भी जो नींव का पत्थर रखा, उसके कारण इसरो आज यहां तक पहुंची। आप एक चीज और देखिए, वर्क कल्चर किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूशन के लिए सबसे महत्वपूर्ण होता है। अगर उस इंस्टीट्यूशन का वर्क कल्चर सही है तभी इंस्टीट्यूशन आगे बढ़ेगा। अगर वर्क कल्चर खराब हो गया तो चाहे आप चले जाओ, मैं चले जाऊं, दुनिया का कोई भी व्यक्ति चला जाए, ना उसको इधर कर सकता है ना उसको उधर कर सकता है। वर्क कल्चर को ठीक करना पड़ेगा। तो वर्क कल्चर में ऐसा क्या हुआ इसरो में? इसरो में जहां तक मेरी थोड़ी समझ है, मेरे कई सारे मित्र भी वहां पे काम करते हैं, वहां पर डिलीवरी बेस्ड टारगेट्स होते हैं, डिलीवरी बेस्ड टारगेट होते हैं। वहां पर मेरिटोक्रेसी पे सबसे ज्यादा ध्यान दिया गया है। भाई आप साइंटिस्टों की जब भर्ती करते हो, साइंटिस्टों को लेते हो, तो जिस तरीके से आप उनकी भर्ती करते हो, जो मानसिकता है वो आधार बनाती है। तो इसरो की जो वर्क कल्चर है वो बहुत सर्वोत्तम है हमारे देश में। अब प्रश्न ये उठता है, ये तो जान गए कि इसरो का ठीक है, लेकिन क्या उस वर्क कल्चर को दूसरी संस्थाओं में लाने का हमने प्रयास किया है? क्या हमने कभी ऐसी कमेटी बनाई है कि हम बाकी के दूसरी जो सरकारी संस्थाएं हैं वो क्यों फेल हो रही है? मैं फेल हो रही है नहीं कहना चाहूंगा, लेकिन अगर आप उम्मीद से कम परफॉर्म करते हो तो हमें उसको फेल मानना पड़ेगा। क्या आपने ये सोचा है कि हमारे देश में कितने सरकारी रिसर्च के इंस्टीट्यूशन है, उसको कितनी फंडिंग जाती है और फंडिंग के हिसाब से कितने साइंटिस्ट है, क्या आउटपुट है? बहुत सारे ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूशन है जहां पे आउटपुट बिल्कुल जीरो है, फिर भी वो चले जा रहा है। सरकारी, हमारे गांव में ये कहा जाता है कि सरकारी नौकरी बहुत अच्छी होती है। आप पूछोगे कि भाई सरकारी नौकरी में क्या है, तो वो कहते जी वहां काम करना नहीं पड़ता है। मैं गलत कह रहा हूं, हो सकता है मैं कई लोगों से, आप मेरे से असहमत हो, लेकिन सरकारी संस्थाओं की यह परिस्थिति हो गई है कि उसको अब ऐसा जगह माना जाता है कि वहां पे काम करना नहीं पड़ेगा। अगर सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन के वर्क कल्चर को ठीक नहीं किया गया समय रहते, तो यह मानना कि भारत विकसित होगा वो एक दिवा स्वप्न होगी। और सिर्फ भाषण से, सिर्फ श्लोक, किसी के भी, मेरे से भी, मैं राजनीतिक दलगत में उतरकर इस इतने महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे को विशिएट नहीं करना चाहता हूं। आप वर्क कल्चर को ठीक करना पड़ेगा और इसके लिए सबको मिलकर काम करना पड़ेगा। मैं आईआईटी में, कैम्ब्रिज, ऑक्सफोर्ड, एमआईटी में पढ़ने के बाद मैं आईआईटी में प्रोफेसर था, मैं भी साइंटिस्ट था। साइंटिफिक जो फंडिंग है वो धीरे धीरे कम होती जा रही है। मैं मान सकता हूं कई सारी परिस्थितियां होंगी अलग अलग, वही तो लीडरशिप का परिचायक होता है। जब आपको कष्ट होता है, जब आपके पास कम पैसे होते हैं, तो कम पैसों में आप किसको कितना फंड करते हो और आपकी प्रायोरिटी क्या है, वही दर्शाता है कि लीडरशिप क्या है। जब आपके पास पूरे पैसे हैं, पर्याप्त पैसे हैं, तो सबको बराबर बांटना ये कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है। प्रश्न यही उठता है कि हम साइंटिफिक फंडिंग्स को धीरे 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 क्यों काटते जा रहे हैं? हमें बैठना पड़ेगा, हमें सोचना पड़ेगा और इसको दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर उठाना पड़ेगा कि कोई भी सरकार आए, कोई भी पार्टी आए, इन सब पर राजनीति बिल्कुल नहीं होनी चाहिए। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न है कि हमारे हम बार बार ये कहते हैं कि ब्रेन ड्रेन हो रहा है, ब्रेन ड्रेन हो रहा है। मैं भी था विदेशों में 9.5 साल, 10 साल तक मैं बाहर था। मेरे मस्तिष्क में ये क्लियर था कि मुझे भारत में आना है और जो मर्जी हो जाए मैं अपने देश के लिए काम करूंगा। लेकिन मेरे से भी अच्छे अच्छे साइंटिस्ट हैं जो मेरे से भी ज्यादा अच्छा कर सकते हैं, वो विदेशों में रुके। उनमें से कई वापस आए, कई वापस आके चले गए। चेयरमैन सर, वापस आके चले गए। मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं। जब आप विदेश से अच्छी पढ़ाई करके साइंटिस्ट बन के यहां आते हो, साइंटिस्ट बनने के बाद आप क्या चाहोगे? भाई उसे लेबोरेटरी चाहिए। बिना लेबोरेटरी के साइंटिस्ट वैसे ही होता है जैसे बिना पानी के मछली और बिना भाषण का नेता। साइंटिस्ट को आप 2-2, 3-3 साल बिना लेबोरेटरी के अगर आप छोड़ दिए तो साइंटिस्ट 2 साल में उसके काम करने की चेष्टा, उसकी सारा साइंस सब धरा का धरा रह जाता है। फिर 2 साल के बाद वो एक सरकारी नौकर बन जाता है। 2 साल बाद सिर्फ उसकी ये टेंशन रहती है कि मेरे को नौकरी कैसे बचानी है, प्रमोशन कैसे मेरा हो जाए। जैसे तैसे जुगाड़ तुगाड़ करके काम कर लो, काम करके भाई प्रमोशन हो जाए, तनख्वाह तो फिक्स है। मैं किसी के विरुद्ध नहीं कह रहा हूं, मैं वर्क कल्चर की बात कर रहा हूं। तो एक तो कोई वैज्ञानिकों के लिए आपको बेसिक मूलभूत जो सुविधा है वो करानी पड़ेगी। अगर आप ये नहीं करा पाते, अगर हम ये नहीं करा पाते हैं, तो ये सोचना कि देश विकसित होगा, ये दिवा स्वप्न होगा। हम वहीं के वहीं बैठे रहेंगे और ताली बजाते रहेंगे। एक और चीज है मेरिटोक्रेसी। मुझे यह लगता है कि साइंस, विज्ञान, साइंटिस्ट का रिक्रूटमेंट, इनको अपने देश में लाना, यहां पे उनको अच्छे तरीके से प्लेस करना, ये सबकी जिम्मेदारी होती है। अगर हम अच्छे साइंटिस्ट लाकर उनको रिटेन नहीं कर पाए, अच्छे वर्क कल्चर नहीं दे पाए, तो मुझे लगता है सारी सेलिब्रेशंस बेमानी होगी। हमने एक इसरो तो बना लिया, लेकिन सवाल एक इसरो होने से पर्याप्त नहीं है। हमें अपने देश को अगर विकसित बनाना है तो सारे सरकारी इंस्टीट्यूशन और प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशंस में वर्क कल्चर को ठीक करना पड़ेगा। और ये ऑटोमेटिक नहीं होगा, इसके लिए पॉलिटिकल, हर चीज में हमें लगता है कि यार इस पे पॉलिटिक्स मत लाओ, इस पे पॉलिटिक्स मत लाओ, लेकिन अगर पॉलिटिक्स नहीं लाओगे तो कुछ सुधरने वाला नहीं है। इसलिए पॉलिटिक्स लेकर आओ, लेकिन अच्छी पॉलिटिक्स लेकर आओ। अच्छी पॉलिटिक्स लेकर आना है, हम सब लेकर आना है, अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूशन बनाना है। एक बार फिर मैं बधाई देता हूं इसरो के साइंटिस्ट को और देश के उन सभी साइंटिस्ट को जो कम सुविधा के बावजूद इतना प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि ऐसे चीजों पर दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर देश हित में ऐसे काम करें जो भारत को, भारत माता को विकसित और सर्वोच्च बनाए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह।
Thank you, Chairman, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I have been keenly listening to all these speakers, Mr. Jairam Ramesh, Mr. Prasad, Mr. Sandeep Pathak, and Shivaji. Mr. Jairam Ramesh is quite well versed with the subject. We respect him for his studiousness. He has tried to also place some of the facts before the House, and in between try to also talk politics and science, which I shall respond in the course of few minutes, not in very big philosophical platitudes as he did, but in statistical data. Because as students of science, we are taught to speak with facts, figures, and evidence. But before I do that, and leave some thought for him to go home and ponder about, I seek your kind indulgence. प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व की सरकार के मर्यादा के अनुकूल आपकी यदि अनुमति हो, तो गैलरी में बैठे एक हमारे सज्जन हैं, वो अगर खड़े होकर के अपना चेहरा दिखाएंगे सदस्यों को तो अच्छा लगेगा। मिस्टर वीरा मुथुवेल, the project director of Chandrayaan, ladies and gentlemen. You have celebrated Chandrayaan, you have seen Chandrayaan, you have sung Chandrayaan, but this is the culture under the government headed by Prime Minister Modi. With all the patronage and support from all the quarters in the government, this team works in anonymity. And if even there was an iota of politics, it would not have been so. It would have been otherwise. He is not a dynast. He is not there by virtue of being a member of any family. He is there, and he doesn't even boast to be there. And his appointment was made by the present government to oversee Chandrayaan 3, the series of which started with Chandrayaan 1, the clearance of which was given by then Prime Minister Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and the third of series happening under Prime Minister Modi. Now, before I go to the... No, I'll give you full strategy, enough food for thought, but I will not create an unpleasant taste for the House. So let's first celebrate what it is. I think we are first here to celebrate the science and the scientists. If you go back and see the pictures in the archives, Sarabhai carrying launcher vehicle on the bicycle carriage. Who was the Prime Minister at that time? Which was the government at that time? सभापति जी, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों में कभी प्रतिभा की कमी ना थी, योग्यता की कमी ना थी, निष्ठा भी थी, मेहनत करने का जज्बा भी था, आंखों में सपने भी थे, और कुछ ना होते हुए भी कर गुजरने का साहस था, लेकिन अभाव था अनुकूलता का, और वो अभाव अब पूरा हुआ। ये ठीक कहा गया। अब ये जो आंकड़े बताए गए, दिस इज पार्ट ऑफ द हिस्ट्री, आई डोंट थिंक वी हैव टू रिपीट इट, एवरीबडी इज फेमिलियर। यू डोंट इवन नीड अ crorepati question for this. Everybody knows it started in 1962. It began in 1969. You had the ISRO. All that has been given. What is important is that when we started our program in the early and mid-60s, on the one hand, you had Sarabhai, devoid of transport, and on the other hand, you had Soviet Union and United States preparing to land a human being on the surface of moon. So that was the gap, that was the difference, and the distance between the two. And still, this group of young scientists had that courage. Now, what has happened which has led to this quantum leap? Something might have happened. कोई जादू की छड़ी आ गई। अभी हमारे मित्र कह रहे थे कि वैज्ञानिकों को पैसा नहीं दिया जाता, प्रोत्साहन नहीं दिया जाता। उसकी भी मैं बात करूंगा एक एक करके। शायद कुछ एक हाल ही के दस्तावेजों से वो परिचित नहीं है। कुछ तो ऐसा हुआ होगा that we started meeting success now and not then. 3 generations later, इन्होंने कहा कि this is not a military program. ठीक कहा जयराम जी ने, and he complimented for not making it a military program. The question then is, if it was not a military program, then why were the civilians debarred from entering into the premises of Sriharikota? And you had regimented it. It is for the first time that the gates of Sriharikota have been unlocked in 2020. Who was the Prime Minister at that time? I am not going to say. Because this debate is not around Prime Ministers. Unfortunately, it has been sought to be. No, you made it. You made it a Nehruvian debate. I don't want to go into Nehruvian blunders. I am not going into that at all, because I said, with all honesty, we'll talk in facts, figures, on the basis of evidence. We don't even need to name the Prime Minister. I am not naming anybody. But this happened only in 2020. At the time of launching of Chandrayaan, Chairman Sir, there were thousand media persons right at the site watching it with their naked eye. Somebody tweeted from that side, I don't know whether it was Jairam ji himself, कि what is the difference, क्या बड़ा हो गया. I was that time at that side. The landing had just happened 10 minutes earlier, and the media person confronted me. What do you say? ये आया उनका, वो भी विद्वान है. वो कह रहे हैं कि क्या फर्क पड़ा जो इतना शोर हो रहा है. I asked him, when did you come here last? He said, sir, first time. I said, that is the difference. No, this will tell you. अब बात तो आगे चलेगी. तो ये ट्वीट करने का क्या मतलब था? सुनिए बात को. You'll have to. Now the point is, the common man was debarred from even peeping inside the gates. This will address all that is being said. Now they are saying why they were kept away. You had kept the Space Department behind a veil of secrecy. You had regimented it. You had disallowed it to be synergized with all these stakeholders. You had disallowed to the industry to indulge in this. And that is why the progress got halted. It took us 75 years to reach where we have reached. And that has happened after the quantum leap of the last few years. What has happened? Before 2014, there were 4 startups in space, 4. It is embarrassing to say. Between 2020 and today, there are 150 startups. Earlier ones have already turned into entrepreneurs, like Skyroot and others. I'll come to, one of our friends spoke about the science at large, that also I'll come, but let's first celebrate what we are doing. Then it was said, engineering colleges, government engineering colleges, women colleges, this is what Sri Jairamji was saying. And he was saying, why you celebrate 5 IITs only? Thank God we celebrate. These were created by Nehru. But we have never said that our scientists are only from IITs. Even today, the gentleman I have introduced is not from IIT. None of them. And we have also celebrated women scientists, while Mr. Veera Muthul is the project director, the joint director is Kalpana. And of course, for Aditya, as T. Shivaji rightly mentioned, Nijar Sharji from Tamil Nadu. Now you have narrated entire history because you think you are addressing a house which hardly reads science, hardly reads space. So you score 1962, this happened, 1969, Sarabhai died. We know all those details. Sarabhai, I can give you even further details, how he died and what happened. He died from a myocardial infarction. There was a conference in the night, he didn't wake up in the morning. Then Satish Dhawan. No, you have spoken. You have spoken. You have spoken. I'm not yielding. What I'm trying to say is, you are trying to narrate a chronology. You are trying to narrate a chronology simply to subvert the facts. I'm coming to that.
Never from the seat like this.
I didn't interrupt.
Please, no, I don't give you floor.
No, I'm not yielding and I didn't
Please
interrupt.
take your seat. Please continue. No. Don't come in defense of Jairam. Jairam is nothing will go on record. Jairam is competent to defend himself.
I am narrating
and if
all.
there will be an occasion,
I am
I'll give
narrating
opportunity.
both what the past governments did as well as this government does. And I'm not naming the prime ministers. Everybody knows Sarabhai passed away unfortunately at the prime of his life. Satish Dhawan stepped in, and of course he had to, for legacy reasons, the headquarter continues to be in Bangalore. Now who knows Satish Dhawan more? Incidentally, he belonged to Jammu and Kashmir, which many of the friends here may not be aware. Nevertheless, that is besides the point. What I'm trying to say is, need not share these facts just to impose ourselves. Let's actually talk about the facts and figures. Now, when you say what is new, and as it was tweeted, The new is the budget itself. I'm going to come to the funding as a whole, but if you see only the government budget, if you see the space budget alone, there is a 142% increase in the last 9 years. The budget of Department of Space in 2013-14 was 5,168 crore and 96 lakh. You can check, verify. The budget in 2023-24 for Department of Space is 12 crore 5,043 crore 91 lakh, nearly 13,000 crore, almost 3 times increase. Now for the friends who were generalizing, saying what is the science budget, I can give you individually. Overall, if you see all the science departments, the total budget in 2013-14 was 21,025 crore. This year, it is 57,303 crore and 69 lakh. I'm not going to the other departments of science because, for example, even in atomic energy, somebody was referring to atomic energy. It was 7,561 crore in 2013-14, and it is now up 3 times, 25,078 crore. 49. If you go for science and the Department of Science and Technology, it was 7,000 crore in 2013-14. To be precise, 7,051 crore, 74 lakh. Somebody can take down these figures and verify them. In 2023-24, it is more than twice, 16,361 crore and 41 lakh. Now, what more in funding? Our friend who claimed to be a scientist was bemoaning this. What earlier governments did not do and what this government has done. What he was trying to suggest is that we should make it more liberal for funding. Maybe he has not gone through because that day there was so much of din. Unfortunately, discussion could not happen when I brought in the National Research Foundation bill over here, the Anusandhan bill. I wish you were there, we could deliberate on that.
They were not interested. That
has precisely addressed what Honorable Member Mr. Pathak was mentioning, which could not be addressed by the earlier government successively in 75 years, has been addressed now. I'm not going to name who's the Prime Minister. Anusandhan National Research Foundation envisages almost 80% of funding from non-government sources. It was important for India, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Member, Honorable Chairman, sir, because if we have to grow globally, we have to live up to global parameters, we have to be ready for global challenges, and we have to beat them in the global strategies. America already had a foundation. I'm sure he must be aware, claiming that he is scientist from abroad. The National Research Society. Some of the European countries had, like Germany. Why didn't we have? Why did we have to wait 14 prime ministers? Why we waited for 14 prime ministers? Who will answer this? And this is all based on facts and figures. You can check it. Today, we have National Research Foundation in the form of...
We will resume at 2 p.m. The House stands adjourned to meet at 2 p.m. today. Dr. Jitendra Singh to resume.
Sir. When I left, we were talking about some statistical figures. As I promised in the beginning, I shall talk only science in science and not referring to what happened under which Prime Minister, and let the House decide. So picking up from my last observation, there is a 142.68% increase in the space budget between 2013-14 and 2023-24. If in 2013-2014 it was 5,168 crore and 96 lakh, this year it was 12,543.91 crore. I agree with what was being said, that there was activity happening earlier also, and private participation having earlier also. But as I said, the figure was so dismal. Only 4 space startups in 2014. Today we have 150. And that has been possible because a new arrangement was set up. An interface was set up which is known as InSpace, which facilitates the engagement of industry. And it is headed by a non-government person, a person from the corporate sector, who is presently heading. At the same time, a PSU was also set in, called NSIL, New Space India Limited, in order to engage in collaborations. And this is what has given the outcomes, a multiple or a many-fold investment. So there is a huge synergy now between research, academia, startups and industry. And in certain ways and in certain projects, industry has quite a meaty contribution. Then I was referring to Anusandhan, which has just come in, and that is where I had to stop. Out of the 50,000 crore budget that has been envisaged for 5 years in Anusandhan National Research Foundation, you will be glad to know as much as 36,000 crore, almost 70%, is going to come from non-government sources. And this has happened only 6 months back. I don't have to say who was the Prime Minister. And this will pave the way for a greater involvement of the industry, because I personally also believe the time is gone when there used to be a demarcation for private and public sectors. And if we have to grow further from where we are, and as the Honorable Prime Minister keeps reiterating, the Amrit Kal at the end of 2047, and if we have to be a global player and decide a global leadership for us, we have to meet the global challenges, live up to the global parameters, and have to have the global strategies. Now, this National Research Foundation was a concept being practiced in US and also some of the European countries. Why had we to wait for 6 decades, and who all were the prime ministers in between? I leave it at that. Now, as far as the foreign engagement is concerned, or the other, it was said that the satellites were being launched earlier also. Yes, I am not denying what is true. I am only adding to the half-truth said. The total number of foreign satellites, because this process, yes, it first happened in 1990, till date is 424. Now, what I am trying to say, the next sentence is interesting. Out of 424 satellites launched since 1990s, as many as 389, more than 90%, launched in the last 9 years, which was the government, who was the Prime Minister. We have so far earned 174 million US dollars from the launching of the foreign satellites. Out of these 174 million US dollars, as much as $157 million have been earned only in the last 9 years. Which was the government, who was the ruler, that I don't have to spell out. The figures speak for themselves. Out of the European satellites launched so far in the last nearly 30 years, or more than that, the total revenue generated is 256 million euros. Out of which, interestingly, out of 256 million euros, 223, almost 90%, earned in the last 9 years. Which means the scale has gone up, the speed has gone up, and therefore there is, as I said, a huge jump that has happened. Now, I think credit should be given to our scientists and the kind of patronage, as I said in the beginning, and was very well being also put out by Honorable Jairamji. We had scientists like Sarabhai, brilliant scientists, Homi Baba, another brilliant scientist. Incidentally, he came to India for a vacation or a holiday, and the war broke out. He couldn't go back. By that time, the independence was in the offing. Then he stayed back. But nevertheless, the point is that we had to wait all these years for so many things to happen which could have happened earlier. I'm sure somebody would analyze why this couldn't have happened earlier. If we had the human resource, what was lacking? And what did not happen has happened. And what could have happened, why didn't it happen? Now and of course, the acumen was so much, and I'm saying so also because the people should know and appreciate it. Our Chandrayaan has cost us just 600 crore. Whereas the simultaneous lunar mission, which did not prove to be successful, cost just 16,000 crore. So our scientists working in huge financial constraint admirably made up for that by investing cerebral assets. So we might be lacking in financial assets. So what we were doing, we moved out, took about 20 circles around the earth, used the gravitational force. It was like driving a car in a neutral gear in order to save the fuel. Then we immediately trajected out, went into the lunar orbit, spent about 40 circles around the moon. It took us about 30-40 days, quite in contrast to the Russian mission that happened simultaneously. But we saved on it. So in the process, I think I have to compliment the scientific community of India. They have given the world the concept of cost-effective space missions by producing missions which are not even 1/10 of the cost of the other missions. Our Aditya mission, which was very rightly applauded by Honorable Jairamji and others, has cost us just about 380 crore. So what I'm trying to say is, but which would also, I think, on the other side, give us an idea that if we did not have the constraints that the scientists were confronted with, they could have gone much higher. And that is what has been sought to be provided in the last few years. It's not giving credit to anybody or taking credit to anybody. The processes were there, but they have been sought to be given a new global outlook. Now, if you go only by the figures, I think the record of sending up 104 satellites, the world record, was set up in February 15th, 2017. I don't have to say which was the government. The first GSLV Mark III was sent up on 5th June 2017. Record number of foreign satellites in single go, 31. 31 satellites, out of which 28 were foreign, were sent up on 12th June 2018. And in 2017, 5th of May, a South Asian satellite, which sometimes popularly described as SARC satellite, which is catering to all kinds of inputs to the neighboring countries, including Bhutan, Nepal, Bangladesh. Unfortunately, Pakistan chose to remain out of it to its own disadvantage. So we are now in a position also to provide inputs and useful information to the neighboring countries, very much in the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat and also in the same spirit of the vaccine Maitri, a country which hardly had the concept of protective healthcare. Even if we fell sick, we leave it to God. If you get well, it is mother's blessing. If you don't get well, it is Pishle Janam ka karma. Because of our, maybe also partly because of our socio-economic constraints. Even the concept of healthcare was not socially commanding that kind of, or culturally commanding that kind of priority. That country today has become a leader in protective healthcare by providing first ever DNA vaccine and gifting it to the world. So in the same spirit, the space technology now also being provided for the benefit of the other countries. The other part of it is, which has very conspicuously happened in the last 8-9 years, is that we have not confined ourselves only to the launching of rockets. Rockets catch nations' fancy, as they did. The entire nation was glued to the screen when this landing happened, and that again also because the gates had been opened up. The whole country took it as their own mission. Earlier on, what happened? You had a launching in the remote corner of a newspaper column. You would see a single column news, Sriharikota. You could not make out even where the Sriharikota was located. Now we are getting tourists there. We are getting visitors there. We are getting boys and girls. We had 10,000 spectators to watch Aditya launch in comparison to just 10 of the team members we used to have in 2014. And from all sections of society. So if we have to move on, as I said, in a synergized manner, we have to involve. It has to be whole of government plus whole of nation effort. And that is precisely has happened now, which has led to the generation of cumulative, collective human resource as well as knowledge resource. The other part is, as I was mentioning, the late 9 years, we have not only confined ourselves to the launching of rockets. Space technology today is being applied virtually in every sectoral development projects, or every sector. And I have no hesitation to say that space technology has entered every Indian household. Some of us may not realize that it has already happened. Floods and disasters, of course, we are ahead of others. Somebody the other day said, what would be the benefit of spending 600 crore on Chandrayaan? Many of us don't realize the amount that has been saved by averting disasters through space technology is much, much more than the amount spent on Chandrayaan. So in the age of figures, statistics and evidence, I can't say I am saying so, that's I'm true, or anybody else says so. And it's also gone are the days when I would say I'm more experienced and wiser than you, or I'm more grey-haired. Today,
Sir, I don't see grey hair.
Sorry, sir.
I see grey material, but grey hair is not visible.
Sir, all kinds of colors are available in the market today. Sir, with you, person like you, inspiring chairman, I think it motivates everybody to use the kind of color he or she wants.
For grey hair, you can look to Jairam Ramesh. Complete grey hair.
I can share some with him. Emulated in the rest of the world also is our Swamittva program, which, as I said, this is working through whole of government. We have the rural development department in that, the revenue. This is mapping of the land, mapping of the farms, using space technology and drones. which brings in more of transparency, less of corruption. You don't have to make rounds of the revenue officer. You can yourself access it. And I think out of nearly 6 lakh inhabited panchayats, almost 3 lakhs or so are completed through this program. The railway tracks laying and the unmanned railway crossings. Telemedicine, of course, I don't have to mention. Agriculture sector. Virtually in every sphere of life and every sphere of sectoral development, we have the space technology now. Now, I think time has come, as I agree with most of the members who very optimistically concluded it. The measure of our success is always relative. The Einstein theory has survived on that. So what is important is, as was being mentioned by someone, that US landed a human being in 1969. True. If you recall, and those who are the keen watchers would remember, Neil Armstrong landed there, took a stroll. BBC captured a film. That was the main news agency those days. And he made a famous statement which has gone down in the history. He said, "One small step for man, giant step for mankind." He said so, no doubt, but he could notice the presence of water, even though he had a stroll around. It was our Chandrayaan, which later on went and got the evidence of the water molecules, the H2O, which could give a direct or an indirect indication of the possibility of human habitat. और सभापति महोदय जो कहानियां हम सुना करते थे तस्वुर में कि चांद पर क्या होता होगा, लोग बसते हैं कि नहीं बसते, बसते तो कैसे हैं, वहां पे परियां नाचती होंगी, उन पहेलियों का वैज्ञानिक उत्तर ढूंढने की प्रेरणा अगर किसी ने दी तो हमारे चंद्रयान ने दी. And I think also one of the best examples of combining our traditional knowledge, which is our asset, with the most modern cutting-edge technology. विमान का नाम चंद्रयान, जहां वो पहुंचा वो शिव शक्ति, लेकिन जो उसकी इनपुट्स आ रही हैं हमसे भी कहीं पहले नासा उपलब्ध करवा रहा है, because that's a virgin area, virgin territory. Nobody had ever ventured there, could have. So even those agencies we started much before us. Now that takes us to the other inference. We are today at par as far as science, technology, innovation capabilities are concerned with any other country of the world. In some spheres, we have even moved one step ahead. And again, to give you an evidence example, I'm not talking which government. Television happened in USA in 1950s. All the London members of the upper house know that in 1960, the famous presidential election was finally determined by the outcome of a TV debate between John Kennedy and Richard Nixon, which turned the tables against Nixon. We in India did not have a clue about what is all this about. What is TV? What is debate? How does it happen? We saw TV for the first time sometime close to 1970, that to a weekly Chitrahar. Which government, which head of government, I'm not saying. Today, even computer came 15 years later. Today, quantum technology, the latest cutting-edge technology. We are among 5 or 6 countries in the world which are into it. We are among the first who have mission quantum technology launched just 6 months back, under whom I need not say. And we are at the same level, R&D level, because in scientific projects we have different levels. We have not yet gone into application level, but if they are in the research and development, we too. Otherwise, what would happen? Television would have become popular in America. They would have indulged in TV debates for elections. And then we would suddenly waken up to something called this new discovery. Similarly, in space technology, as has been said, we are already among the first 2 or 3. Now comes the space economy. True, our space economy is not something that we can boast of. But I do have the courage to say that this is a cumulative effect of the last 60, 70 years since we have started. Today, we are only 8 billion space economy. I am very humbly, modestly admitting it. But our projection for 2040 is 40 billion. So if since 1960s, as was being said, till 2000, second decade or third decade, we reach 8 billion. In the next 15 years, we'll reach 40 billion. But the most interesting part is that only a few days back, I think hardly a week back, we had a famous report called ADL report, one of the international reports, the Arthur D. Little report. They keep making such projections. The report says that India could go up to not 40 but $100 billion economy by 2040. In other words, my own projection about myself is lesser than what the others are thinking about me. Which means the world today has recognized the quantum jump that India has undertaken, the fast track in which it is moving. Now our startups, as was being mentioned by some other members, in 2014 we were only 350 to 400 startups. Which government? All members are learned enough. In 2016, Stand Up India, Start Up India policy was launched from the ramparts of Red Fort, announcement made in the Independence Day address by the Prime Minister. Within a few years today, Honorable Chairman, sir, we are 125,000 startups. More than 110 unicorns. And what I'm not saying, the ruling party not saying, the Treasury bench is not saying, the world is saying, India has suddenly jumped up to the third position in startup ecosystem in the world. Now, if it has happened now, how can we help it? But if it has happened now, something must have been contributed to make this happen. Some enabling milieu might have been created, some enabling provisions might have been created. Similarly, in Global Innovation Index, again, not mine, not yours, internationally determined parameter and recognized. In 2013-14, we were 81 position. Today, we have jumped 41 positions and we are at number 40. Now, is this not a matter of pride for each one of us? And when we talk of space economy, we can foresee that space economy is going to be a major contributor in India's future economy as well. And we have jumped.
One second. Sorry. Honorable members, I have got an input from some members in writing. They say, many of us feel it is so cold. One thing is very good. The Secretary General will take steps to moderate the temperature. And another significant facet, we are not generating heat. We are in full collaboration. The Honorable Minister must have been a very serious student of Shakespeare. He, in his speech, has taken to Julius Caesar, and our Jairam Ramesh has not interrupted him. Please go ahead. Temperature.
Right, sir. The Aditya is going to study this part also. The thermal aspects, the magnetic aspects, and the solar aspects emanating from the sun. How effectively could the possible harmful effects be avoided, and to what extent this could be put to advantage for those living on planet Earth. So coming back, Global Innovation Index and International Index, we have come up 41 positions in 9 years. Overall space economy is going to be an important part of it. We are today fifth. And I think in many quarters, more celebration is done when it is said that we have overtaken United Kingdom. So just as we have overtaken United Kingdom, some people also feel rejoiced that we are now launching US satellites. What I'm trying to say is that the now world looks up to us. Gone are the days when India used to be led by others. Today, the world is ready to be led by India under Prime Minister Modi. Biotechnology. Now, how can I say, unless the Prime Minister changes, I cannot help it. You have to accept it. Now, biotechnology. We were only 50 startups in 2014. 50. We could not even say this very respectfully. 50. With the new provisions brought in, now we are going to have biomanufacturing policy also. It has gone up today to 6,000. Our bioeconomy was $10 billion in 2014, 13-14. Today, it has gone up 8 times to $80 billion. So, in 70 years or 65 years, we reached 10 billion. In 9 years, we reached 8 billion, 80 billion. So, 8 times increase in 8 years or 9 years. For a country which has a huge bio resource, sir. We have a wide range of Himalayas, 3-4 states in the lap of Himalayas, Arunachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Himachal, Jammu Kashmir, I don't have to need all. We have 7,500 kilometer long coastal area, the longest in the world, beginning from Odisha up to the Maharashtra. The seabed full of minerals, metals and biodiversities and the biosources. And now we have also launched Samundaryaan under the Ministry of Earth Sciences to explore that wealth. And I'm sure, sir, given your kind of penchant and humor, you would appreciate, we are the only country which has an ocean named us, Indian Ocean. The other day I was telling some friends from Australia, you come from a place which is a country, which is an island, which is a continent, Australia. But the ocean is not known as Australian Ocean. Because my forefathers must have foreseen the huge wealth lying inside. और उस अपार संपत्ति को निकालने का काम भी अभी शुरू हुआ पिछले 5 साल में समुद्रयान में. समुद्र तो वहीं था. I'm not. Yes. ठीक है, भारत ओशन रख लीजिए. Good. Welcome. Good suggestion. Well taken.
I think that is the sense of the House.
No, I think there is a sense of acceptance. I'm glad.
Please continue. Yes, sir. Continue. Okay, Honorable Minister, continue.
So these exclusive resources which will contribute to our economy and which are primarily scientifically driven, Aroma mission has happened only in the last 5 years. India has given the world purple revolution, which is known as purple revolution. It's begun from the Himalayan states, now being also emulated by others. Cultivation and production of aroma products, lavender products, and giving competition to some of the imported products, including their perfumes, etc., confectionery. So all this has not only given a sense of science, a sense of esteem to science and scientists, this has also given a sense of esteem to the common citizen of India. Now somebody was saying, what is done for the scientists to come back and what has happened to the education? Though this discussion is not per se related to education, but of course, scientists have to undergo some kind of an education. We had an education policy, I have, at the risk of sounding unorthodox, Chairman, sir, I would say, we had education policy which was unable to give us the best of the merit as far as scientists are concerned. And that anomaly is sought to be created through National Education Policy 2020. No, I'll tell you, false. I'll tell you how it is. No, the professor will understand better. If I did class 12, my parents wanted me to be a doctor. I didn't manage it to medical college. What do I do? What do I do? I do graduation. Which subject? Biology or botany? I can't go to any other subject. Professor knows it better. Then after graduation, what do I do? Yeah, that's what I'm coming to. I go for civil service exam. If I make it good, if I don't, then what do I do? I go for embassy. Again, same subjects. Botany, zoology. No, I can't go to economics. It is the national, and finally, you either do PhD, become scientist or whatever, so it was happening by default. Now you have given credential to aptitude, to talent, to the inherent capacity. You have exit-entry provision. You can change your subjects after class 12 if you are not, you are no longer prisoner of the aspiration. You can combine science with economics. I'm not yielding. I'm not yielding. Please go through the NEP 2020 document, then we'll have a debate. You've not gone through that. After class 12, I can change my medical subjects, I go over to economics. Was it not there? Why was it not there before? So I can, look here. No. You please go through the draft, then we'll go. We'll come to it. Secondly, and this National Education Policy 2020, this National Education Policy 2020 has happened in 2020. The name indicates. The name aptitudes, science capabilities, and science human resource at multiple levels. The level of funding, level of encouraging, level of also the exercising of choice and preferences. And therefore, I can go on and on, but I would finally just conclude by saying, because I have taken more than the time required, that it is a moment to celebrate. And I think there's anything otherwise that should be in anybody's mind. Absolutely. Yes. And those who facilitate them. No. If you are serving a class, if a scientist is working 24 hours and like a good Samaritan, you offer him a cup of tea, do I not appreciate you? Yes, that's what we are doing. We are offering them funds when they require it. We are offering them environment when they require it. We are offering them freedom when they require it. We are offering them synergy when we require it. And we have liberated them from those self-imposed shackles. We have liberated them from this. And this has happened in the last 9 years. And the whole world. Today, sir, just to conclude, as I said, I am not saying, Treasury not saying, during Prime Minister's US visit. Now, I can't help it. It's been there in public domain. US solicited that our astronauts should be accompanying to the International Space Station. That means they have recognized the worth of our astronauts. Now, what do I do? If the opposition members have a problem with that, it's not you are my well-wisher, T. Sabaji, or otherwise? I know.
It says Parliamentary Affairs Minister. He is Science and Technology Minister.
No,
please.
No, I am concluding. No, sir, I'll conclude.
Friends, we are looking at all situations. Several small and minor things have to be done. No effort will be spared. I have requested the members and leaders to make suggestions to me also. And I had an occasion to get their inputs also. We need only some breathing. We are having...
I won't take long. The Americans today solicit that our astronauts should be accompanying them to the International Space Station. That means they recognize our capability. The Americans today suggest that we should be part of their semiconductor consortium. That means they think we have some value addition to do with them. The Americans today want us to be part of the Artemis Agreement. So I think without any pride or prejudice, regardless of which side we are sitting, this is something to celebrate. The Chandrayaan was a moment of glory for India, and I don't think anybody can deny that. And now, of course, next, as Jairamji said, now we will be going ahead with Gaganyaan. And just to share a small bit of information, we got delayed because of the COVID and the supply chain problems. We would be shortly sending the first trial mission, which will be non-human, just go quite a few miles, follow the itinerary. Then the second human mission will again be non-human, but it will mimic a human mission. It will be a robo mission with a female robo scientist, Vayomitra, maybe possibly by the beginning of next year. And finally, as was being said by the honorable member, in 2024, Gaganyaan, the first human being, though our human being had been there, now again you would say, Rakesh Sharma went there and he told Mrs. Gandhi, Sare jahan se acha. वो भी तक बचता है. But we conveniently forget that was Soviet mission. A total indigenous mission from nut bolt is now in the offing. And that is why the world today looks up to us and recognizes us as a partner who is equally engageable and maybe a force to reckon with in the times to come. Thank you, Chairman, sir.
Honorable members, it is very soothing from all sides. We are having a scholarly debate. This will send a very good message, and I am sure it will continue. Srimati Sulata Dev.
Jai Jagannath, Honorable Chairman, sir. India's glorious space journey marked by the successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3. सुबह से सुन रही हूँ, अभी मंत्री जी को भी मैं सुनी. एक बात मैं बोलूँगी, विक्रम साराभाई, होमी भाभा, एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम जी को मेरा यहीं से नमन है, श्रद्धांजलि है. सारे जो साइंटिस्ट जो हम लोगों के बीच में नहीं है, जिनका स्वप्न था, ये स्वप्न आज पूरा हुआ. चंद्रयान-3 का सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग. जब हम लोग 2019 में चंद्रयान-2 का प्रक्षेपण किए थे, चंद्रयान-2 बस कुछ तकनीकी खराबी के कारण सक्सेसफुल सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग नहीं हो पाया. मुझे तब भी याद है, न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स ने हम लोगों को कार्टून में एक सटायर करके लिखा था. आज अभी माननीय मंत्री जी बोल रहे थे, वही अमेरिका आज हमारे साथ काम करना चाह रहा है. ये है हमारा भारत, जो कर दिखाने की क्षमता रखता है. एक बात है, एक कहावत है, पानी में तैर के कश्ती पार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती. जो कोशिश भारत ने किया, वो कोशिश कहीं ना कहीं आज सक्सेस हुआ. मैं एक बोलूँगी कि जब 2019 का चंद्रयान का फेल्योर हुआ था, ये जब चंद्रयान-3 हम लोग भेजे, कहीं ना कहीं उसको बहुत मॉडिफाई किया गया था, जिसके वजह से ये सक्सेसफुल सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग हो पाया. सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग का माने है कि सेफली लैंडिंग हो पाया. ये कहीं कम बात नहीं है, जबकि जुलाई में जो हम लोग ने भेजा इसरो से चंद्रयान-3 को, 3,84,000 किलोमीटर, 84,400 किलोमीटर पार करके वो जाके सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग किया. अगस्त 23 को भारत नहीं, सारे विश्व का नज़र भारत के ऊपर था, चंद्रयान-3 के ऊपर था, कैसे लैंड कर रहा है. ये है हमारे भारत के वैज्ञानिकों का जो काम वो किए, वो काम सबको पूरा दुनिया में सारे देखे. मैं अभी भी कहूँगी कि स्वतंत्रता के बाद भारत ने अपने अंतरिक्ष क्षेत्र में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए और चंद्रयान 1 और चंद्रयान 2 जैसे मिशन को प्रक्षेपित किया। भारतीय अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान संगठन इसरो ने चंद्रयान 3 मिशन के तहत चंद्रमा की सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग के लिए प्रयास किया। चंद्रयान 3 का मुख्य उद्देश्य चंद्रमा के सतह पर नर्म स्पर्श सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग करना था, जिससे वो वैज्ञानिक डाटा और जानकारी प्राप्त की जा सकती थी। ये मिशन भारत के अंतरिक्ष क्षेत्र में अद्वितीय तकनीकी और अन्वेषण क्षमताओं की प्रतीक है। चंद्रयान 3 का सफल निर्देशन और डाटा संग्रह की मदद से वैज्ञानिक समुदाय को मूल्यवान जानकारी मिलेगी, जो अंतरिक्ष और चंद्रमा की समझ में मदद करेगी। चंद्रयान 3 के सफल लैंडिंग में भारत ने अपनी अंतरिक्ष मिशन में एक और महत्वपूर्ण कदम बढ़ाया है और विश्व भर में अपनी तकनीकी का प्रदर्शन किया है। इस सफलता के साथ भारत ने अंतरिक्ष और विज्ञान में अपनी प्रतिष्ठा बढ़ाई है और विश्व भर में एक महत्वपूर्ण खिलाड़ी बन गया है। चंद्रयान 3 के माध्यम से भारत ने चंद्रमा के सतह पर विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में नए अवसरों की और कदम बढ़ाई है और अगले मिशन के लिए साथी डेटा प्राप्त किया है। इस मिशन के माध्यम से भारत ने अंतरिक्ष में जानकारी और वैज्ञानिक सामर्थ्य के सुधारने की संकेत दिया है और ये देश का विकास के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। चंद्रयान 3 के सफलता ने भारत की अंतरिक्ष मिशन की अगली पीढ़ियों के लिए प्रेरित किया है और दुनिया को दिखाया है कि भारत अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान में मान्यता प्राप्त करने के लिए तैयार है। मैं अभी भी बोलूँगी, रूस, अमेरिका और चाइना के बाद भारत एक चतुर्थ कंट्री है जो चंद्रमा पे लैंड किया है और देखा जाए तो भारत पहला वो कंट्री है जो साउथ पोलर रीजन पर लैंड किया है। एक कोई कम बड़ी कथा नहीं है, क्योंकि जो कंट्री हम लोगों को आंखों से नहीं देखते थे, आड़े आंख से नहीं देखते थे, आज वो हम लोगों की सराहना कर रहे हैं। चेयरमैन इसरो एस सोमनाथ जी के साथ में जितने सारे वैज्ञानिक थे, उसमें मैं गर्व के साथ कहूँगी 100 से भी अधिक वैज्ञानिक और इंजीनियर्स महिला थे जिन लोगों ने ये चंद्रयान 3 को लॉन्चिंग में टेकअप किया, जिसमें से असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर कल्पना जी भी थी। और मैं और एक बात गर्व के साथ कहूँगी कि मेरे स्टेट ओडिशा से बहुत सारे यंग साइंटिस्ट देखा जाए तो इसरो में काम करते हैं। उसमें से 4 युवा साइंटिस्ट चंद्रयान 3 के लॉन्चिंग में शामिल थे। देबाशीष महापात्र फ्रॉम ब्रह्मपुर, के नागाराजू फ्रॉम ब्रह्मपुर, डॉक्टर शरद कुमार दास ढेंकानाल, सुशील कुमार नायक केंद्रापड़ा। जब ये ओडिशा की बात आती है, मैं फिर बोलूँगी 1984 में ओडिशा में स्पेस एप्लीकेशन सेंटर ओरसाक का स्थापना हुई, जो एक अपेक्स बॉडी है ओडिशा में। स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ साथ ओरसाक आईटी प्रोजेक्ट्स लाइक जीआईएस, जीपीएस बेस्ड रिमोट सेंसिंग में भी अपना योगदान दे रहा है। ओरसाक आज भी ग्रामसैट और एजुसैट प्रोग्राम को चला रहा है। उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट, और एक बात से मुझे गर्व होता है मेरे सरकार के ऊपर, मेरे मुख्यमंत्री के ऊपर और मेरे स्वर्गत मुख्यमंत्री बिजू बाबू के ऊपर। उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट अपना एक व्हीलर द्वीप है जो भद्रक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में उड़ीसा में है, जो व्हीलर द्वीप को एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम द्वीप में नामित किया गया, एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम की 2nd डेथ एनिवर्सरी पर। और उससे भी बड़ी बात है, स्वर्गत बिजू पटनायक जो फॉर्मर चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, उन्होंने एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम के रिक्वेस्ट पर वो व्हीलर द्वीप को मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस को अलर्ट किया था। कहीं ना कहीं हमारा जो योगदान है वो भी सराहनीय होगा, क्योंकि साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में सबका, सारे स्टेट का, पूरा कंट्री में योगदान होना चाहिए। अगर सब कुछ ठीक रहा तो मेड इन ओडिशा मिनिएचर सैटेलाइट क्यूबसैट बहुत ही जल्द ओडिशा की नेचुरल कैलामिटीज लाइक साइक्लोन और साइबर सिक्योरिटी को बढ़ावा देने, साइबर सिक्योरिटी को कैसे रोका जाए उसके लिए काम करेगा। भुवनेश्वर बेस्ड सिलिकॉन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी ने पैक्ट साइन किया है क्रिस्टल और एरोस्पेस प्राइवेट बेंगलुरु टू डेवलप द सैटेलाइट, जो कि इसरो के जरिए लॉन्च होगा। मैं अभी भी यही कहूँगी कि आज भारत को सारे विश्व देख रहा है। ये जो स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी है, ये
माननीय सदस्य आपका टाइम,
ये 1 मिनट में ख़त्म कर रही हूँ। ये जो स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी है, ये कहीं ना कहीं हम लोगों को बहुत आगे लेके जाएगा, भारत के इकोनॉमी को भी आगे लेके जाएगा, क्योंकि आज इसरो ने ये साबित कर दिया कि हम लोग सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग कर सकते हैं। इसके वजह से इंटरनेशनली जितना इम्पोर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट रहेगा स्पेस का, जैसे नासा को मिल रहा है वैसे हम लोगों को भी मिलेगा। स्टार्टअप में भी हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे। इसरो के माध्यम से ऑलरेडी स्टार्टअप में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और इसरो इसको गाइड कर रहा है। आगे ऐसे अगर चलता रहा तो हमारे साइंटिस्ट को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को और भी काम मिलेगा। ये भारतवर्ष 2040 में $100 बिलियन का ये काम होगा, जहां पर स्पेस का स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी में शामिल हो पाएगा और स्पेस में उसका अर्थनीति बढ़ेगा। मैं इतना ही कहूँगी। और सारे साइंटिस्ट, मैं यहाँ के सारे जितने भी जो भी लोग ये चंद्रयान 3 को लॉन्च करने में, सफल लॉन्चिंग में उनका हाथ रहा, मैं सबको यहाँ से तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार हूँ। और मैं भारत की नागरिक हूँ, इसके लिए मैं खुद गर्वित हूँ। नमस्कार, वंदे उत्कल जननी।
धन्यवाद। माननीय सदस्य श्री बी विजय साई रेड्डी।
Thank you, Vice Chairperson, Madam. Thank you for the opportunity you have given. Madam, with the recent landing of Chandrayaan 3 on the moon, has solidified India's position as a world leader in space travel. The first country, India is the first country to land on the south pole of the moon, and which no other country has done so far. And this is a matter of immense pride for all the people of India. So we appreciate the scientists and the government in this regard. Madam, my friend Ramesh ji is not there, so he is coming now. Madam, my friend extensively spoke about the professionalism in ISRO, science research. My friend spoke extensively about the political interference. My friend has spoken extensively about the freedom and also budgetary resources. And he has claimed that it is in 1962 which the science and technology research in space has started. Yes, that's correct. But if I don't bring to the notice, your kind notice, one particular fact, incident which has occurred, probably I will not be doing justice to that. The injustice the Congress party has done to the scientists, to the community, scientist community, has to be disclosed in this, has to be discussed in this August House. It is the Congress party. Congress party has got the legacy of scientific intellect, stifling the scientific intellect. Stifling the scientific intellect. Unfortunate case, which you might have forgotten, but we will not forget. Just remind the case of Nambi Narayanan. The injustice what you have done to the scientific community, scientist community. It's a case to be discussed, and which I should bring it to the notice. It is the Congress party that was in power, both at the center and also in Kerala. It is the Congress party which has foisted the cases. Congress party has got the habit of foisting the false cases on many politicians. And it is not, and they have foisted not only on politicians, they have foisted even on the scientists also. Please, When you spoke, I was silent. Please,
प्लीज शांत रहिए.
madam, it is the Congress party.
माननीय सदस्य.
Please,
अब
it is the madam. Please listen to me. Don't listen to them. Madam, it is the Congress party. I have to say.
बात रिकॉर्ड नहीं होगी.
Madam, Vice Chairperson, madam, don't look at them. Please look at me, madam. It is the Congress party. It is the Congress party which has put Nambi Narayanan in jail for 50 days. Shame. And subjected to him the torture, subjected him to torture. And they have done so with zero proof against Nambi Narayanan. There was absolutely no evidence, but however, they have foisted the false cases on him. And they have harassed the scientists and the scientist community at large to fulfill their political vendetta. This is not good for the country. Madam, everyone knows in this country the reality. In that particular case, what happened in this particular case? Finally, the Honorable Supreme Court has come to the rescue, and Supreme Court has categorically stated that the arrest was wrongful, illegal and unlawful, and therefore ordered probe into the matter against the officers who have foisted the false cases. This has to be taken note of, madam. This is the habit of Congress party. Habitual habit. Madam, Vice Chairperson, madam, don't look at them, madam. They have the tendency and habit of disturbing the country and disturbing the people. So don't look at them. Madam, while my friend Ramesh ji claims that they have started in 1962, on the other hand, the BJP claims that they have done everything from 2014 onwards. Yes, from 2014 onwards, there is a rapid improvement and there is significant development. And madam, in between Congress party and BJP, I have to state here that leader of opposition of Andhra Pradesh, he comes in between and claims that he has done a lot in the science and research technology. And leader of opposition of Andhra Pradesh. Leader of opposition of Andhra Pradesh. Please. Leader of opposition of Andhra Pradesh in several times, on many occasions, has claimed that he has invented the computer, and he is the founding father of the space research. And he is the person who has invented the cell phone also. Madam. The leader, Mr. KK, please sit down. I am not yielding. Please sit down. Madam, don't look at him. I am not yielding to them. Shivaji, KK, you have no right to speak. You have no right to indulge in my man. You have no right. You are absolutely doing wrong. Please say it. When I am speaking, who are you to intervene when I am speaking? It is vice chairperson who can prevent me, not you. Please sit. Shivaji, please sit. No, you also address the chair. Madam, please listen to me. My request to you is, it is for the good of the country. It is for the good of the country. The leader of opposition of Andhra Pradesh, who is claiming that he is the founding father of everything, you investigate the case. You find out the facts, whether he has really invented everything. Invented information technology, invented for computer, invented cell phone, If that is true, we can, India can claim the patent rights on that, and India would be getting all manufacturing, hardware manufacturing companies and software companies and also the cell phone companies would be making billions of rupees towards the patent rights India will have if Chandrababu Naidu claim is correct. Madam, next issue, madam. No point of order when debate is going on. No point of order. Entire opposition is anarchic. Anarchic party. Congress party is anarchic party. And these parties have joined with Congress party and make the country anarchic party. Madam, please. Please listen to me, madam. Don't look at them.
क्या करें? बैठिए, बैठिए. Please,
madam,
please,
coming to the budget.
Please, बैठिए.
Coming to the budget.
Please, बैठिए. Please.
Madam, Vice Chairperson, madam, coming to the budget.
अब शुरू करें.
मैडम बोलिए, सभी व्यवस्था बना रखें जो मेंबर बोल रहे हैं वही
India's
बोर्ड पे
space
जाएगा.
program has the budget of $2 billion, whereas
सभी व्यवस्था क्या
NASA
है?
has got
आप शांत रहिए.
NASA of
सभी
America
व्यवस्था
has
किया
got the
जाएगा. आप
budget of
शांत रहिए.
31 times bigger than India's budget, which is at $62 billion. Let them make noise, whatever they want to make, let them make noise. But they can't. It can't deter me from exposing other parties. It can't deter me from exposing Chandrababu Naidu. Madam, anarchic, I have already told that these parties are anarchic parties. They are interested in disturbing the country. Madam, please look at me. Madam, Mangalyaan was the cheapest mission, most economical mission. It is economical mission, which was completed at 450 crore. Madam, the budget of Chandrayaan 3 was very cost effective and the mission costed only 615 crores. And we need to appreciate the government and Narendra Bhai Modi in this regard. Madam, the lower than... Madam, I have no hesitation to say, that the cost of Chandrayaan 3, which is at 615 crore, which is lower than the budget of Blockbuster movie, which Blockbuster movie, it is less than the cost of Blockbuster movie, which costs around 700 to 800 crores of rupees. We need to appreciate Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister in this regard. Madam, the question now is, if ISRO can achieve with so much of little financial resources, just imagine how much it can achieve with more resources, which Congress party has not provided during its 50 years of rule.
कुछ आपत्तिजनक बात होगा तो जांच किया जाएगा. आप बैठिए, जांच किया जाएगा.
The budget in 2023-24, Department of Space Expenditure was slashed by 8%, and I request the government of India not to slash the expenditure budget in this regard, madam. Madam, last year the expenditure was revised down by 23% from the budget estimate of 13,700 crores to the revised estimate of 10,530 crores. Madam, the biggest cut for the space technology under the central sector schemes, which was slashed by 1,094 crores, madam. Global comparison. I have already...
So much nice. Let us keep quiet.
Madam, I have already told...
Why are you coming from?
I have already told that the Congress party has learned over a period of 50 years of rule, over a period of 50 years of their rule, how the anarchy could be. Madam, the global comparison. Madam, NASA was founded only 4 years before ISRO was founded, but since then NASA has undertaken 1,000 missions, and whereas ISRO stands at little over 500 missions. My point, madam, in this regard is, if ISRO is provided with adequate funds, it can achieve more than what NASA can achieve. Madam, coming to 2021, China has 55 launches. We had only 2 launches compared to India's launch vehicle, the 4-tonner GSLV Mk3. China has long March 5 rocket, is capable of carrying 5 times more payload. Please. Therefore, I request the government and Honorable Prime Minister to increase the number of launches. Madam, I am not yielding. Whether he is LOP or anybody, I am not yielding. Madam, Vice Chairman, Madam. Vice Chairperson, Madam. Vice Chairperson, Madam. I am not yielding. Let him be leader of opposition. I am not yielding. If you want to give priority to leader of opposition, you can give priority to leader of opposition. But I am not yielding. I am not yielding. Madam, Vice Chairperson, Madam. Asia's first space university was established in Thiruvananthapuram. At least I am talking about Thiruvananthapuram. Let Kerala, members from Kerala listen. Kerala friends, listen. Asia's first space university was established in Thiruvananthapuram in 2000, Kerala, in 2007. Manoj ji, please seated. I am not yielding to you, Manoj ji. I am not yielding to you. Shivaji, I am not yielding. But I request the government, more public space educational institutions are required to be built in India, and India is to scale up the space activities, madam. 1 minute, madam. Madam, it is also concerning to note that thousands of engineers pass out each year and they are migrating to other countries due to the limited opportunities within the country. I request the Honorable Prime Minister to enhance the budget and provide more opportunities in India to accommodate the pass out, those engineers who pass out from Indian universities, madam. 1/3 of all IIT graduates who leave the country and live and work in abroad. And
सुरेश रेड्डी, माननीय सदस्य श्री के.आर. सुरेश, माननीय सदस्य श्री के.आर. सुरेश रेड्डी।
मैडम, आपके सामने हूँ। मैडम,
leader on bail questioning the leader in jail.
Madam, at the outset, I would like to thank you for the opportunity given to me, and I can assure you that from the heavy headwinds, my speech will sail through tailwinds, ma'am. Today, BRS party joins the rest of the House to celebrate a remarkable milestone in the history of space. This achievement not only represents a momentous occasion for India, but also a significant leap for humanity. This mission was born from the experiences and lessons learned from its predecessors, as we know it as ISRO. Chandrayaan-3 is India's ambitious and successful lunar mission. Chandrayaan-3 is India's successful attempt to achieve a soft landing on the southern pole of the moon's surface for the first time. India is the only country to reach this part of the moon so far. To mark this great technological success, National Space Day will be celebrated each year on 23rd August. From Nehruji to Modiji, We salute the leadership, not getting into the politics of it, but for creating a firewall for space technology for non-political interference. And I also pay my respects from the great Aryabhatta to Sri Somnath ji, who was instrumental in this pilot project, madam. Through Chandrayaan-3, India aims to showcase its technological prowess, scientific capabilities, and its commitment to space exploration. If Chandrayaan-3 is a success, it will further strengthen India's position in the global space community. The mission will inspire the younger generation to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Now, the question which lies before the government and all of us is the government prepared to take this kind of volumes which would be coming in through space technology? I was told that the data generated by Chandrayaan mission and the Aditya L1 mission and various satellites, as the Honorable Minister informed this House of hundreds of satellites being sent. Now, the data which would be coming from there, I was told that is being analyzed by students and researchers who study the subject geospatial science and technology. Now, it is ironical that neither AICTE nor UGC recognizes this subject as an independent subject because it is a multidisciplinary subject. Chandrayaan and Aditya mission will generate huge data, and we need to prioritize and recognize this particular subject of geospatial science through UGC and AICTE, which I feel today would be the right moment for the Minister to make his intervention and necessary action in this regard, ma'am. We need to bring to speed the various changes, as most of the members suggested, that the colleges, schools in rural areas need to be connected. It is not only through the IITs, but also through various engineering colleges across the nation. These brilliant students, these brilliant scientists have been produced, and they need to be continuously encouraged. Now, as a step in this direction, madam, my government in Telangana, under the leadership of KCR Garu, has initiated certain measures through a TSAT initiative, which the Telangana government has started. Now, TSAT imparts quality education using satellite and digital communication to the nook and corner of the state. Every corner of the state gets this facility, and 2 satellite channels, Nipuma and Vidya, impart diversified education in schools, colleges, agriculture, and also for students preparing for UP exams, reducing the financial cost, which otherwise would have been a burden for them through various private colleges. When Chandrayaan ma'am was seen live, students in remote areas have watched the event live thanks to this technology. And when you get to speak to these young students after the launch of Chandrayaan, what really inspires all policymakers like us today is the kind of scientific temper one takeoff has imparted in these students. Today, you go to the remotest of the villages, into the various urban cities, students are coming forward. They talk about not only being engineers and doctors, but they speak of becoming scientists, astronauts, and dwell into the deep inner outer space and bring back whatever they could to help this nation. So this is what Chandrayaan has done to the entire nation, especially the young minds of India. The kind of scientific temper which it had impacted goes a long, long way, and we salute the fraternity of ISRO for giving us this opportunity. Madam, now this TSAT which has been in Telangana, we have 35 lakh subscribers on the digital platform, which just gives you an assessment of the kind of impact this policy is making. So Government of India needs to intervene. They need to support such initiatives. Yesterday, The Honorable Prime Minister was speaking about the federal structure of this country. And I would like to bring to the notice of this House that here is a government which is imparting such wonderful initiatives, but it's not being adequately funded. And we hear talks of it becoming centralized, moving it away from Telangana and bring it here to centralized. So another form of scientific federalism is kind of coming in here, is the fear which most of us have. Please allow the states to dwell on their scientific achievements. Let them localize the needs, and such facilities would go a long way in helping the states. And of course, ma'am, to conclude, before I conclude, Jairam Rameshji really enlightened the House a lot on science, which was very good. But then the leader of the House came with some political science, which we have to have our own reasons to intervene here. When he spoke about, when he spoke about the bifurcation of Andhra Pradesh into Telangana and Andhra, which was not done scientifically, we have a very strong reason to object, ma'am, because it goes against the sentiments of the people of Telangana. We've been repeatedly saying hundreds of people have sacrificed their lives to see this day, and today Telangana is the #1 progressing state. And if the honorable leader says it was not done scientifically, then through you I would like to ask him, in the last 9 years, have you gotten any amendments to improve it? Have you given anything more apart from what is in the bill? You had an opportunity to do that, but unfortunately you're not. And playing around with sentiments like this is not really good, because as we speak about federalism, this gives us a chance that today the unity in diversity, what this great country is proud about, and Telangana is proving it. Telangana is proving not for some political achievement. Telangana is talking about how it is contributing to this country. It is contributing economically, agriculturally, and today scientifically. So when things like this happen, when progress like this can happen, when the party heading the government comments like this would go against the interests of the state. This would go against the sentiments of the state. And yes, the leader. Madam, I am not yielding.
आप बैठिए.
Madam.
Continue. आप continue.
Madam, I would not like to bring in any politics. I will not like. I only wanted to speak on science. But politics is what has come from that side. So I need to set the record straight, because those remarks were not expunged. They are on record. If they are on record, then we have to object to it. And our objection is, don't disturb the harmony. We said we will get separated as brothers and sisters. We continue to be like brothers and sisters. You develop, we develop, and it is the responsibility of the government of India to come to the rescue of both the states and set right matters if they feel something has been gone wrong. Last 9 years, have you gotten one single amendment to the bill? No. Then where has something gone wrong? If you have seen something gone wrong, have you made any special allocation? No. Have you cleared the water dispute? No. Then what is happening here? Then why do you make such sweeping remarks when we are just healing our wounds, trying to get closer to each other and be part of country's progress? I request through you, ma'am, that the remarks made by the leader of the House may be expunged. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद. माननीय सदस्य श्री एडी सिंह.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the opportunity to speak on this issue. And on behalf of my leader, Lalu Prasad Yadav, and my party, we heartfully, it is a matter of great pride, big congratulations to the ISRO for making us proud by successful mission, by this successful mission. Their untiring efforts made the flawless journey of Chandrayaan-3 possible, that too in a very small budget. Further, I want to bring to the notice of my colleagues on both sides that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's vision is what brought us everybody at this stage. And if we go back to 1962, when Jawaharlal Ji, India's first Prime Minister, recognized the need for investment in space research and set up the National Commission of Research Organization. And he inculcated the vision of developing a scientific temper. And all institutions related to science and technology, fortunately, got established under his leadership in India and by successive prime ministers, including Modi ji from 2014. So we cannot give individual congratulations only to one person or 2%. It was a joint effort of all the successive governments equally, and we are not here to compare which government did better or did. Though I am fed up of hearing that after 2014 to this day, this has happened, this has happened. In fact, I get dreams that maybe before 14 I never used to wear clothes also. So I don't really know, because if that is the situation in this country, then it is. दोबारा नहीं बोलूँगा. आप पिटवाओगे क्या मुझे? It all started in 1940 when Vikram Sarabhai came to the Indian Institute of Science Bangalore campus after completing an undergraduate degree in physics and maths from Cambridge University. Sarabhai became interested in the study of cosmic ray under the influence of C.V. Raman. In 1942, Sarabhai met Homi Bhabha, who had made a professor at the newly established Cosmic Ray Research Institute. They both saw cosmic rays for two different perspectives. While Bhabha was interested in cosmic rays for the atomic particle they revealed, Sarabhai would come to see them as tools to study the outer space. When India gained independence in 1947, Homi Bhabha wrote to the then Prime Minister to set up a separate branch of science at atomic energy in 1954. Nehru created the Department of Atomic Energy, seeing the launch of Sputnik satellites by the Soviet Union. Nehru instructed the Department of Atomic Energy, whose secretary was Bhabha, to look after space research next year. Nehru famously said, "It is science alone that can solve the problems of hunger and poverty, of insanitation and illiteracy, of superstition and deadening custom and tradition, of vast resources of running to waste, or a rich country inhabited by starving people." I also heard the Honorable Minister on the other side that they welcomed and opened the ISRO gates for everybody. Let me clarify to the Honorable Minister that because the gates were shut all these years, so there was no, that's the reason for ISRO being so successful. Because I have seen, being a member of the Consultative Committee of Defense, I have seen whichever organization like DRDO and other things are there, other institutions are there, they are lobbyists, both Indian and foreign, who stall the development of science. For example, today also, though we are talking that we are supporting the scientific community, today in defense, we don't even have a testing ground. All our science equipment that we develop has to be sent abroad for testing, and it becomes on the whim and fancy of the local government to do it properly or not. Plus, if we see further, now so far as the Honorable Minister spoke of the high level of investment that we are making, India spends a mere 0.66% of GDP on science and technology, the lowest among BRIC nations. Also, the various people from the Treasury side have said about the Amrit Kal. Yes, sure, it is Amrit Kal, but actual Amrit Kal will come when we are able to feed, when we are able to provide employment or sustainability for the 800 million whom we are feeding by giving rice and wheat and everything today. So what kind of Amrit Kal is there? When the poor, because we have two Indias, one is the rich India, one is the poor India. The poor India is today also starving. We are sitting on a time bomb of unemployment. So what the Honorable Minister said that on this index we have become from 81 to 40, on this to that. अरे ये तो बताइए भाई कि वो उन गरीबों का हम क्या कर रहे हैं? ये साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी में हम उस गरीबों का जो भूखे मर रहे हैं, आप चलिए कितने स्टेट्स में की क्या हालत है? तो इसलिए ये तो अमृतकाल कह के I am only being reminded of Goebbels' philosophy that untruth told many times will appear to be truth. आप अगर वो गरीब इंडिया 800 मिलियन का है उसके लिए कुछ कर पाइएगा तो वो अमृतकाल होगा. तो इसलिए ये तो मुझे और जहाँ तक नेहरू जी को आज अगर हम हर विषय पर बोलने के लिए हैं तो इट इज पंडित नेहरू का डेमोक्रेटिक माइंड and creating institutions by which we are able to speak like this. मैं किसी का बड़ाई नहीं कर रहा हूं नेहरू जी का, चाहे नहीं मैं ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर का बुराई कर रहा हूं. ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं. और जहां तक आप लोग बोल रहे हैं ना कि वेस्ट अमेरिका हमको ऐसे इज्जत करता है फलाना है, आई ट्रैवल ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड, आई interact with the highest level of people in the society, whether it is West, and whenever I ask them कि what is the position of India, so they tell me we need you for China. So आपका G20 सक्सेस हुआ चाहे जो भी हुआ, ये जो चाइना से जो डरे हुए हैं वेस्ट, उसके चलते हमें इज्जत मिल रहा है. ठीक है, एफर्ट्स भी हो रहा है, 200 मीटिंग हुई इधर उधर.
1 second. Honorable member has made a statement, he needs to revisit it. All of us here in the House are alive to the rising moral spirit of Bharat, and everyone has contributed to this.
No,
all segments of the House have contributed to it. I have been abroad thrice.
No,
I have interacted, 1 second, with G20 leaders. Don't you think the World Bank chairman saying we have achieved in 6 years what could not be achieved in 50 years? Let us not demean our institutions.
No,
you are a very informed person. Your personal experience is very limited on this count. The entire House has contributed to the rise of India. Everyone has done it. This side has contributed. This side has contributed. So don't make a statement. I look into that statement.
Sir, I definitely don't have neither the knowledge, neither the experience of at your level. But what I can speak the truth in the House. What I feel, it may be wrong.
You have taken your time. Thank you.
To congratulate all the scientists, and the suggestions I want to make to the Honorable Chairman, to the administration of this country through the Honorable Chairman, that हम जो हमारे scientists हैं various organization में, हम उसको 60 साल में क्यों रिटायर करते हैं? हम उनको कम से कम 65-70 साल तक रखें, बिकॉज वो जो कैसा है कि उनका ब्रेन 60 साल के बाद तो जब दे वे सी आफ्टर 50 एंड रीचिंग द एज ऑफ 60, दैट इज द टाइम दे हैव रियली मैच्योर्ड mentally, and that is the time that we should.
Thank you.
1 or 2 minutes, sir. And I have been to various various institutions of
you have exceeded your time. Thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Dr. V. Shivdas, 1 second. Yes. उससे पहले मैं आपको कह दूं, इस देश की विकास यात्रा पक्ष और विपक्ष के भारी योगदान से हुई है. इस देश की विकास यात्रा में देश के हर नागरिक का योगदान है. किसान का है, मजदूर का है. महज कोई पक्ष विपक्ष की वजह से बात करें ठीक नहीं है. देयर कैन बी नो कंट्रीब्यूशन विदाउट पार्टिसिपेशन ऑफ पक्ष एंड विपक्ष, treasury benches and opposition benches. This is an occasion and a subject. I, as an Indian, felt hurt when a member of this House says we are being driven and he gets an impression, I am sure that impression may not be shared by many. At least I am widely traveled, so are many of the honorable members here. The rise of India is being noticed, and it is contribution of one and all. If Mr. Kharge will go abroad, he will add to the luster of the country. So we can't monopolize it. So the honorable member observations, I will have a look at it. If our artists go abroad, they create a name for us. Our musicians, our singers, our politicians, our industrialists, they do it. Dr. V. Sivdasan. Point of order. Under which rule, sir? 258. 1 second. No.
Page 7 of unparliamentary expressions.
What exactly is the point of order?
Sir. Sir, Chairman, sir, it's with reference to the unparliamentary expressions book, page number 7, sir.
258, sir.
May I submit, sir? May I submit, sir?
Sir, I inquired from you something very simple. You are raising point of order.
Yes, sir.
Under which rule?
258.
Now, I have passed on the book
258,
for wisdom
sir.
of the leader of the opposition so that he can have a look at rule 258.
258.
What is this substance?
Substance is very simple, sir. With reference to page 7 of unparliamentary expressions, sir, we need your protection. When you are not here, sir, during the course of speech, Honorable Member Mr. Vijay Sai Red said, all the opposition parties are anarchists. So anarchy is an unparliamentary expression, sir. So kindly explain.
I'll look into it.
Kindly explain.
Honorable members, I started the practice that a lady member of this House would also be sitting as vice chairperson or on the panel of chairpersons. Now, we had a very distinguished member of this House occupying this chair. And I wanted her to be here for a little longer. But whenever I go inside, I watch the debate very carefully. I will look into it, and trust me and have my word for it. If I am not in the House, I am glued to the television where what is happening in the House. I look into it. But our women members are enormously talented. And I have a request from them that tomorrow perhaps I may have in the panel only women members of the House. And they are very talented. And we'll have it. So. Dr. V. Sivdasan.
Respected Chair, we all are very happy and proud of the achievements of Indian Space Research Organization and the science community. Chandrayaan-3 is the result of the collective effort of many public and private entities. 6 public sector companies from Kerala, including Keltron, Kerala Minerals and Metals Limited, KMML, and SIFL have contributed in this effort. It is a proud moment for all of us. This is the victory of the scientific temper and spirit of nation. Madam, science is a product of critical thinking. We can progress in science only if we have the courage to ask and answer questions. So, I see Chandrayaan as an occasion to uphold the spirit of critical thinking. The Constitution of our nation has upheld the scientific temper. Our education system and the institutions should be built with this spirit. Jawaharlal Nehru told us, a university stands for humanism, for tolerance, for reason, for adventure of ideas, and for the search for truth. Sir, Madam, in 1963, Vikram Sarabhai, father of Indian space research, established India's first rocket launching station at Tumba near Thiruvananthapuram. He taught us the importance to cultivate a new generation with a scientific temper. Our respected leader of the house did not mention his name.
Very bad.
Vikram Sarabhai had told, there is no leader and there is no let. A leader has to be a cultivator, not a manufacturer. He should provide the soil and environment for the seed to grow. It should be forgotten. It should not be forgotten. Sir, the achievement is the result of our long-standing commitment to science. But sorry to say, this government is not ready to promote scientific temper. Science will provide universal view and solidarity to all human beings. Madam, in India, existing situation is very difficult. The budgetary allocation for science education and space research being curtailed.
Very good.
Then how the development will happen in future? Madam, in the textbook of NCERT, the theory of evolution has been deleted. Why they are not interested in the promotion of science? Aryabhatta, Galileo, Bruno, Copernicus, Darwin, C. V. Raman, S. Chandrasekhar, all have contributed to the development of science. Yes. I remember one of the social reformer in Kerala, Sahodaran Ayyappan, who have written a prayer, Science Dashakam, Sahodaran Ayyappan's books. Niraj Bhai, please read the prayer.
Very informative.
But madam, see the case of basic science fellowship in India. Madam, the number of fellowship, it came down from 4,134 in 2016 to 703 in 2021. And the expenditure, it came down from 105 crore to 15 crore in the same period.
Oh my God.
Only 15 crore in this period. Lot of women scientists have also worked for the missions. Lot of women scientists. You are telling, oh, Nari Shakti. Nari Shakti. But postdoctoral fellowship for women has come down from 642 to 434 in this period. Only 434 is now your fellowship. And the expenditure came down from 32 crore to 19 crore. Now, let us check the budgetary allocation to ISRO and space research. In 2019, it was 13,139 crore for ISRO, but in 2021, it has been reduced to 12,642. Only 12,642 in space research. In space research, also the amount has come down 13,700 in 2023 to 12,543 in 23-24. Sir, madam, embracing the scientist is easy. Teaching is very easy, but giving money is difficult for the government. Madam, in 23-24, the government has allocated 60,361 crore rupees for the Union Ministry of Science. Madam, 1 minute. Madam, 1 minute. 1 minute, madam. 1 minute. Everybody get the chance. See, science center, it is only 0.4% of our budget. Madam, respected madam, we are spending a very little portion of our GDP on science research. In Korea, they are spending 4.8% of GDP in science and technology. In US, 3.45% of GDP. China, 2.4% of GDP in science and technology. In India, only 0.7% of GDP in science and technology. Madam, in Chandrayaan should be an occasion to bring our focus to science. We need more science. Madam, 1 minute. Only 1 minute. Okay, madam. 1 minute. 1 minute.
7 minutes दे दिए.
1 minute. Madam, I have received an answer.
आधा मिनट में.
Yes, madam. I have.
आधा मिनट में समाप्त करें.
1 minute, please.
Madam, I have received an answer from this house, madam. There, the total number of missions, regarding the total number of missions, I have been told that 1819 there were 14 space missions launched. All 14 missions were successful. But in 1920, the number came down to 11. That means 11 were launched and 11 were successful. But in 2021, it came down to 5 and 5 were successful. Madam, but in 21-22, only 5 missions were launched and 3 were successful. It is not to lack of hard work from scientists. I believe it is because of the lack of government funding. Madam, they are spending larger amount for making the statues than for the science education. Madam, expenditure of Chandrayaan, madam, 1 minute. Madam, Chandrayaan project is 615 crore, madam. But the expenditure of they made the sliding door for Chandrayaan spacecraft. There, the employees, 2,400 employees are not getting salary the last 18 months, madam, 18.
Thank you very much. And being a madam in the seat, I have seen you are giving extra time to my comrade. I hope the same thing will be for me also. First of all, I congratulate the whole team of scientists, ISRO, and everybody congratulating for their wonderful job done. It is not only from Jawaharlal Nehru ji to Modi ji. It is maybe before also so many people worked. I don't know exactly. So I have not done that. My question, only one question is, only our minister is coming slowly to the, this one. Our minister for science and technology. He's not just started, but he's not looking this way. So I am talking to the empty benches of what you call treasury benches. Well, only I can see Neeraj talking to somebody. Otherwise, everything is completely free. Thank you very much for ignoring this session. So Chandrayaan is very small thing for them. But our chairman was telling we are not supposed to tell anything against.
ऐसा नहीं, आप गलत बात कह रहे हैं. देखिए आप कितने लोग बैठे हैं.
Okay, track.
एक मेंबर का नाम लिया.
Okay, I will change the track.
कैमरे को पैन कराइए.
I will change the track. Okay, I'll come to the scientific temple. This Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, the world's 6th largest national space agency. We agreed. And whatever happening now, we are all part of that one, from Kerala to what you call Kashmir. But my problem is we sent our Chandrayaan to south of moon, south side of the moon. That is very dark, and nobody was there. The same aim should be there from the north, from Delhi to south, to Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. I am not telling. Andhra, it is divided. I don't know what they are going to do here. I am not telling about Andhra. It will make a big uproar. So I am not touching. One cannot begin speech ISRO about ISRO and other activities. My first and foremost thing is my party congratulate from Modi ji to Nehru ji for doing all this work. I am not seeing any difference. But one thing you have to remember, madam. Through madam, I am trying to tell, nowadays not 50 years and 5 years and all. Now everything happens in our language, say, appakappa. Immediately. So that 10 years, 5 years, no. Now minister was telling he is about the last 9 years. 9 years should, because the technology has gone that fast. Now everything should be every month, not every year. सो नेहरू जी का टाइम ऐसा हो गया, इस टाइम ऐसा हो गया, नहीं. अभी everything is fast. We are agreeing that it is fast. We are on the fast track. And one more thing I want to add, is whatever we say about scientists and all. My uncle used to be a scientist in BARC, Baba Atomic Research Center. Yeah, BARC. But he was telling that the salary they are getting, they work there 24 hours, you are admiring. But the salary they are getting, considering the other, this one here, it is very low. People are going for everything for this one, techies. And why? Because money is less. My friend was telling about his experiences in outside. He was insulted by our minister. Yeah, now our minister is coming. Anyway, he was insulted being outside. Why we are going outside? I was also last 40 years in, outside. Why? No other avenues here, no employment. Just like that, maybe our Singh was telling about his experience. Chairman got wild, no, you are not supposed. We cannot say our feelings inside the house, only always telling Modi ji, just like Tasai benches. It is not possible. We will tell our views openly. This is the only place we got. Outside, if we say, I will be arrested. Under UAPA, under the that and all. So this is the place where we can open our heart. That is finished.
Conclude kariye.
You are not supposed to do this to me, madam, because everywhere everybody is giving extra time. Just I will come to the point and I'll stop immediately. The last part. Yeah, Mandariji, abhi somebody to hear. The current chairman ISRO, Ms. Somanath, he is from Kerala. He studied in a college, PKM Engineering College, Kollam. Government school, Tangal Kunju Musulia. It is a minority-run institution. I am not. Why you are against this one? No. Why this is not important? It's engineering college. Why this one? You are always on the Pinarayi Vijayan Communist Party and all. Come out from that one. Be Kerala. Be in a Keralite. He studied in Kollam in a college where he was felicitated. He was telling about his all what he has done in ISRO and all. So we have to mention him also. And cost effectiveness of Chandrayaan. Why is this cost effective? Because you are giving only meager salary for scientists. You give them more. 1/5 of the salary they are getting outside, they are getting 5 times more. So why cost effectiveness? It's because of this one. We can cut costs in different ways. Because now I cannot talk because of my issue. Yeah, can. No, I cannot speak much because of I want water. It is not allowed also inside. Anyway, the cost effectiveness is not only the reason. Cost effectiveness, it is because of not giving salary. And one of my friends here, he was giving me a paper. What it is told, a guy is not getting.
Jaldi khatam kariye,
See,
jaldi.
launching pad of Chandrayaan made by HEC, Heavy Engineering Corporation. Employee is not getting salary last 10 months. Last 10 months, they are not getting salary. They are selling tea and idli, according to BBC News. It's a BBC News came. What shame it's for us. They are not getting 10 months of salary after Chandrayaan gone. Still, they are not getting their salary.
जल्दी कंक्लूड करिए नहीं मैं दूसरे मेंबर को बुला.
Okay. You are telling something. Minister is telling.
It's not. They are not ISRO employees.
But they work for Chandrayaan.
Just one second. One second. That was a half-baked information which was reported. They supply equipment to ISRO.
Yeah.
And ISRO is expected to pay for the equipment, which they have done. ISRO has done. Now, this is between the employer and the employee. It is like, you have a factory, then I purchase from you and I give you the amount for the purchase. Then you don't pay. One second.
No,
So then if you are not paying your employee, that is a different story. It's like that. ISRO is only a buyer of that factory.
But, sir, whatever it is backside, the image of the country is tarnished by BBC News telling this one. At least ask now to pay their salary. That is one. And that is it.
Sri Kapili Sibbalji.
So this is the way, don't cut the cost because just like this. Thank you.
I thank the Chair for giving me this opportunity to intervene in this debate. I've been listening with great attention to the somewhat fractious nature of the debate. I remember the learned minister talking about Louis Armstrong way back in 1962, and I think at that point in time, the President of the United States was Richard Nixon. But there were no proceedings in the Senate to celebrate what Louis Armstrong had done. There were no proceedings in the House to demonstrate as to what the great scientists in the United States had done. But we still welcome the Prime Minister and welcome the government for having taken up this issue to celebrate the achievements of the scientific community. Science is a subject that is so far-reaching that it can change our lives. But to change our lives, we have to think about innovations in science at every level. At one level is what ISRO has been able to achieve to reach the Chandrayaan and the South Pole. But at another level, we have to think about 1.4 billion people in this country and ask ourselves the question, what has science done for them? I remember in government, when I was the minister, we started a project called Project 800. That Project 800 dealt with 800 million people who almost live at the poverty line. I asked my scientific community, why do our rickshaw pullers have to pull rickshaws? Because for the kind of gasping that it results in, most of them get TB. And when they get TB, their lives are shortened. Why can't you think of a solution by which they don't have to drive a rickshaw? You may reach the moon. You may reach the stars. You may research the skies, but what you need to do is look after people on the ground. And what happened, sir? We invented something called the Sulekshaw. Now you have, through technology, people don't have to pull weight behind the rickshaw. That is what we were able to do. I also told them, I said, look at the coolies in the railway station.
Sir, and look
they have to carry weight. Why should they have to carry weight? Why can't we find solutions for them? Look at the way we treat our dead, the corpses, the way we carry them in the vans, and then we try to offload them. Why can't we have a scientific solution for them? I talked about doing research for common people, for planning, for things that will improve the lives of common people. And, sir, one of the problems that we have, and the minister knows it, the kind of funding that we do in research is so minimal that we won't be able to find those solutions. You may, sir, reach man on the moon, but what you have to deal with is man on the ground. May I tell you, sir, one little thing? Sir, nobody had ever gone to the Antarctica. I decided one day that let's go to the Antarctica and see what's happening on the ground there. When we reached there, sir, I cannot even explain to you the inhuman conditions in which our scientists were living. Absolutely inhuman conditions. The result was that 6 months in a year, they have to be in these closed rooms. And by the time they came out during summer, most of them had lost their minds. They came back as broken souls. Why? Because there was no communication with their families and the rest of the world. There were no toilets, sir. When a minister went there, there was no toilet to go to. You can't imagine how we dealt with it. I changed all that. The minister will not talk about it. We changed all that. We brought information technology. Now, sir, no. We established the Himadri station. Through information technology, through satellites, they talk to their families every weekend. We have provided entertainment to them. We provide movies to them today. Why? because science and technology must bring solutions for ordinary people in this country. Sir, and may I tell you another thing, sir? In research, the total research funding that we have in this country is about $50–60 billion. Do you know, sir, how much China spends in R&D? $560 billion every year. How can we compete with them? We may reach a man to the moon. So it's a great thing what ISRO has done. And I think we all must celebrate it. But there are miles to go before we sleep. And it is no need to congratulate ourselves for man reaching on the moon. We will congratulate you. We will call a special session of this House when you solve the problems of the people of this country to technology. May I tell you, sir, something very interesting? I set up a system, and because of our Prime Minister, we set up this system near Delhi Gate. I told them through science and technology, without going to any house, we can find out what unauthorized construction has taken place. I actually took them to that place and showed them every morning the kind of unauthorized construction that was taking place. That project is still there, but nobody goes there because nobody wants to deal with unauthorized construction. Please. I informed them that we can actually decide what is the amount of house tax that can be paid without visiting the house.
Please conclude.
Sir, there are fabulous things that science has done for the common people of this country which are not being talked about today. I want to inform the House. I don't mind sitting down now. I have no problems with that. But I just want to tell you that it is time for people to realize it is, kindly sir, you know very well that we brought out the tsunami system, which is the most modern in the world. In 120 days, we set it up. It's the most modern tsunami warning system in the world. And everybody appreciates it. We did it during our time. So we must congratulate you for what you have done. But remember, it's not enough. It's not enough to congratulate yourselves. It's not enough to congratulate. The only thing...
Sir. 1 second. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute, please. It will start.
You are in a hurry.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
There, sir.
Thank you very much. Maybe on another
1 minute,
day.
sir.
Another day you let me speak. Thank you very much.
No, Mr. Sibal, you can take 1 minute. Your mic is on.
So what I was saying was agriculture. We set up a system through which we can find out the moisture in the soil. We can inform the agriculturalists as to when the rain is going to come, when this particular plot of land doesn't have enough moisture so that the agriculturalists can actually access water. We were able to tell fishermen as to when the chlorophyll in the ocean was enough for fish to come so that they can go and fish. We were able to tell the fishermen of this country the warning systems as to when it's going to happen. We, in fact, the entire climate system was in analog mode. We changed it all to digital mode. So the kind of things that have happened in this country are so great that we must celebrate science on a daily basis. And so the last thing that I want to say, and that is this, sir, not only this, we have actually in the biotechnology sector done so many milestones that we have achieved in this country. But people don't talk about that because people want to use this forum as a forum to pat themselves on the back. Thank you very much.
Shri Prakash Javadekar.
सर कितना समय है मेरा? चलो
प्रकाश जावड़ेकर जी, बड़ी कोशिश की, आपका समय तो नहीं बता सकता,
नहीं,
पर आपके पार्टिसिपेशन का समय 15 मिनट है।
सभापति महोदय, मैं बहुत आपका शुक्रगुजार हूं कि आपने परमिशन दी है, और 2 दिन पहले जब हमारा चर्चा हुई थी तब मैं उस समय मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन या मिस कम्युनिकेशन के कारण नहीं आप तो सारा एक मिनट
प्लीज ऑनरेबल एलओपी प्लीज टेक योर चेयर नथिंग इज गोइंग ऑन रिकॉर्ड नथिंग इज गोइंग ऑन रिकॉर्ड मिस्टर जावड़ेकर यू एड्रेस चेयर
ऐसा है कि ये एक बड़ा माइलस्टोन है क्योंकि कपिल सिब्बल जी ने अभी कहा कितनी तरक्की बायोटेक्नोलॉजी से लेकर हर क्षेत्र में हुई है, और मैं उनको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि सारी नए प्रयोग और जो भी आज तक भारत ने हासिल किया है उसका देश के तरक्की के लिए उपयोग हो रहा है। सरकार बदलते ही पुराने टेक्नोलॉजी हो गई ऐसा फेंक नहीं देते, उल्टा आगे बढ़ाते हैं। तो ये हमारा दृष्टि है। मैं तो सबको कहूंगा कि रॉकेटरी सिनेमा है वो देखो, बहुत अच्छी मूवी है, और उसमें भारत में एटम बम कैसे बना और ये कैसे बना, रॉकेट कैसे शुरू हुए, ये सब कहानी है, बहुत अच्छी तरीके से रखी है। उनको दिक्कतें क्या आई वो भी उसमें दिखता है, लेकिन भाभाजी हो, साराभाई, कलाम, चिटनीस, धवन, सबके प्रति देश शुक्रगुजार हमेशा रहेगा, क्योंकि इन्होंने देश का नाम रोशन किया है। और कोई बोल रहा था कि उनको तनख्वाह कम मिलती है, कम तनख्वाह मिलने के बावजूद भी देश के प्रेम से आर के धवन वापस आए थे, सतीश धवन, यह हमें कभी भूलना नहीं चाहिए, उनका हमें ज्यादा शुक्रगुजार रहना चाहिए। आज हमारे यहां ऐसी बीच में राजनीतिक नोकझोंक हुई, दुनिया में क्या रिएक्शन है? आज आपने भी सुबह सबका पढ़ा होगा, सबने, नवाज शरीफ कह रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तान कहीं नहीं और भारत तो चंद्रमा पे भी गया। ये उनका दुख है, ये उनका आज भारत का हासिल है। हमें गौरव होना चाहिए, हमें गौरव होना चाहिए। एक मिनट, ये उपग्रह छोड़ना, यानी उपग्रहों को लॉन्च करना दूसरे देशों के भी या किसी के भी, लेकिन अपने जो इच्छित स्थल है वहां उसको लॉन्च करना, रखना, ये काम में हमने महारत हासिल की। अगर अमेरिका, ब्रिटेन और फ्रांस ऐसे सारे देश हमारे यहाँ आकर होते हैं तो हमें खुशी होनी चाहिए ना, इसमें दुख की क्या बात है, इसमें विवाद का क्या बात है। मैं आपको एक, खरगे जी आपको अच्छा लगेगा ये, कि पूना में एक बार एक ऑल पार्टी या सरकारी कोई कार्यक्रम था, कांग्रेस के मंत्री थे रामकृष्ण मोरे, वो बोल रहे थे और बाद में अटल जी बोले। तो अटल जी ने ये कहा कि हम कभी ऐसा नहीं कहते कि कुछ नहीं हुआ आपके जमाने में, आपके जमाने में कुछ नहीं हुआ ऐसा हम नहीं कहते, लेकिन जितना और जैसे होना चाहिए था वैसा नहीं हुआ ये हम कहते थे। और इसलिए नहीं, मोदी जी एकमात्र प्रधानमंत्री है कि जो बार बार लाल किले के प्राचीर से भी कहते हैं कि हर प्रधानमंत्री ने अच्छा काम किया है, हर प्रधानमंत्री ने काम किया है देश के लिए। ये मोदी जी कहते हैं। मुझे ये बताइए, एक मिनट, एक प्रधानमंत्री म्यूजियम निकला है, तैयार हुआ, वहां इंदिरा जी का, नेहरू जी का, वहां राजीव गांधी का, सब नहीं उसके पीछे है। आपने गए ही नहीं, आप गए ही नहीं तो क्या करेंगे, आप जाइए। लेकिन मुझे यह बताइए कि आपने ऐसा कभी सोचा था कि सभी प्रधानमंत्रियों का कोई म्यूजियम होगा और उसमें अटल जी का और बाकियों का भी लगेगा? नहीं करेंगे, नहीं किया। और मैं आगे बताता हूं, ये एक मन की उदारता होनी चाहिए। मैं नरसिंह राव की याद नहीं कराऊंगा, नरसिंह राव की याद नहीं कराऊंगा, आपको मालूम है। लेकिन अगर मैं दूसरे पक्ष पे आता हूं, कि मूल मुद्दा है जो संजीव पाठक ने भी बोला और जो कपिल सिब्बल जी ने भी अभी बोला, वी लैक इन इनोवेशन, वी हैव टू टेक इनोवेशन मच फर्दर। देश आगे बढ़ता है इनोवेशन से, जो संपत्ति तैयार होती है वो। जो आईफोन के निर्माता है स्टीव जॉब्स, उसके साथ मैं 2 दिन था। उस समय आईफोन नहीं निकला था। उसने हाथ में दिखाकर, जैसा हैंड हेल्ड पकड़ा है ऐसा बताकर, मैं ऐसा हैंड हेल्ड तैयार करूंगा कि जो मल्टी यूज के लिए होगा और सारी दुनिया बदल जाएगी, वे ऑफ कम्युनिकेटिंग, ये उसने बताया। और बाद में आईफोन आया और हमने देखा कितना परिवर्तन हुआ। लेकिन और इनोवेशन का मैंने कहा एक बार कि आईफोन के सारे जो पार्ट्स है उसकी कीमत अगर लगाएंगे तो 10, ये मोबाइल में है राजीव जी, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉस्ट ऑफ दोज प्रोडक्ट्स मे नॉट बी मोर देन 15-20,000, जो रॉ मटेरियल है सब। लेकिन उसमें उपयोगिता आई तो 1 लाख रुपए का हो गया। तो दिस इज द वेल जनरेटेड बाय इनोवेशन। तो इनोवेशन का सम्मान होना चाहिए। आज जो हम प्रस्ताव लाए हैं वो इनोवेशन का सम्मान करने के लिए है, साइंटिस्टों को मुबारक करने के लिए है, इसलिए ये है। और इसलिए अभी 1 मिनट मैं बता रहा हूं, अभी खरगे जी गए लेकिन चिदम्बरम भी आज नहीं है। चिदम्बरम जी कहते थे कि भाई ये मोबाइल से पेमेंट होगा, मोबाइल से ऐसा होगा, कैसे होगा? ग्रामीण, जैसे कल खरगे जी बोल रहे थे बैकवर्ड क्लास की महिला अनपढ़ है। अरे किसने कहा? अच्छा पढ़ते, 1 मिनट
प्लीज स्पीक ऑन द सब्जेक्ट प्लीज।
उनका अपमान मत करो।
प्लीज
वो स्कूल में जाते हैं।
जावड़ेकर जी प्लीज सब्जेक्ट पे बोलिए आप।
तो वो स्कूल में जाते, कॉलेज में जाते, पढ़ना चाहते, आगे बढ़ना चाहते। सवाल है कि ये लोगों को कैसे समझेगा, ऐसा बोलते थे। आज अमेरिका से हमारे कोई दोस्त बाजार में जाने के बाद सबसे अचंभा करते हैं कि कोई कार्ड से पेमेंट ही नहीं कर रहा है, कोई कार्ड लेकर एटीएम में जा ही नहीं रहा है, सभी मोबाइल से ही पेमेंट कर रहे हैं। ये दुनिया में कहीं नहीं जो भारत में हो रहा है। तो ये साइंस है, ये हमारी उपलब्धि है, देश करके है, सबकी है। और सबको बढ़ते हुए भारत को प्रोत्साहन देना चाहिए, समर्थन देना चाहिए, ये मेरा आग्रह है। मैं 2-3 ये कैसे इनोवेशन बढ़ेगा, तो मैं शिक्षा मंत्री था तब मैंने एक कल्पना आई, हैकेथॉन शुरू किया इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के लिए कि 6 इंजीनियरिंग के स्टूडेंट इकट्ठा बैठेंगे। हमने जिसका सॉल्यूशन नहीं हुआ है ऐसे 500 सवाल उनके लिए दिए और इसमें से कोई भी सवाल चुनकर उस पर जरा 3-4 महीने एफर्ट करे, शोध करे, आइडियाज लड़ाए और उसके तरह से आपका सॉल्यूशन पेश करे, कोड पेश करे। इस तरह का पहले वर्ष में हमने किया। 40,000 इंजीनियरिंग छात्रों ने भाग लिया और मुझे अच्छा लगा कि अब 8 साल हो गए। 8 साल में ये संख्या 5 लाख से भी अधिक हो गई। इतने छात्र हर साल करते हैं। वो ये सही शिक्षा है, ये शोध की संस्था है, ये शोध का संस्कार है। इससे ही देश आगे बढ़ेगा। इससे आगे जाकर सभी आईआईटीज में और एनआईटीज में हमने इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर शुरू किए। इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर में आज इंडस्ट्री, यूनिवर्सिटी एंड मुझे एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स एंड स्टूडेंट्स सब इकट्ठा आ रहे। और देश के लैब्स जो है, पहले क्या होता था, लैब्स अलग, इंडस्ट्री अलग, यूनिवर्सिटीज अलग, हमने तीनों को जोड़ दिया और उसके कारण एक शोध का माहौल बना। इससे कारण जाते हैं मछुआरे तो उनको लिए नेविगेशन, एक इंस्पेक्शन की ये बनती थी 4-4, 5-5 प्राध्यापकों की या शिक्षाविदों की, और वो सब जगह जाते थे। सब बंद किया और केवल साइंस का उपयोग एक क्षेत्र में, केवल साइंस का उपयोग एक क्षेत्र में नहीं होता। एक विज्ञान जब तैयार होता, हम एक साल में प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लेंगे और दूसरे में नहीं लेंगे, ऐसा तो नहीं होगा। तो प्रधानमंत्री देश का एक प्रतिनिधि होता है, जनता ने चुना हुआ 140 करोड़ लोगों ने विश्वास दिया हुआ प्रतिनिधि है, उसका नाम नहीं लेंगे, ऐसा कैसा होता? क्योंकि उन्होंने सपोर्ट दिया, जिसका वर्णन जितेंद्र सिंह जी ने बहुत डिटेल में किया है। और इसलिए साइंटिफिक, और वो हमें एक ही बात कहते थे कि नई शिक्षा, ये जो शिक्षा नीति बना रहे, इसमें साइंटिफिक टेम्पर कैसे तैयार होगा, वही तैयार करना है, और वही आज हुआ है। देखिए उसके नतीजे, भारत आने वाले 10 साल में बहुत आगे बढ़ेगा और विश्व की तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था बनेगा। इतना ही मैं विश्वास व्यक्त करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय जावड़ेकर जी। माननीय डॉक्टर शांतनु सेन जी, 6 मिनट। Dr. Shantanu Sen, please. This mic is on. Yes, it's on now.
My time starts now, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, respected Chair. First of all, I'd like to wish my previous speaker, Prakash Javadekar ji, a good ministerial birth in the coming reshuffling. The way he was praising Modi ji government, because after 2024 parliament election, there will be no chance
On
at
the
all.
subject, please, on the
Yeah,
subject.
I am coming
Dr.
to the subject.
Yes.
Sir, as we all know that Indian National Committee for Space Research, that is INCOSPAR, was set up in 1962, which was superseded by ISRO in 1969. But I have got every doubt, while taking all the credit in their own court, the Treasury bench can loudly speak out and pronounce the full form of INCOSPAR or ISRO, because both start with India. And we have seen, being very scared of the India alliance, they are in a mode to remove India from every nomenclature.
Please, subject, Dr. Saab.
I am coming to the subject.
This is not the subject, please.
Sir, during landing of Chandrayaan 3, we have seen our learned Prime Minister celebrating sitting in South Africa because he went there to attend the BRICS summit. Unfortunately, amongst all the BRICS countries, India is paying the lowest possible GDP for science and technology. That is only 0.6% in comparison to that of America, which is 3%, China, which is 2.4%, and South Korea, which is 4.5%, sir. Sir, I will cite some examples to show the real concern of our government of India so far this ISRO is concerned. Sir, the funding of ISRO for 2022, it was 13,700 crore. And for 2023, it has come down to 10,530 crore. Sir, so far the budgetary allocation is concerned, the budget allocated in the financial year 2024 is only 12,544 crore. It has been slashed down by 8% if you compare with the previous allocation, sir. Sir, my previous colleague was talking about enormous development in science and technology in country, of course. That's why during COVID we have to keep faith on thali bajao and cows urine to get rid of COVID. That is the ultimate example of science development and science and technology in our country of India, sir. Sir, I will tell you, in our state of Bengal, it has played a significant part in the historic feat. 31 scientists, they are from Bengal. Anuj Nandi from Islampur of West Bengal. He was not just a part of Chandrayaan 3 mission team.
Sir, just a second. आपकी पार्टी से एक और वक्ता है, कुल 6 मिनट्स हैं. आप उनके लिए क्या समय छोड़ेंगे? That you decided.
ठीक है. But also she worked as the chief designer of the camera that was attached to the primary body of Chandrayaan 3, sir. Sir, I would like to let the House know a very important information. Sir, there is a person in Jharkhand whose name is Deepak Upararia. He was an expert of ISRO. Now, there is a photograph in my mobile which has been published in a very renowned newspaper. He is selling idli on the road because he, like many others, is not getting their salary for 18 months. He is having a bank loan of 4 lakhs of rupees. He has kept all his wife's ornaments on mortgage to earn his livelihood, sir. This is the great development of our government. I would like our learned publicity masters to see to it. Another important point, sir, in Chandrayaan-2, two women, Smriti M. Vanita and Smriti Ritu Khardia Srivastav, they played a very important role in the form of project director and mission director. But we have seen in case of Chandrayaan-3, they are all well performing in the team. My humble submission to our government will be, please try to encourage more and more women in this system, sir. And finally, I'd request our Treasury bench, please do not forget the name of Dr. C.V. Raman, Dr. Vikram Saravaiya, Dr. Homi Jahangir Bhabha, Dr. APJ Abul Kalam, who were the pillar of this institute. And my final submission will be to my government. Yes, we have been seeing many publicity masters who are spending even 85% of a particular project for publicity, who are spending huge amount of money in building up new buildings, which are of hardly any necessity. But ISRO, the pride of our nation, they are severely ignored by our government. My humble submission will be, yes, try to take the credit of this Chandrayaan. At the same time, please look into it that another Deepak Upararia doesn't come on the field and sells idli because of your neglect, sir. Thank you very much.
Dr. Saab, आपने पार्टी का लगभग पूरा समय ले लिया, so next speaker will not get time, just for information. Thank you. This is now Shri Mani M. Muhammad Abdullah, 3 minutes. Mr. M, please, 3 minutes. No. I have no information. Yes. Are you speaking in?
Just a minute, he will continue. Just a suggestion, he will continue, please. Chairman has given his concern. Sir, one of the directors of Chandrayaan-3, Mr. Shankaran, who was my junior in college, a government college which was meant for rural people, has successfully done that and is now working for Aditya 1 also. So instead of, I thought we may felicitate the college or anywhere else, but it is right to mention those names here. That would be a real credit to them. And in general, instead of mentioning each and every name, I would suggest that the House can move a motion and adopt to congratulate all the scientists and engineers who were in the successful mission. I think all the members would agree, and such a motion could be motion, sir. I also conveyed to the minister.
Thank you, Tiriji. Now, Mani M. Muhammad Abdullah.
Sir.
3 minutes.
No, sir. Total allotted time is 15 minutes. 6 minutes he has already spoken. I have 9 minutes, sir.
Just check.
We'll
check it.
Yes, sir.
Please speak.
Honorable Chairman, sir. On this pride moment that India became the first country to reach the South Pole and the fourth to be on the moon, with the remembrance of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, a Tamil pride, a national pride, I start my speech with his remembrance, sir. Sir, the country's ability to execute space mission reflects its confidence and shows that this is India's time. The lander model of ISRO's third lunar mission, Chandrayaan-3, made a successful landmark landing on the moon's southern pole on August 23rd as an iconic moment for India. Sir, on this historic occasion, I would like to recall one thing, that Chandrayaan-3's successful soft landing on the moon had given Tamil Nadu an extra reason to cheer. Yes, all the project directors of this country's lunar mission and also the first Indian mission dedicated to observing the sun are from our state of Tamil Nadu, sir. Sir, Dr. Mailsami Annadure, dubbed as the Moon Man of India, led the maiden Chandrayaan mission in 2008, confirmed the presence of water on the moon. With this, the world turned towards India. Then at the second time in 2019, as the first Indian woman lead to India's lunar mission, Mrs. Vanita Muthaiya, a Tamil lady, becomes the project director of Chandrayaan-2. Then Chandrayaan-3 was launched on July 14th and successfully landed safely on the moon after 40 days. And this country once again turned the world's gaze towards itself with Mr. Veera Muthuvel as its project director. Then Aditya L1, the India's first solar mission, and Mrs. Nigar Shaji, a Tamil lady, is the project director. Sir, the most important thing I want to mention at this time through this August House is that all these scientists are not only from our state of Tamil Nadu, but by all studied in our state education system of Tamil Nadu, according to our state curriculum, from the poor and middle class background, and belongs to the backward communities and minorities communities, sir. Sir, Tamil Nadu have a visionary history behind this achievement, sir. Through that, we had shown the best governance model, known as Dravidian model, not only to the country, but also to the entire world, that everyone should know and aware about it now, sir. Sir, Tamil Nadu has many firsts to its credit, but very few are aware that it was in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, that the world first midday meal was served to the students way back in 1920, 100 years back, based on the idea of Sir B.T. Tyagarayar, and then the president of Dravidian party, namely called Justice Party, as Subrayulu, first chief minister of Madras presidency, implemented the midday meal scheme in the corporation schools in Chennai, sir. The constitutional provision for universalization for primary education has not yet been fully implemented in India. It becomes a distant goal even now. But Tamil Nadu tries to be ahead of achieving it. Tamil Nadu is one of the most literate states in India now, sir. Following the pioneering initiative of Justice Party leader P.T. Tyagarayar, our ex-chief ministers, Mr. K. Kamraj, and our beloved leader, Dr. Kalaignar, have tweaked the feeding program and contributed to its steady evolution. Gradually, its focus shifted to addressing nutritional issue and checking dropouts from schools. Sir, the purpose was the same when Kamraj expanded the program to all schools across the state. So they wanted to see more students from poor socio-economic backgrounds enrolling in school. The midday meal dish was the boon for students from scheduled castes and the backward communities when Kalaignar initiated on 5 eggs and the bananas to be supplied along with the midday meal in government schools. Sir, even after the development of midday meal scheme, Tamil Nadu found the gap in achieving the universalization of school education to all. Hence, it realized that the overall development of the nation and the state education must be made easily available to all. But poor people in rural as well as the urban area failed to send their children to school due to several reasons. Keeping it on mind, as a part of that, Tamil Nadu government has started another schemes providing free bicycles to students, initiated by Dr. Kalaignar. The name of this scheme is Free Bicycle Scheme. Dr. Kalaignar made higher education free for first generation learners and even launched the EVR Nagamai Memorial free graduate education for school schemes. He was constantly launching similar schemes that made education accessible to everyone, especially the underprivileged section of society. There was 50% reservation for rural students in professional course. Entrance exam for professional courses was scrapped. In 1989, sir, in 1989, sir, he introduced a free bus pass scheme for the school students to go to school. Free computer training for the school.
We are discussing on Chandrayaan, Mani Mohammed.
I'm coming back to the point.
Please.
Yes, sir, I'm coming back to the point. This is how our backward scientists came to ISRO. I'm just explaining. Yes, sir. These are just a few of the many schemes. Honorable Chief Minister Thalapathy M.K. Stalin aims to optimize social welfare gain scheme right now, sir. Sir, as Mr. is not here, I think so, Indian ideology. Through this, we have contributed not only to our state and also to the nation. This is what I want to point out now. And this is how the uniqueness of our federal system contribute to the nation building. The others are criticizing our welfare scheme as a freebie, but we are investing it for the development of the nation in view of social justice. Sir, That's why we are proudly calling it as a Dravidian model, sir, which is much, much needed for this time, for this country, not only for the scientific development, in all the development. With that, I conclude, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mittal, 5 minutes. और माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको मालूम है जो विषय है डिस्कशन का, उसी पर हमें बोलना है, not other points related. So please speak on the subject. Please. You know the rules.
धन्यवाद महोदय। आज मुझे इस नए सदन में चंद्रयान के ऊपर बोलने का मौका दिया जा रहा है। मैं इसका अध्यक्ष महोदय जी का धन्यवाद हूँ। और सबसे पहले मैं इसरो के अध्यक्ष श्री सोमनाथ जी और उनकी टीम को और उनकी पूरी संस्था को इस सदन की तरफ से, अपनी तरफ से, देश की तरफ से मुबारकबाद देना चाहूँगा और धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने पूरे विश्व में भारत का परचम फहरा दिया है। सर, 1965 में हमारे तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री श्री लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने पाकिस्तान युद्ध के दौरान देश को एक नारा दिया था, जय जवान जय किसान। बाद में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री वाजपेयी जी ने पोखरण के दौरान इस नारे में संशोधन किया और कहा, जय जवान जय विज्ञान, जय किसान जय विज्ञान। और मुझे वो समय याद है, 3 जनवरी 2019 को जब हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी लवली प्रोफेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी में इंडियन साइंस कांग्रेस की अध्यक्षता करने के लिए आए, उन्होंने इस नारे में और संशोधन किया और उन्होंने कहा, जय जवान जय किसान जय विज्ञान, और उन्होंने एक नया शब्द जोड़ा इस नारे में, जय अनुसंधान। और पूरा नारा बना, जय जवान जय किसान जय विज्ञान जय अनुसंधान। और मैं खुशकिस्मत हूँ कि जब प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी ने यह नारा दिया, मैं उसका साक्षी हूँ। माननीय सर, और मुझे खुशी है, ऐसा नहीं होता था जिसमें चंदा का वंदन नहीं होता था, जैसे चांद सी महबूबा हो मेरी, या चंद्रमा में भी एक दाग है, तो इस तरीके के हम गाने सुन सुन के बड़े हुए हैं। इसके साथ साथ एक और इंटरेस्टिंग तथ्य है कि एक मूवी आई थी हॉलीवुड की, मिशन इम्पॉसिबल, और जो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की फिक्शन पर थी, लेकिन उसका बजट क्या था हम बाद में बात करेंगे। लेकिन हमारे भारतीय वैज्ञानिकों ने चंद्रयान 2 की सफलता से उत्साहित ही हुए, नीचे नहीं गए, और चंद्रयान 3 को मिशन आई एम पॉसिबल बना के हमारे सामने पेश किया। सर, चंद्रयान 3 रियलिटी है, ये फिक्शन मूवी नहीं है कि 615 करोड़ में हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने इसको कामयाब किया। और ये हमारे लिए और भी हर्ष का विषय है कि इस मिशन में महिलाओं का भी पूरा योगदान रहा, महिला वैज्ञानिकों का भी पूरा योगदान रहा। और हमारा दूसरा सदन इस टाइम महिला रिजर्वेशन पर बात कर रहा है, ये हम सबके लिए हर्ष का एक विषय है। हॉलीवुड में जेम्स बॉन्ड की मूवीज बहुत प्रसिद्ध हैं, और उसमें एक मूवी थी ऑक्टोपसी। सर, सिर्फ 1 मिनट। और उसमें भारत को स्नेक चार्मर कहा गया, जादू टोने वाला देश कहा गया। सर, मैं उससे प्रेरणा लेते हुए बोलना चाहूंगा, यस, भारत जादू का देश है, यही वो देश है, उसी में ही जादूगर है इसरो, जिसने इतने कम समय में और इतने कम दाम में एक सफल चंद्रयान बना के हम सब के आगे पेश किया। यह भारत का ही जादू है और भारत ही एक जादूगर है। सर, चंद्रयान इस टाइम स्लीप मोड में है, लेकिन यह पूरा सदन, पूरा देश जागा हुआ है, और हम सब इस सदन के माध्यम से पूरे देश को बधाई दे रहे हैं। सर, एक छोटी सी मेरी बेनती है, हम 2023-24 में हमने, सर सिर्फ एक मिनट, चंद्रयान लॉन्च किया, और इसी वर्ष हमने इसरो का बजट घटा दिया। सर, जो 13,700 करोड़ था पिछले साल, वो 12,543 करोड़ रह गया। तो मेरी बेनती है सरकार से कि इसको दोबारा रिव्यू किया जाए। और सर अंत में मैं अपने वैज्ञानिकों को, भारतीय वैज्ञानिकों को, इसरो के वैज्ञानिकों को बधाई और अभिनंदन करने के लिए 2 पंक्तियों से अपनी बात समाप्त करूंगा। परिंदों को मिलेगी मंजिल यकीनन, परिंदों को मिलेगी मंजिल यकीनन, ये फैले हुए उनके पंख बोलते हैं। वो लोग रहते हैं खामोश अक्सर, हमारे वैज्ञानिक, वो लोग रहते हैं खामोश अक्सर जमाने में जिनके हुनर बोलते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण।
So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak on an issue in which the entire nation feels very proud and also has been one in voicing such a sense of pride in appreciating the ISRO. Sir, the launch of Chandrayaan-3, particularly to the south pole of the moon, India has become the first country to do so. Whilst countries have launched and landed in the moon, we are only the 4th in the line. But for reaching the moon's southern pole, we are the first. Now, I just want to briefly recall how in 1975, India, with the help of Soviet Union then, the USSR, launched the Aryabhatta satellite. That was a heavy satellite, but it was launched by the Soviet Union for us. So that was the first ever attempt by India's ISRO to position something in the space, to enter the space itself. But after that, if you look at this spectacular journey that the ISRO has had, this success of Chandrayaan-3 is certainly going to have a very big impact on India's industrial and technological ecosystem. It's going to directly, of course, affect positively the satellite systems area, telecommunications area, and there are very many other related fields, all of which will benefit from it. Although in 1975, we needed the Soviet Union's help to launch our Aryabhatta, a space station to go into the space for the first time from India, today, as of July 23, our record is such that we've already launched 431 foreign satellites for other countries. That is, 34 different countries have utilized ISRO's facility and their knowledge systems to launch their satellites. And I'm just recalling in 1975, our Aryabhatta being launched by Soviet Union for us today, but we are in a position to launch 34 different countries' satellites, but totaling to 431. What a spectacular journey this is for ISRO. So, Chandrayaan-3, sir, also stood out, in my observation, also stood out for one particular achievement, which has a blend of innovation, has a blend of how technology and innovation working together can work for global achievements and sustainability. I remember also seeing a lot of comments which said, oh, but this is no good, it has taken this many number of days to reach there. Did it require that many number of days? Can it not be done lesser in lesser number of days? Because quoting some other countries, they said they reached the moon in 20 days, whereas you took 45 days, and so on. But the secret behind that, the fact behind that, is the innovative way in which ISRO has handled it. In that, they chose shows a path to reach the moon, which was not otherwise thought of, but thought only because due to the route selection, and I'm using very pedestrian language here, I'm conscious of that, using such a route selection, ISRO made it possible to do it cost effectively, because the gravitational pulls, any magnetic fields which come in the way, I'm sorry, again a pedestrian language, can exhaust more fuel. But the way in which ISRO decided to take this Chandrayaan 3 was chosen not for a racing expedition. I'll have to reach there faster than somebody else, but I have to reach there in a cost-effective manner using lesser fuel and therefore serve the purpose of sustainability. Space research also has to be sustainable because otherwise it becomes too expensive and cannot be afforded at all. So, innovation intertwined with sustainability, particularly in the realm of space, is what ISRO has achieved by choosing the route with which it reached the south pole of the moon. Now, the lander that is there was named Vikram Probe. Obviously, the name reminds us of Vikram Sarabhai, who set up the first rocket launching station, which we are now using repeatedly. Nobody ever in India can forget the contribution that Vikram Sarabhai or Homi Bhabha did. Of course, Homi then moved over to the Atomic Energy Commission, which was carved out of the then body ISRO. So, Vikram Probe did something, and the temperature of the moon's ionosphere has been recorded in the South Pole. But for the first time again, the moon's ionosphere and its density and the temperature there has been recorded by our Vikram probe. Interestingly, from the probe, the rover which is moving slowly on the surface of the moon, the Pragyan rover, in its exploration has unearthed groundbreaking discoveries, sir. The presence of sulfur, for instance, in the lunar south pole has come as a very big surprise to the scientific community. So, I'm happy to say Chandrayaan 3 landing in the south pole for the first time does not just stop there, it has also created a lot more record on its own. Just going back, Chandrayaan 2 also would have achieved, but for the last minute tragic failure, but ISRO showcased to the world that it shall not be deterred by that failure. It would learn lessons. Every strand of the errors have been identified, lessons learned, and today we see that the ISRO has corrected itself to the extent that very many little errors which had crept in earlier had been removed and better solutions have been offered than what had been given in Chandrayaan 2 itself. No wonder that the chief, S. Somanath, has been received by the Indian common citizen everywhere. When he went into a flight, people stood up and clapped for him. This is the kind of respect Indians have, we our people have, for such great achieving scientists of this country. Nobody ever forgets them. And today, ISRO and ISRO scientists are all very recognized by people of India. And in the process, I'll later delve into this point, they are people who have studied from tier 2, tier 3 colleges, gone into Indian Institute of Sciences and many such institutions, but they are there sitting and contributing for the future development of India and also sharing their knowledge with the entire space community all over the world. Now, if I spoke about Chandrayaan 2, sir, I'll also take this opportunity to say about Chandrayaan 1, which was launched in 2008. Even that was a wonderful, sir.
Honorable members, what a sight. Look at the galleries. Look at the galleries. Jayaji, look at the galleries. All your gender. And you are iconic to all of them. And at a time when the Honorable Finance Minister is on legs. And this has happened right from the beginning. But that it would happen so continually is unimaginable, is spectacular. My tribute to this great power which is being unleashed in India to change it for the better and to take it to 2047 gloriously. Honorable Finance Minister.
Thank you very much, sir. So I'll take this opportunity which you've given me by highlighting the women and girls in the gallery. Equally impressive, sir, and I'm sure you would have noticed it as well. And Jayaji would also probably appreciate the fact that we have... I heard it, sir, but what I wanted to say is, Jayaji, because the school children who are here, I'm so touched by the fact that they are here to observe what we are discussing. And I'm sure, yes, all the members would feel happy about the presence of the future generations of India here. Oh, okay. Honorable Leader of the House reminds me that I'm not wrong in mentioning Honorable Jaya ji's name, because she apparently acted as a school child.
Yes.
In a student with uniform in a film.
I was reflecting, honorable members, on that memorable contribution as a great artist and elevating her to iconic status, which she has sustained all throughout. Honorable Finance.
Appreciations, Jayaji. Sir, I did mention about Chandrayaan 2 and wanted to move over to briefly talk about Chandrayaan 1 as well. But before I do talk about Chandrayaan 1, I want to remind myself and also place it before the honorable members in this House that on probably 7th September 2019, midnight, Governor of West Bengal, the then Governor of West Bengal, and now Vice President of India, witnessed that landing, which of course had a problem, but along with hundreds of school children in the science city of Kolkata. And today, you are reminding us about the school children who are here to listen to this debate on the Chandrayaan 3's success. So Chandrayaan 1, sir, if I can just go one step backward, was also a very successful mission. 2008, when it was launched, it discovered the presence of water on the moon's surface, and it also provided a lot of insights into the lunar geology. So obviously, each one time that ISRO had attempted to do, they have come out with extraordinary contributions to the space science. And that is now actually being used by the space community, scientist community from all over the world. And repeatedly, when we talk about ISRO, I will definitely recollect that the founders of ISRO, as I named them earlier, Vikram Sarabhai or Homi Bhabha, had all remembered that this contribution or this investment in space is an investment in future, and that it will be done for the sake of development and also for the sake of humanity. That spirit continues even today, sir. I would want to highlight that. And when I do that, it is purposely because I want to bring to the context that continuously in India, ISRO has received that kind of a support from all communities, ordinary citizens, students, children, scientific community, and from the government of the day. The kind of support that ISRO has received is something which all of us are proud of, and we'll continue doing that. Now, but of course, much before I go into talking many more things, a theme which I want to mention here, and I would probably respond to it repeatedly, is a comment which Jairam Ramesh had made, honorable members not here, but he has made in the morning about, muscular nationalism, you leave it to the scientists. Sir, yes. And I also recall, I wasn't in the House, but I've seen it subsequently, that former President APJ Abdul Kalam had referred to Professor Satish Dhawan and said leadership should be like that, where once when a mission failed, he had said not to worry at all. Leave it. I take the full responsibility as the head. But when the next year it was corrected and they achieved success, Professor Satish Dhawan had told our former president, then scientist, APJ Abdul Kalam, the success is due to your team and the success is to you, and as a true leader, gave the credit to the team. Absolutely. Whoever would deny the scientists their contribution. But it doesn't mean that if the Prime Minister of the country stands next to a scientist or a team of scientists who worked for something, and when there is, unfortunately, a failure or a disappointment, to stand by them and say, don't you worry, you will be doing better the next time. And therefore, I read this quote. Honorable Prime Minister stood next to Professor Sivan, the scientist, during the launch of Chandrayaan-2, which in the last minute, unfortunately, broke all our hearts and disappointed all of them as much as the scientific community when it just couldn't land. Standing next to him, who had tears in his eyes, Mr. Sivan had tears in his eyes, Prime Minister had said, last night, when he stood with him, I understood your frame of mind. The look in your eyes said a lot. That is why I did not stay here for long. We might not have reached the lunar surface as planned. You came as close as you could. Stay steady and look ahead. We are full of confidence when it comes to our space program. The best is yet to come, unquote. These are not words of any muscular nationalism. These are truly the words of a Prime Minister who wants to stand next to his scientists, even at the time of disappointment, as much as the time of success. So to decry this and to say, oh, you stop your muscular nationalism, is a bit of a perversion, which I think somebody from Jairam Ramesh's experience, I wouldn't expect. So, and this is not the first time. When in 2014, ISRO had by that time launched 104 satellites at one go. Prime Minister Modi was one of the first ones to say, India salutes all the scientists. It was in his Twitter handle. It was there even now. So scientists are being given the due credit, and we shall continue to give due credit. Every government has done it, we also do it. But when we do it, because it's Prime Minister Modi, please don't give any other attributes which are not true. So I'll, for a minute, dwell again on the cost of the mission. And that's one of the interesting facts about Chandrayaan-2, as much as the one earlier also, about the Mangalyaan. One of the most interesting facts is that Chandrayaan-3 mission costed only around $75 million, approximately 615 crores. These are not final figures because that will have to be finalized through the department, finally tying up every expenditure, approximately 615 crores. Then again, oft-repeated comparison, sir. Our Chandrayaan-3 commanded a lesser budget when compared to some of the movies which are made on space itself. You're making movies on space because we understand better, we want to know better, our future generation should know what it means, and therefore interesting films are made. But those films costed more than actually just Chandrayaan-3. I'll give you a random selection of film names and their cost. Interstellar costed $165 million. Passengers costed $110 million. The Martian, $108 million. Gravity, $100 million. And Chandrayaan, $75 million. As I said earlier, sir, innovative cost-cutting methods are the reason why it took a few days more, but the gravitational pull and also the magnetic fields which drag the satellite and therefore exhaust the fuel, in my pedestrian language that is. I'm sure there are some scientists who will be here who will sneer at my language, but simply put, that's the reason why they chose the track with which they could reach. Even if it takes a few more days, it costed them less. So I'll come to the point that increasingly India's space programs are becoming Atmanirbhar. And the immense potential of homegrown industries and their technologies are now increasingly helping our expeditions to the space. Chandrayaan-3 benefited from this. I would like to highlight where these kind of Atmanirbhar Bharat has come to interplay with the space program. India actually through the Chandrayaan-3 has displayed and showcased its capability to design, to develop, and to manufacture high-end equipments which are so required, but all domestically. Now, leading companies like Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, HAL, which provided significant mechanical hardware, and BHEL, the Bharat Heavy Electrical Limited, contributed with their titanium tanks, which was so crucial and actually helped in cutting cost as well, but a very innovative way in which we could do it. Sir, numerous private Indian firms have contributed to this, particularly in the realms of mechanical and electronic fabrication. For a minute, I want to quote Vikram Sarabhai again. He says, if we are to play a meaningful role naturally and in the Committee of Nations, with the, we must be second to none in the application of advanced technologies, unquote. Now, these advanced technologies are not just coming from HAL and BHEL. They sure are coming from HAL and BHEL, but private players today are giving these high-end technologies, and they have made it an immense contribution to the efficiencies which are now getting recorded. The kind of equipments which we see in the Chandrayaan-3 are state-of-the-art scientific instruments which are being used, all of them which are developed in India. They include seismometer, Langmuir probe instruments, thermal probe instruments, both X-ray and laser-based spectrometers. All of them have been built in India. So, I want to underline here, sir, that scientific temper, scientific achievements are absolutely praiseworthy in ISRO. But policy has also been doing a lot of rigorous sector. I remember during Atmanirbhar announcements and subsequently in the budget of 21-22, we had announced a strategic disinvestment policy, particularly for central public sector enterprises, in which we said in the strategic areas, a minimum presence of the government will be there, will continue to be there. We are not going to shut every unit there, not at all. But there will not be any area in India which will not be available for private sector. That is, no area will be shut for private sector, and that policy actually has helped in getting the private sector to enter into space area. And as a result, today you have innovative ideas working together with the ISRO, and that has made a lot of difference. India actually ranks 5th among countries for equity investments in space in the past decade. And that is consistently because the policy has been made more and more favorable. And as a result, we are improving in getting equity funding for the private sector which wants to involve itself in space. But even today, it is only 3% of all the money which goes into the space arena globally. We need to have more private funding coming, private equity coming, for those private companies which want to do innovative work in the space area. Sir, you have rightly given the tone of women even at the beginning of my intervention. I would like to say how Chandrayaan-3, the landing spot in the moon, has been named Shiv Shakti. Shiv Shakti obviously denotes the Ardhanarishwara principle, though. And therefore, both Shiva and Shakti give the energy and the action. Therefore, I want to say it is a tribute to the women scientists who worked in that mission. Indian women scientists have contributed immensely to the space program. Women scientists, and I quote the Prime Minister here, women scientists of this mission have played a crucial role in ensuring its success. Without their contribution, this achievement was not just possible. They will inspire generations to come, unquote. Sir, slightly over 100 women staff have played a direct, significant role in conceptualizing, designing, realizing, testing, and executing Chandrayaan-3. Over 100 women staff, inclusive of scientists. The huge participation of women shows that the scientific empowerment of women has helped, and the glass ceiling has actually been broken in ISRO for quite some time. Women scientists, and having broken the glass ceiling, no doubt, metaphorically, and I'm sure when the bill comes to the Rajya Sabha, it will have a smooth passage. I'm sure all parties, all members would kindly cooperate to have that cleared. So I'd like to take, because we are talking about Chandrayaan-3, I'd like to highlight the names of those women scientists who have contributed to Chandrayaan-3. Among many others, I said more than 100 women staff, but I'm naming some of them here. Srimati Kalpana Kalahasti, Dr. Ritu Karidal Srivastava, who's known as the Rocket Women of India, Srimati Vanita Muttaya, Srimati Nandini Harinath, Srimati Anuradha TK, Srimati Maunmita Datta, and Srimati VR Lalitambika. So these are scientists who have come from various parts of this country, studied in institutions which are probably in tier 2 to 3 institutions, but sheer wanting to perform with excellence has moved them to do many things on reaching ISRO. So if Chandrayaan-3 was a great success, there are other thought of the ISRO has played an important one, Aditya L1, which was launched from Sriharikota by ISRO on the 2nd of February for the Sun, which India will be doing. There are 3 other countries, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, G20, and so on. India will continue to explore, learn, and share for the betterment of all humankind. So this is what the Prime Minister said. And this is what was the appreciation also given to the scientists. And again, standing by the scientists. Now I have my friend, Honorable Member Jairam Ramesh, the point that muscular nationalism doesn't play here. Stand next to the scientists at the time of achievement and also during disappointments. So that is a point I like to highlight, sir. More importantly, sir, it's important in June 2023, when Prime Minister visited the United States of America, we signed an accord, the Artemis Accord. Very important, sir, in that India also will be one of those 20 did this Artemis Accord. He says, and I quote, India will not only fill the void that Russia is leaving, but will far exceed it. The capabilities of India to engage, to innovate, to support a more robust industry, particularly in the commercial space, is going to far outstrip anything that Russia had ever been able to do, unquote. So he also says, India was a sleeping giant in the space world, but that is awakening now. Already, he says, the country has done so much with so little. Again, that frugality, ISRO should be devoid of bureaucratic influence. Now, it's not me, it's not anybody from India, but I'd like to again recall the words of former NASA Associate Administrator Mike Gold. He says, India's bureaucratic reforms in its space efforts are helping the country move faster in that sector. So, bureaucracy is not being obstructed. They are actually, the reforms are helping him to move faster. So, moving faster is not being an obstacle. So, facilitating the usage of ISRO by private entities. So, with all these, government is also spending considerable amount to reskill nearly 4,000 technicians, technical and scientific assistants of ISRO, so that they can improve.
बोलने का यह है कि देखिए हमको आज यह है कि देखो इतना पैसा तभी मिलता था और आज हम ज़्यादा पैसा देते हैं। भाई मेरे पिताजी 30 रुपया उनको तनख्वाह मिलता था, हम आराम से खाते पीते थे और उतना आराम करने के लिए अपने आज को 3 लाख रुपया लगेगा। तो डिवैल्यूएशन हुआ है पैसों का, तो पैसों का बात ना करें, दिल का बात करें और अक्ल का बात करें। अक्ल का बात करें तो 60 नहीं 6000 साल पहले जो इंडियन वनवास करते थे, जो साधु थे, जो संत थे, वो भी साइंटिस्ट थे और आज भी जो है वो भी साइंटिस्ट है, सब साइंटिस्ट है। कोई किसी को कोई पैसों की जरूरत नहीं है, उनको एकाग्रता की जरूरत है और जितनी एकाग्रता देश उनको चाहता है तो उनसे उन्होंने हर काल दिया है। हमको वेद दिया है, उन्होंने उपनिषद दिया है और आज चंद्रयान भी दे दिया। वही साइंटिस्ट लोग हैं, उनका नाम बदल गया है लेकिन उन्होंने दिया है। और इसमें मेरा इतना कहना है कि हम आए हैं ओडिशा से, सबको लगता होगा ये छोटा एक है छोटा, इतना बड़ा नहीं है, पर है हमारा भी इसमें कोई हम साझेदारी है और हमारा भी सुन लीजिए कहानी कि हम भी इस यात्रा में कैसे जा रहे हैं। सर, जिस ओडिशा के बारे में जब बोल रहा हूं, 1984 में ओडिशा स्पेस एप्लीकेशन सेंटर ORSAC, the apex body of the state of Odisha for space technology applications, was established 1984, sir. Along with Space Tech, ORSAC is involved in IT projects like remote sensing, GIS and GPS-based projects, geographic information system and global positioning system. The organization also runs GramSat and EduSat. Then I am telling you, in 2017, Odisha government formally named the outer Wheeler Island in Bhadrak district of Odisha as APJ Abdul Kalam Island. उसका नाम दिया है APJ Abdul Kalam Island as a tribute to the former president on his second death anniversary. Former Chief Minister Biju Patnaik, sir, 1 minute. Former Chief Minister
Biju Patnaik had allotted the historic Wheeler Island to the Ministry of Defense on the request of Kalam in 1993. Kalam had once described the Wheeler Island as his theater of action. He said, "It is my theater of action." Kalam also played a key role in ensuring that the island, a nesting ground for the endangered olive ridley tortoise, remained safe by changing the illumination structure. और लास्ट में इतना है, हम उड़ीसा के लोग इतना चाहते हैं कि ये हम कर सकते हैं, क्या है ना, if everything goes well, a made in Odisha miniature satellite CubeSat will soon support the state in managing natural calamities like cyclone and enhancing cyber security. जिस साइक्लोन से हम लड़ रहे हैं, साल में 10 बार लड़ रहे हैं, उस साइक्लोन को, उसके लिए जानकारी के लिए वो जो सैटेलाइट होगी ये ओडिशा की अपनी होगी। इसीलिए हम बोल रहे हैं कि हम भी ये जो यात्री है, ये जो सफलता है और ये जो गोल्ड मेडल सब लोग लेने के लिए खड़े हैं, उसमें हमारा भी शामिल है, ओडिशा का भी। हमने भी कुछ प्रतिदान दिया है, ओडिशा के औरतों ने भी कुछ प्रतिदान दिया है। और इसी, क्योंकि मेरे पास बहुत सारा समय नहीं है, फिर भी इतना याद रखिए, ये एक नेशनल गर्व है। दिस इज द प्राउड ऑफ आवर नेशन। दिस इज द डे ऑफ द साइंटिस्ट हु हैव मेड इट सो।
प्लीज कंक्लूड।
I am concluding. This is a concluding chapter again. अभी
Now I have to call the next speaker.
अभी मैं ये बोलता हूँ, अभी ये हो गया तय कि आज हम गर्व से छाती उठा के बोल सकते हैं कि कितने देश है जिसमें हमको बोल सकते हैं कि इंडिया is not at all comparable to other scientists. We can.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir. India's glorious space journey marked by successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3. Question, Chairman, sir. From morning onwards, we listened from the most of the speakers. First, initiated by the Industry and Commerce Minister. It's the Industry and Commerce Minister. He started. Then afterwards, Space Minister also are going to participate in that. I am thankful for that. But Chandrayaan journey, that first Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2, Chandrayaan 3, all are described by the various people. It is a success for Indian scientists. We have to remember all the scientists. We have to think of Abdul Kalam. Studied in MIT in Chennai, you know very well. That is famous institute where our Chennai is the base for education also. In that place he studied. And also, as others said, there are so many people contributed the development of this space research. 100 women scientists also participated. And also, so many prime ministers done so many efforts. But our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, in his period is successful over. That is why, when many of the people appreciated our Modi ji, then during, and also it is a success in his period, Chandrayaan 3 safely landed and started research and gave so many information to our country, through the world. That is why we are appreciating. And also, our Minister, Space Minister, when go on explaining about education, also very important thing for the success of thing in India. Before education, super beliefs are there. Super beliefs, everything explained in the health and even material, whatever things, superstitions are there. But all these are removed.
Your time is over, sir.
So what is time is over? Can't understand. Just say a few minutes, please. This is not, because we are by, say, 4 members or party, single members all spoke, but now time is now ending time. Sir, and also, I am telling you, come to the point. This is embarrassing to us. I was senior presiding officer of Lok Sabha, 5 times Lok Sabha member. when I'm speaking that I know the sense of the house, then when I'm saying something, because this is a successful story we are explaining means, when starting itself he is over means, how can I conclude that? Please listen to me, sir. When whatever I say, okay, I want to restrict that. The success of education, what he said, at that point, only point I want to say, education means science education, also very important. Especially in Tamil Nadu, Dravidian movement is the root cause for the giving good education for the country. That is why, even in the name, in Chennai, Gindi Research Center, Periyar Kolarangam, that is Periyar Space Research Emporium as established. Why I am telling is where the space things, whatever developed in the country, whatever journey, that is successful technical. And also technical education, if you take Professor MGR, our founder leader of the ADMK party, who started many education institutions, especially technical education, IITs and ITIs, so many polytechnics. That kind of science education is given. That is why so many scientists you have to create, especially the Tamil Nadu people. I want to mention because the name of the people we have said, we are for Veeramuthu has come. Veeramuthu, well said, our minister said, then Vanitha Muthaiya, then
Sir, you have
Abdul
already
Kalam,
taken 2
Nega
minutes
Shaki,
extra.
so many people are educated means because of good
Please
education
conclude.
given by Tamil Nadu.
Thank you.
They all contributed the space journey. And also, once again, I thank for our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. In his period, it successfully has taken place. And also, I thank other Prime Ministers also, others also, and scientists, our Indian scientists, who contributed so much for that. I thank you very much.
I thank you. Sir, at the very outset, let me start by congratulating heartily our great scientists who successfully executed the Chandrayaan-3 mission, making India the first nation to land on the South Pole, near the South Pole of the Moon. Sir, our scientists worked hard for the success of Chandrayaan, and just at the crucial moment when the Chandrayaan was about to land, the entire nation was deprived of the chance of seeing the landing or our scientists congratulating each other because the official TV feed got cut to a video showing the PM waving the national flag. It's shameful, sir. The camera was turned on the PM while the nation waited with bated breath to see the actual landing of the video and the celebration of our scientists. Sir, the scientists, I reiterate, were the real heroes because despite the Department of Space having a budgetary cut of more than 8% this year compared to the last fiscal of 22-23, which in turn had an expenditure cut of 32% for the space science part, notwithstanding the fact that Chandrayaan-3 and Aditya L1, these missions were included in this. Sir, I would also, that's why I say that this is the very reason why I laud our heroes, our scientists.
Minister,
and Bengal has played a part in it. As you know, 31.
One second.
No, I didn't want to interrupt him because he's speaking in a good flow.
Sir, I'm not
I just wanted to put the record straight. When the PM was shown on the screen, the other part of the screen shows the landing. So it is not. No. The whole nation is a witness to. The whole nation is witness to that. The whole nation is witness to that. You can get it replayed. Yes, the video is there.
Why? It is for all to see.
Just because.
What is the truth? What is the truth?
Just because
let the nation decide.
Just because PM's face was there does not mean that the landing was not shown.
Honorable Minister, the video is there. Let the nation decide.
Yes.
Let it
the whole nation has been
the video is there. It is in public domain.
No.
The video is there.
You are stating half truth.
Anyway,
PM's face was there, but the landing was also being shown.
Please.
It was simultaneously being shown. It was being simultaneously shown.
Sir, I
understand that.
Sir, I am not yielding. I seek your protection, sir. Sir, how is it? Sir, Chairman, Vice Chairman, sir, I seek your protection. I am not yielding.
I am saying
please let me have my chance to speak.
Even before PM's face came, our faces were also there. They were showing, Chairman sir, they were showing the
He'll be
team,
given time, no?
the team ISRO was there, the mission team was there, we were watching from one location, we were there, and that slot went to PM. Where
Sir,
he
I have
was
not
there.
yielded.
But
Please
the
give me
landing
my
was
chance to
continuing
speak.
simultaneously.
Mr. Biswas, continue.
Sir, much of my time has been eaten into. You please give me the due time. Firstly, I'll say it is on public domain and it is for all to see and decide. Okay? Sir, I would like to say, since I laud the scientists, 31 of them, we proudly say, have come from Bengal as part of the mission. And as you know, Anuj Nandi, he was from Islampur of West Bengal. He also played a very crucial role in this mission, working as the chief designer of the cameras attached to the primary body of Chandrayaan-3. Sir, also, I would like to say that after meeting the ISRO scientists in Bangalore, the Honorable Prime Minister landed in Delhi and made a bizarre statement. He said, use of space technology for delivery of services. This statement has not been clarified as yet. And then we see the Governor of Bengal wrote to ISRO asking for help of space technology to curb ragging of students in colleges. Sir, it is most astonishing to see and agonizing also the achievements of our scientists being mocked in such illogical statements which seeks to take away their success and seems to undermine them. Sir, further, I would like to say that during the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, our Honorable Prime Minister was suddenly seen addressing the nation on Mission Shakti. The sole purpose was to take credit for success of our scientists for political and electoral gains. Again, sir, from speech of the leader of the House today, it seems that the government doesn't want to focus of today's discussion to be celebrated as one of our scientists and our space program, but of a personal credit festival for the PM and only the PM. Let us move past the self-congratulatory and chest-thumping postures and stand up as a nation to the dual heroes, our scientists. Sir, all I have to say while I conclude is that while we have our eyes on space, let our feet touch the ground reality, discussing nation-related harsh realities of price rise, unemployment, MSP for farmers, Manipur, recent CAG reports, etc., which seriously concern the people at large. Let there be a celebration, but also along with introspection, if as a nation we want to move forward with much more such achievements and phenomenal successes. Thank you, sir.
Shri Sanjay Rautji.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, we are discussing on India's glorious space journey. ये जो जर्नी है बहुत ही गौरवशाली है। सरकारें आती है, सरकारें चली जाती है, प्रधानमंत्री भी आए और चले गए, लेकिन इंडिया की ये स्पेस जर्नी निरंतर चल रही है और चलती रहेगी। ये पंडित नेहरू वर्सेस नरेंद्र मोदी ऐसा झगड़ा नहीं होना चाहिए। आप वहाँ से मोदी मोदी करेंगे, हम नेहरू नेहरू करेंगे। ये टीम वर्क है, ये टीम वर्क है। 2014 से पहले भी इस देश में बहुत बड़ा काम हुआ है और उसके बदौलत आज चंद्रयान ऊपर गया है। प्रधानमंत्री की अपनी अपनी सोच होती है, प्रधानमंत्री की अपनी अपनी सोच होती है। कोई विज्ञानवादी होता है, कोई अंधश्रद्धावादी होता है, कोई अंधभक्त होते हैं, कोई भक्त होते हैं। पंडित नेहरू जी के जमाने में भी बहुत से नाली और गटार थे, लेकिन पंडित नेहरू ने यह नहीं कहा कि गटार से गैस निकालकर चाय बनाओ। लेकिन ये भी विज्ञान है, मैं नहीं मानता ये विज्ञान नहीं है, ये भी साइंस है। गटार से भी हम गैस निकाल सकते हैं, ये भी साइंस है। लेकिन पंडित नेहरू की सोच ऊपर थी। पंडित नेहरू ने इसरो बनाया। पंडित नेहरू ने जिस तरह से ज्ञान, विज्ञान और तंत्रज्ञान की नींव रखी और आज हम 70 साल में यहाँ तक पहुँच गए हैं। मिशन चंद्रयान 3 की कामयाबी अद्भुत है सर। और ये जो यात्रा है, ये यात्रा चंद्रयान 1 से शुरू हुई थी, चंद्रयान 2 में भी जारी रही और चंद्रयान 3 ने इतिहास रचा है। ये हमारे 60-70 साल के टीम वर्क का नतीजा है। ये जो हमारा ऐतिहासिक पुराना संसद भवन है, उसमें जो आखिरी संयुक्त बैठक हुई, उसमें प्रधानमंत्री ने संबोधित किया और सांसदों के साथ पैदल चलकर यहाँ तक आ गए, नए संसद भवन में आ गए। 1947 से हमारी सफर, इस देश की सफर इसी तरह से हो रही है। पंडित नेहरू जो पहले प्रधानमंत्री थे, उस वक्त इस देश में एक सुई तक नहीं बनती थी, कुछ नहीं बनता था, और आज हम हमारा चंद्रयान ऊपर भेज रहे हैं। सर, आर्यभट्ट भारत का पहला उपग्रह था, जिसे 19 अप्रैल 1975 को कॉस्मोस 3M लॉन्च व्हीकल से लॉन्च किया गया था। सर, मैंने कहा कि यह गौरवशाली यात्रा है। आज इसरो भारत का गौरव है और उसकी स्थापना 1962 में हुई थी। विक्रम साराभाई जी के बारे में जयराम रमेश जी ने कहा, पूरी कहानी सुनाई। विक्रम साराभाई इसरो के उस वक्त टीम लीडर थे और उनकी टीम भी बहुत छोटी थी। बहुत गिने चुने वैज्ञानिक उनके पास थे, पैसों की तंगी थी, लेकिन साल भर में भारत ने पहला रॉकेट लॉन्च किया और उसके पार्ट्स को साइकिल पर लादकर लॉन्च सेंटर तक पहुंचाया गया था। वो ऐतिहासिक तस्वीर आज भी हमारे शरीर पर रोंगटे खड़े कर देती है। और आज 6 दशक के बाद हम चांद पर, मंगल पर और गगनयान, ये सब जो देन है सर, ये हमारी देश के 60-70 साल में हमारे पंडित नेहरू से लेकर आज तक के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी।
सर प्लीज,
मैं सबका नाम लेना चाहता हूं। सर, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कल कहा, मजबूत भारत बनाना है। बड़े सोच से ही भव्य मजबूत भारत का निर्माण होगा। सोच बड़ी होगी तो बड़े काम हो जाते हैं, और साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी के सिवा ये देश आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा। लेकिन हमने कोरोना काल में क्या देखा? पापड़ बेचो, थालियां बजाओ, तालियां बजाओ। दिस इज नॉट साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी। ये साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, ये अंधश्रद्धा है। ये साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है। हमारे इस देश
संजय राउत जी प्लीज कंक्लूड। संजय राउत जी
वैक्सीन बनाया। इस देश के वैज्ञानिकों ने वैक्सीन बनाया और वैक्सीन बनने के बाद
संजय राउत जी प्लीज कंक्लूड।
प्रधानमंत्री ने सिर्फ अपना फोटो लगाकर प्रचार किया।
थैंक यू संजय राउत जी, प्लीज कंक्लूड।
हमको आदर करना चाहिए हमारे साइंटिस्ट का, हमारे विज्ञान का, हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी का।
थैंक यू
सर।
नेक्स्ट स्पीकर।
सर, ये देश बहुत बड़ा है।
प्लीज कंक्लूड। यू हैव टेकन
सर
ऑलमोस्ट 3 मिनट्स।
साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी ये राजनीति करने का विषय नहीं है। राजनीति करने के लिए बहुत से विषय है, लेकिन कुछ लोगों ने इस विषय में भी राजनीति लाई। हमको राजनीति नहीं करनी चाहिए। कुछ लोगों ने यहाँ इस साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में तेलंगाना वर्सेस आंध्र का झगड़ा लगा दिया। ये कब तक चलेगा सर?
डॉक्टर अनिल जैन।
सर, आज के इस मौके
धन्यवाद उपसभापति महोदय। लोकतंत्र के इस ऐतिहासिक प्रथम सत्र के लोकतंत्र के इस नए मंदिर के ऐतिहासिक प्रथम सत्र के दूसरे दिन मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं अपने आप को बहुत गौरवान्वित महसूस करता हूं और इस नए लोकतंत्र के मंदिर से भव्य भारत की नई तस्वीर निकलेगी। महोदय, भारत के लोकतंत्र की जरूरतों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारे दूरदृष्टा प्रधानमंत्री ने आगे आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए ये भव्य लोकतंत्र का मंदिर प्रस्तुत किया है और यहाँ से नई भारत की तस्वीर निकलेगी। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, अमृतकाल की सुबह हमारा भारत नई संसद भवन में भविष्य के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। मान्यवर, आज पहले हम कहते थे चलो दिलदार चलें, चांद के पार चलें। हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने कहा चलो हम हैं तैयार चलो, और साइंटिस्ट ने तैयार चलो कर चांद के पार पहुंचने का काम किया है। मैं इस पूरे सदन के माध्यम से और अपनी तरफ से इस देश के साइंटिस्ट को तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं, उनका वंदन करता हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। और ये परंपरा जो विक्रम साराभाई जी ने प्रारंभ की, तब से लेकर आज तक चाहे एम सोमनाथ तक ये परंपरा जिस साइंटिस्ट ने की है, हम उनका अभिनंदन करते हैं, वंदन करते हैं और उस नेतृत्व का भी अभिनंदन करते हैं, वंदन करते हैं जिसने साइंटिस्ट को ये करने के लिए माहौल प्रस्तुत किया, व्यवस्थाएं दी, बजट दिया। ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री का भी हम वंदन करते हैं और अभिनंदन करते हैं। हम सत के चांद के पार तो जा चुके हैं और ऐसे चांद के पार गए। अब तक हिंदुस्तान के साथ 3 और देश ने सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग की थी, लेकिन चांद के पार जाकर साउथ पोल तक पहुंचने का काम हमारे देश के साइंटिस्ट ने चंद्रयान 3 को पहुंचाकर किया है। ये केवल और केवल भारत ने किया है और भारत के लिए ये बहुत गर्व की बात है। हम सब लोग गौरवान्वित होते हैं। चंद्रयान 3 चंद्रयान 2 के बाद बना और चंद्रयान 2 के साथ में जब देश ने देखा चंद्रयान 2 किन्हीं तकनीकी कारणों के कारण अंतिम स्थान तक नहीं पहुंच सका, तो उस समय के इसरो के डायरेक्टर सेल्वन साहब जब आंसुओं से विवल हुए थे, तो उनको कंधा देने का काम इस देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री ने किया था और उन्होंने हौसला बढ़ाया, साइंटिस्ट का, वैज्ञानिकों का हौसला बढ़ाया कि वैज्ञानिकों हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं, चट्टान की तरह पीछे खड़े हैं और तुम अब आगे बढ़ो, हम चंद्रयान की सफलता को भी देखेंगे। चंद्रयान 3 का ये कॉन्फ़िगरेशन मिशन प्रोफाइल तैयार की गई। चंद्रयान 3 को प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल, लैंडर और रोवर मॉड्यूल से कॉन्फ़िगर किया गया है। इसके प्राथमिक उद्देश्य हैं चंद्रमा की सतह पर सुरक्षित लैंडिंग, इसके चंद्रमा की सतह पर घूमना और यथास्थान वैज्ञानिक प्रयोगों का दुनिया से परिचय कराना। चंद्रयान की लैंडिंग भारत की स्वदेशी तकनीकी शक्ति का प्रदर्शित करती है, इसके वैज्ञानिक मनोवृत्ति को नई शक्ति प्रदान करती है। चंद्रमा पर की लैंडिंग की सफलता के साथ हमें उम्मीद है कि अंतरिक्ष के क्षेत्र में भारत की कंपनियां नए सिरे से दिलचस्पी बढ़ेगी और अन्वेषक, घटक निर्माण, नेविगेशन, मैपिंग, अवलोकन डेटा, विभिन्न गतिविधियां जिसमें शामिल हैं। चंद्रयान 3 के सफल समापन से भविष्य के सहयोगी मिशनों और अंतरिक्ष अन्वेषण में लगे अन्य देशों के साथ भारत के साझेदारी के द्वार खुलेंगे और भारत वैश्विक अंतरिक्ष पहलों में सक्रिय रूप से भाग ले सकेगा और भविष्य के गहन अंतरिक्ष अन्वेषण कार्यक्रम में योगदान दुनिया को दे सकता है। सितंबर 2015 में राष्ट्रीय बैठक के बाद अंतरिक्ष प्रौद्योगिकियों का उपयोग 60 मंत्रालयों तक बढ़ाया गया, जो कि पहले कुछ मंत्रालयों तक सीमित था। अब औद्योगिक प्रौद्योगिकियों का 60 मंत्रालयों तक इसका उपयोग बढ़ाया गया। मनरेगा, PMGY, PMKSY, अमृत, PMFBY, स्वामित्व, UIDAI आदि सभी जनभागी कार्यक्रम
बेहतर प्रशासन के लिए अंतरिक्ष डेटा का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। हमारे सूर्य मिशन आदित्य L1 ने अंतरिक्ष से पहली सेल्फी भेज दी है और वह सूर्य देव के चक्कर लगा रहा है। आदित्य सूर्य के क्रोमोस्फीयर, कोरोना और हेलियोस्फीयर के में सूर्य के प्रभाव का अध्ययन कर रहा है। यह सौर वायु और ज्वालाओं पर भी नजर रख रहा है ताकि हमारी अंतरिक्ष संपत्ति सुरक्षित रह सके। इस सदन के माध्यम से मैं भारतीय अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान संगठन अर्थात इसरो को देश के महत्वाकांक्षी मिशन गगनयान के लिए भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, जो हमारे देश का पहला मानव मिशन होगा। हालांकि उसमें पहले अनमैन्ड जाएगा, फिर जिसमें अंतरिक्ष यात्रा करने वाली व्योममित्र नाम की ह्यूमनॉइड महिला रोबोट, उसके बाद मानव रहित और अंत में मानव मिशन सफल होगा। ऐसे में भारत की अंतरिक्ष उपलब्धियों पर संसद में बोलना मेरे लिए गर्व की बात है, क्योंकि पूरे विश्व में लोग इसी मुद्दे पर बात कर रहे हैं। आज पूरा विश्व जानने को बेताब है आखिर ऐसी कौन सी जादू की छड़ी हुई कि भारत में जिसका उपयोग पिछले 9 वर्षों में अंतरिक्ष की ओर इतनी लंबी छलांग लगाई। भारत के अंतरिक्ष में लगाई गई इस छलांग का विश्लेषण करें तो हम देखते हैं कि इसरो की काबिलियत और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में मोदी सरकार की राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति ने बड़ा काम किया है। आज वर्तमान केंद्र के सरकार के कार्यकाल में पूरा भारत अपने सामर्थ्य के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, इसलिए सरकार ने उसे अपने सामर्थ्य को सदुपयोग करने के लिए उचित माहौल उपलब्ध कराया है। हमारे यहाँ चंद्रयान 3 से पहले की ये बात है, रखकर चांद के उस पार कदम, रखकर चांद के उस पार कदम, आज हम इतिहास बना देंगे और जिनको शक था हमारी काबिलियत पर, आज उन सबको गवाह बना देंगे और सारा विश्व भारत का गवाह बना हुआ है चंद्रयान की सफलता के लिए। महोदय, वर्तमान केंद्र सरकार ने 2014 के बाद से स्पेस सेक्टर में बजट में 150% की वृद्धि की। महोदय, वर्तमान केंद्र सरकार के कार्यकाल में भारत के स्पेस सेक्टर में सफलता की कहानी चंद्रमा पर पहुंचने जितनी ही दिलचस्प है और उल्लेखनीय भी है। भारत ने चंद्रमा के दक्षिणी ध्रुव पर उतरने वाला पहला देश बनकर जो इतिहास बनाया है, वह मोदी सरकार द्वारा किए गए कुछ ऐतिहासिक सुधारों और इसरो को केंद्र से मिलने वाले समर्थन के कारण भी इसमें योगदान है। इसके लिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री और हमारे महान वैज्ञानिकों को जितना धन्यवाद दिया जाए उतना कम है। महोदय, इसरो ने कभी पहले हम कभी पहले तुम, ये तो चलता ही करेगा। महोदय, इसरो ने 2014 से पहले केवल 35 विदेशी उपग्रह लॉन्च किए थे। ध्यान रखें, 2014 से पहले केवल 35 विदेशी उपग्रह लॉन्च किए थे और 2014 के बाद इन 9 सालों में 389, एक कम 389 उपग्रह लॉन्च किए हैं और इन उपग्रहों के लॉन्च करने से भारत को 3300 करोड़ रुपए की आमदनी भी हुई है। इसरो को ये काम 9 सालों में हुआ है। जो 35 थे 60 सालों में और 9 सालों में 389 हुए। सरकार ने अंतरिक्ष विभाग के लिए बजटीय आवंटन 2013 में 5615 करोड़ रुपए था, उसको बढ़ाकर 2023-24 में 12543 करोड़ किया है, 3 गुना किया है। मान्यवर महोदय, अंतरिक्ष में भारत की सफलता की कहानी को समझने के लिए केंद्र के उन 6 मार्गदर्शक सिद्धांतों को समझना होगा। जो सरकार ने 6 मार्गदर्शक सिद्धांत रखे, उनमें है निजी उद्यमों को सक्षम बनाना, स्वतंत्र अंतरिक्ष गतिविधियों को बढ़ावा देना, तीसरा इसरो के बुनियादी ढांचे और प्रौद्योगिकी को मजबूत करना, सार्वजनिक क्षेत्र को अनुसंधान और विकास कार्यों के लिए संसाधन उपलब्ध कराना, अंतरिक्ष संपत्तियों के विकास के लिए मांग संचालित दृष्टिकोण अपनाना और छठवां युवाओं को बड़े सपने देखने के लिए प्रेरित करना। इसके साथ ही भारतीय अंतरिक्ष नीति 2023 को मंजूरी देना। 2022 में भारतीय अंतरिक्ष नीति बनी थी, 2023 में इसको मंजूरी हुई। भारतीय अंतरिक्ष संघ के साथ इन स्पेस ई का गठन करना, ये कुछ ऐसे कदम हैं जिन्होंने केंद्र सरकार ने 2019 में न्यू स्पेस इंडिया लिमिटेड का गठन किया और इसका काम भारतीय अंतरिक्ष कार्यक्रमों के प्रचार वाणिज्यिक दोहन का है। न्यू स्पेस इंडिया लिमिटेड का गठन भी एक मील का पत्थर साबित हुआ है। वर्ष 2017 में PSLV C-37 ने एक साथ 104 उपग्रह छोड़कर पूरी दुनिया में भारत ने रिकॉर्ड बनाया। 104 उपग्रह 2017 में PSLV C-37 ने छोड़े और ये विश्व रिकॉर्ड बना जो भारत के लिए, भारत के नाम दर्ज है। और इस प्रकार भारत की स्पेस यात्रा में इन 9 सालों में ये काम हुए, बड़े काम हुए। महोदय, सरकार के इन प्रयास से 2023 तक स्टार्टअप की संख्या 140 हो गई है, जो कि पहले 4 थी। स्टार्टअप्स अंतरिक्ष के क्षेत्र में कुल 4 थे और इन 9 सालों में 140 स्टार्टअप्स हुए हैं। आज अंतरिक्ष उद्योग का विस्तार $16 बिलियन हो गया है और ये विस्तार 40 बिलियन डॉलर की बात हुई और अंतरिक्ष और अन्य देश के लोग इसको $100 बिलियन तक कहने की बात कर रहे हैं। इस प्रकार भारत अपनी अंतरिक्ष यात्रा को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आगे बढ़ा रहा है। पिछले 9 वर्षों में भारत सरकार ने अंतरिक्ष जगत की बड़ी संख्या में युवाओं को जोड़ा है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के देश के युवाओं को हमेशा से बड़े सपने देखने के लिए प्रेरित किया है। जब देश के युवाओं ने अंतरिक्ष के सपने देखने शुरू किए तो उन्हें उचित संसाधन उपलब्ध कराए। सरकार ने उनके सपनों को पंख दिए। आप सबको जानकर आश्चर्य होगा कि SSLV D3 से 3 उपग्रह लॉन्च हुए और इन तीनों की लॉन्चिंग में 750 छात्राएं, इन तीनों की लॉन्चिंग में 750 छात्राएं इन्होंने योगदान दिया और ये प्रधानमंत्री के युवाओं को प्रोत्साहित करने का कारण हुआ है। महोदय, पिछले वर्षों में अंतरिक्ष विज्ञान से जुड़े देश के अलग अलग संस्थानों में 603 छात्रों ने एडमिशन लिया और इन छात्रों को 100% प्लेसमेंट की गारंटी दी गई और ये संस्थान त्रिवेंद्रम में, जम्मू में, अगरतला में है। यह केंद्र का भावी अंतरिक्ष वैज्ञानिकों की नई पौध तैयार हो, इस दिशा में एक बड़ा कदम है। यह है दूरदृष्टि। वर्तमान में भारत वैश्विक अंतरिक्ष अर्थव्यवस्था में 2 से 3% का योगदान देता है और आगे आने वाले 5-6 साल में भारत की अंतरिक्ष अर्थव्यवस्था में भारत एक महाशक्ति बन जाएगा। भारत अब नासा के नेतृत्व वाले समूह से जुड़ गया है और अब नासा और भारत मिलकर एक साथ कई अंतरिक्ष खोजों पर काम कर रहे हैं। इससे एरोस्पेस डिफेंस सेक्टर को भी बड़ा लाभ होगा। चंद्रयान 3 की सफलता से ही अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान, इंजीनियरिंग और संचार के क्षेत्र को लाभ मिलने जा रहा है। मेसर्स स्काई रूट एरोस्पेस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड हैदराबाद द्वारा एक सब ऑर्बिटल लॉन्च व्हीकल विक्रम एस प्रारंभ मिशन का प्रक्षेपण 18 नवंबर 2022 को सफलतापूर्वक हुआ। विक्रम एस का प्रक्षेपण भारत और दक्षिण एशिया में लॉन्च किया गया पहला निजी तौर पर निर्मित रॉकेट बनकर भारतीय अंतरिक्ष क्षेत्र के लिए इतिहास में एक महत्वपूर्ण अध्याय है। ये प्राइवेट क्षेत्र से है, भारत ने इनको प्रमोट किया है। महोदय, अंतरिक्ष में भारत की सफलता का लाभ पूरी मानवता को मिलेगा, ऐसा वादा हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है भारत समस्त मानव जाति की भलाई के लिए खोज, सीखना और जानकारी को साझा करना जारी रखेगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में 2015 में राष्ट्रीय बैठक के बाद अंतरिक्ष प्रौद्योगिकियों का उपयोग 60 मंत्रालयों तक बढ़ाया गया, जबकि ये पहले केवल 20 मंत्रालयों तक ही सीमित था। जैसा कि स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री जी का मत है कि प्रेरित कार्यबल, स्वदेशी क्षमताएं, उत्साहजनक माहौल में भारत के अंतरिक्ष क्षेत्र के लिए अवसर असीमित हैं। इसलिए इसमें न केवल घरेलू बल्कि विश्वव्यापी बाजार में भी तेजी से प्रवेश करने की क्षमता है। अंत में मैं सदन को बड़े ही गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि हम दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने जा रहे हैं और साथ ही हम दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी अंतरिक्ष अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में भी के समूह में भी शामिल होने की दिशा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं इसमें मनाया।
Sir, I am very thankful to you for giving me this opportunity, sir, to participate in the discussion on India's glorious space